How to read Marx's Capital. Commentary and explanations on the beginning chapters. Micheal Heinrich. Translated by Alexander Lacascio. Contents. Preface. Introduction. Why read Capital today? Difficulties in reading Capital. How to discuss Capital. Various types of commentary. Using the commentary, an initial reading plan. Commentary on the beginning of Capital. Capital. A critique of political economy. Preface to the first edition, 8993. A. The difficulty of the beginning, bourgeois society, abstraction, 8991. B. The object of investigation, 9091. C. People as personifications of economic categories, 92. D. Natural laws of capitalist production, 9092. E. Scientific inquiry and social struggles, 9293. F. The 3 volumes of Capital, 93. Postface to the second edition, 94103. Contents, 510. Part 1, Commodities and Money. Chapter 1, The Commodity, 125-177. 1. The 2 factors of the commodity, use value and value, substance of value, magnitude of value, 125-131. A. Introductory paragraph, Wealth and the Commodity, Definition and Analysis, 125. B. Use value, last paragraph 125 to penultimate paragraph 126. C. Exchange value, Analysis and Construction, last paragraph 126 to penultimate paragraph 127. D. Value and Substance of Value, final paragraph 127 to last paragraph 128. First step of the argument. The common element of the commodities is not a natural property. Second step of the argument, only the property of being a product of labor remains. Third step of the argument, the substance of value is abstract human labor. E. Magnitude of value and productivity, first paragraph 128 to first paragraph 131. F. Concluding observation, use value and value, penultimate paragraph 131. G. Comments on the first subsection's arguments. The commodity character of services. Supply and demand. Conscious action on the part of those engaged in exchange. Labor and appropriation. A proof of value theory. 2. The dual character of the labor embodied in commodities, 131-137. A. Introductory paragraph, crucial for understanding political economy, final paragraph 131. B. Concrete, useful labor, first paragraph 132 to first paragraph 134. C. Abstract human labor, simple and complex labor, second paragraph 134 to first paragraph 136. D. Final remark, physiology, last paragraph 137. 3. The value form, or exchange value, 138-163. Introduction, The Mystery of Money, 138-139. A. The simple, isolated, or accidental form of value, 139-154. 1. The 2 poles of the expression of value, the relative form of value and the equivalent form. 2. The relative form of value. I. The content of the relative form of value. 2. The quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value. 3. The equivalent form. The first peculiarity of the equivalent form. The second peculiarity of the equivalent form. The third peculiarity of the equivalent form. Excursus on Aristotle. 4. The simple form of value considered as a whole. The independent presentation of value as exchange value. Insufficiencies of the simple form of value. Passing over to the expanded form of value, characteristics of conceptual development. B. The total or expanded form of value, 154-157. 1. the expanded relative form of value. 2. The particular equivalent form. 3. Defects of the total or expanded form of value. C. The general form of value, 157-162. 1. The changed character of the form of value. The historical appearance of the forms of value. The changed character of the relative form of value. The changed character of the equivalent form. 2. The development of the relative and equivalent forms of value. Their interdependence. 3. The transition from the general form of value to the money form. D. The money form, 162-163. 4. The fetishism of the commodity and its secret, 163-177. A. Whence, then, arises the enigmatic character of the product of labor, as soon as it assumes the form of a commodity. 163-165. B. The peculiar social character of the labor which produces commodities. Retroactive socialization, second paragraph 165 to second paragraph 166. C. Knowledge of value and objective semblance, third paragraph 166. D. The society's movement taking on a life of its own, and its content, second paragraph 167. E. Objective forms of thought, objective Gedankenformen, second paragraph 168 to second paragraph 169. F. Forms of production not based on commodity production, third paragraph 169 to last paragraph 173. G. Religion and mode of production, second paragraph 172 to first paragraph 173. H. Commodity and value in political economy. The analysis of fetishism as a precondition for a critique of political economy, second paragraph 173 to 177. Chapter 2, The Process of Exchange, 178-187. A. The new level of abstraction in Chapter 2. B. The process of exchange in commodity owners, private owners, 178 to first paragraph 179. C. The contradictory requirements of the exchange process and its solution, money, 179 to first paragraph 181. D. The historical development of commodity exchange and money, third paragraph 181 to third paragraph 184. E. Money form and money fetish, last paragraph 184 to 187. Chapter 3, Money, or the circulation of commodities, 188-44. 1. The measure of values. A. Immanent measure of value and money as its necessary form of appearance, 188. B. Price and ideal money, 189-190. C. Measure of values and standard of prices, 191 to second paragraph 195. D. Price and value, last sentence of 195 to 198. 2. Means of circulation. A. The metamorphosis of commodities. The social metabolism and its form aspect, 198 to third paragraph 199. Introduction to the investigation of the metamorphosis of the commodity, last paragraph 199 to fourth paragraph 200. Cm. The first metamorphosis, sale, supply and demand on the market for commodities, realization of the price of the commodity, realization of the ideal use value of money, last paragraph 200 to first paragraph 205. MC. Second metamorphosis, purchase, second paragraph 205 to first paragraph 206. The completed metamorphosis as a whole, second paragraph 206 to second paragraph 207. The difference between the circulation of commodities and the exchange of products, social natural connections, the possibility of crisis, third paragraph 207 to 209. B. The circulation of money. The circulation of commodities and the semblance generated by it, 210 to third paragraph 212. The amount of the means of circulation. Critique of Quantity Theory, final paragraph 212 to 220. C. Coin. The symbol of value. Coin in the process of circulation, second paragraph 222 to second paragraph 224. The law peculiar to the circulation of paper money, third paragraph 224 to first paragraph 225. The symbol of money, second paragraph 225 to 227. 3. Money. A. Hoarding. The hoard is a new function of money, 227-228. The lust for gold, the hoarding drive, 229 to third paragraph 231. The function of hoards for the economy as a whole, consequences for the law peculiar to the circulation of paper money, last paragraph 231. B. Means of payment. Money's new function, new economic characteristics, 232 to second paragraph 234. Means of payment in monetary crisis, last paragraph 234 to first paragraph 237. The total amount of money in circulation, second paragraph 237 to 240. C. World money. Part 2, the transformation of money into capital. Chapter 4. The general formula for capital. A. Historical preconditions and conceptual point of departure, first 3 paragraphs 247. B. Differences in form between CMC and MCM, last paragraph 247 to third paragraph 250. C. The different content of each form of circuit, capital as valorized value, last paragraph 250 to 253. D. The capitalist, 254 to first paragraph 255. E. Value as automatic subject and self-moving substance which passes through a process of its own, second paragraph 255 to 257. Chapter 5, Contradictions in the general formula. A. Presentation of the problem, 258 to first paragraph 259. B. The circulation of commodities in its pure form, the exchange of equivalents, second paragraph 259 to first paragraph 262. C. The exchange of non-equivalents, third paragraph 262 to second paragraph 266. D. Antediluvian forms of capital, third paragraph 266 to 267. E. Valorization in production. First 2 paragraphs 268. F. The result, paradoxical requirements of the presentation, second paragraph 268 to 269. Chapter 6, The Sale and Purchase of Labor Power. A. On the way to solving the puzzle, the specific commodity labor power, free will and objective compulsion, 270 to third paragraph 272. B. The historical imprint of economic categories, second paragraph 273 to first paragraph 274. C. The value of the commodity labor power, class struggle, second paragraph 274 to first paragraph 279. D. Illustration and moral critique, footnote 14. E. The use value of the commodity labor power, second paragraph 279 to first paragraph 280. F. The sphere of circulation and the sphere of production, freedom and coercion, 280. Part 3, The production of absolute surplus value. Chapter 7, The labor process and the valorization process. 1. The labor process. A. General characteristics of the human labor process. The nature of human beings, second paragraph 283 to first paragraph 284. B. The object of labor, instruments of labor, objectified, concrete, labor, second paragraph 284 to second paragraph 287. C. Product, means of production, productive labor, and Concrete, living labor, 3rd paragraph 287 to 4th paragraph 290. D. Levels of abstraction of the presentation, last paragraph 290 to 1st paragraph 291. E. The labor process as the process by which the capitalist consumes labor power, the rebel workers, 2nd paragraph 291 to 292. 2. The valorization process. A. The process of creating value, 3rd paragraph 293 to 2nd paragraph 298. B. The secret of profit-making revealed, 3rd paragraph 298 to 2nd paragraph 302. C. Conceptual demarcations and simple vs. complex labor, 4th paragraph 302 to 306. D. Looking ahead. Appendix 1, Marx's Critical Economic Writings. Appendix 2, The Universality of Labor as a Social Characteristic of Labor that Posits Exchange Value, from the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy 1859, MECW 29, 273-275. Appendix 3, A Paradoxical Form of Value, from Das Kapital, 1st edition, 1867, Mega 2/5, 42-43, English, Dragstet 1976, 32-34. Appendix 4, Value Objectivity as Objectivity Held in Common, from Ergensungen und Verandrungen zum ersten Band des Kapitals 1871-72, Mega 2/6, 29-32. Appendix 5, The Transition to Capital, from original text of A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Urtext, 1858, MECW 29, 478-499. Appendix 6, Levels of Abstraction and the Course of Argument in the First 7 Chapters of Capital. 1. What is being abstracted from? 2. Value, money, and fetish at different levels of the presentation. 3. Theoretical developments and historical process. Glossary. Bibliography. Marx's headings are in sans serif type. All other headings are the author's and are in serif type. The page references in parenthesis refer to the Penguin edition of Capital. Preface. In many Western European countries, the student movement of the late 1960s and 1970s brought a renewed interest in Marx. Along with it came interpretations of Marx that questioned the well-trodden paths pursued by many socialist and communist parties. The time was also marked by the emergence not only of important contributions dealing with capital but also key manuscripts such as the Grundrisse and Theories of Surplus Value. Hence, one can rightly speak of a new reading of Marx that overcame the one-sided economic orientation of previously dominant readings. At the same time, dealing with Marx became almost a mass phenomenon. Among students and young academics primarily within the social sciences and teaching environment, hardly anything could be done without Marx, at least if one wanted to be considered enlightened and progressive. These changes influenced many students, apprentices in the skilled trades, young workers, and a number of trade union activists. In West Germany and West Berlin, capital courses sprang up at many universities, either as official courses or as self-organized reading groups, and it was not only students who participated. Talk of the contradiction between use value and value or the overaccumulation of capital became a must in many discussions. However, knowledge of Marx often remained superficial, and the majority of participants in capital courses got stuck somewhere in the first volume. Engaging with Marx was in part a mere fashion, even though it was more than that. Invoking Marx may have been part of the German Democratic Republic's official self-conception, but the omnipresent Marxism-Leninism taught in its schools and institutions of higher education generally consisted of more or less catchy sayings and textbook-like abbreviations of the classics. It served mainly as an ideology justifying really existing socialism. Truly rigorous discussions focused on the text of Marx's Capital, not just the manuals of political economy of capitalism and socialism, only occurred in small circles of experts. In the 1970s, when the new Marx-Engels Gesamtausgabe, Mega, began to publish all Marx and Engels's surviving texts and manuscripts, the discussion in the GDR became increasingly interesting and more substantial in content, but it did not extend throughout the society. In the West, belief in the possibility of rapid political and social change played a part in making the broad engagement with Marx fashionable. In the 1960s, the student movement developed in just a few years, stirring up life in the sleepy Federal Republic of Germany. Similar things happened in other countries. Meanwhile, in the so-called Third World there came to exist armed movements aiming at social revolution, movements that, like the Viet Cong, took on the United States, the leading capitalist power. It seemed plausible that, if Marxism could just spread in the working class of the global North, then a revolutionary perspective would also be possible there. In the early 1970s, the predominantly student founders of the various German K groups, communist circles and small parties, believed this, as did many others. Toward the end of the 1970s, however, the optimistic hopes that marked the decade's beginning began to crumble. The Viet Cong, the North Vietnamese Army, and the Khmer Rouge managed to expel the U.S. military and the U.S. maintained governments from South Vietnam and Cambodia. However, it soon became clear that there was hardly an emancipatory perspective in the development-oriented dictatorships of really existing socialism that came to power. In the case of the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, its taking power led to mass murder of the domestic population. The hope for a revolutionary transformation of the working class in the global North was likewise disappointed. It appeared that the revolutionary spark was just as unlikely to spread to the masses there as in other countries where class struggle was initially much more developed, regardless of whether they pursued the traditionalist path of building a Marxist-Leninist cadre party or the deliberately non-centralist unifying organizational approaches of groups such as the Socialist Bureau in Germany. Demonstrations and paint bombs no longer provoked or even unsettled politicians and the media, as they had in the late 1960s. Many leftists regarded the frustration of their own political expectations as merely a crisis of Marxism, a diagnosis they often adopted uncritically from France and Italy, where it had originated under different social conditions. These former activists opted to not question their earlier inflated expectations that had now run aground, that is, their own process of appropriating and applying Marx's theory. Instead, they simply perceived these expectations as the authentic result of Marx's theory, concluding now from their own disappointment that this theory had failed. From the late 1970s and into the 1980s, many of those who had thrived on grand theoretical designs a few years earlier, often using them as rhetoric to dominate people, now proclaimed the end of great theories in general and of Marx's theory in particular. If the trend only a few years back was Marxism, now it became fashionable to reject it with a gesture of sober disillusionment. It was common to encounter the figure of the knowledgeable, detached old leftist, who allegedly knew his Marx very well, but now understood that what Marx had said with regard to the working class, capitalism, and politics was no longer relevant. Especially after the collapse of really existing socialism in the period 1989-1990, it seemed as if Marx's theory was forever washed up. Even those approaches that had long criticized authoritarian Soviet-style state socialism with the help of Marx's theory lost their credibility in the general rejection of social alternatives. Nevertheless, the end of the old confrontation between blocs did not lead to either a more peaceful state system or a more stable, or even more social, capitalism. Wars and crises occurred with greater frequency than in previous decades, and the standards of social security that wage earners had achieved in Western Europe and North America during the economic miracle came under constant attack in an onslaught that continues even today. However, starting in the second half of the 1990s, we have witnessed growing signs of resistance at various levels. Many protests have remained limited in scope, they often merely resist immediate changes for the worse or demand better policies from the state, which is supposed to protect its citizens from capital's impositions. However, there is a change in the social climate, albeit limited and slow, and it appears that the neoliberal hegemony that has existed since the early 1980s, with its idolization of markets and competition, is beginning to crack. Point 1. Since the end of the 1990s, there has been a renewed interest in Marx's theory in Germany and in other countries. Even if the discussion has by no means reached the intensity it had in the West in the 1970s, it seems that a new generation of politically active people from different backgrounds, regardless of whether they come from the East or the West, is in the process of appropriating Marx's critique of political economy. This appropriation is accompanied by a far lower level of political expectation than in the 1970s, and it does not appear to be so pompous as before. Instead, an open-minded, interested attitude prevails, without expecting Marx's theory to provide the final answers to all important questions. Not bad as conditions for serious engagement. However, nowadays the social framework that would allow for a more intense, problem-free study of Marx's theory does not exist. People who want to address capital today cannot count on finding appropriate courses at a university or in its environment, and things are usually not much better elsewhere, such as in the educational programs of trade unions. There is hardly any engagement with Marx in established academic institutions anymore, though this also encourages people to engage with his work outside of institutional constraints. The present volume is intended to assist those who are interested. It is meant for individuals or groups without any special prior knowledge, who wish to read Capital intensively and accurately on their own. The first 2 chapters of Capital are the most difficult parts of the entire book and present major problems for readers. Nevertheless, these initial chapters are of central importance for Marx's later arguments, so understanding them is especially important. That's why this volume comments in detail on these chapters. On the one hand, it should make reading easier, on the other, it should clarify the contents of these chapters and what is frequently overlooked during a first reading. Hence, they could help even those who have already read the beginning of Capital to learn something new. The first chapters of Capital deal with the interrelationship between value, labor, and money. Marx had already dealt many times with this problem, which is central to his critique of political economy. He addresses it at the beginning of the Grundriss, 1857-58, and in the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859. A treatment of the issue is later found in the first edition of Capital, 1867, only to be revised considerably in the second edition, 1872-73. These different versions are not mere repetitions, their differences sometimes express advances in knowledge or changes in emphasis, but sometimes also problematic simplifications. Therefore, it seemed to make sense to comment not only on the most recent versions, which appear in most editions of Capital, but also to deal with other versions. I resort to Marx's alternative treatments of the issue not only in the continuous commentary, but also in appendices 2-4. In this way, I hope to provide a more rigorous engagement with Marx's value theory for both those who are just beginning to read Capital and for more advanced readers. When this book first appeared in German in 2008, it dealt only with the first 2 chapters of Capital. However, it became clear to me that a commentary on the first 2 chapters was far from enough to resolve all the difficulties of beginning Capital. In that regard, Chapter 3 is considerably easier to read than Chapter 1, but it is frequently received in a very superficial way. Moreover, after the challenges of the first 2 chapters, one wishes to get quickly to Chapter 4, which finally deals with Capital. Although Chapter 3, with its 56 printed pages, is a bit longer than the lengthy Chapter 1, readers often consider little more than its account of money's basic functions and too often overlook the chapter's important contribution to the analysis of form. Indeed, Chapter 3 might be the most underestimated chapter of the entire first volume. Moving forward in the book, Chapters 4-6, which constitute a single chapter in the German edition, are easily understandable. However, the investigation into form analysis in Chapter 4 is frequently left by the wayside, while Chapter 6 is sometimes rather crudely simplified. Finally, Chapter 7 not only provides observations supplementing those in the previous 3 chapters, it demonstrates how Marx makes the transition to analyzing capitalist production. For these reasons, a commentary on Chapters 3-7, dealing with all of these kinds of difficulties, seemed to be called for. In the preface to Capital's first edition, Marx writes that Chapter 1, which in later editions became Part 1, Commodities and Money, and was subdivided into 3 chapters, summarizes the content of the earlier contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859. However, he adds that many points only hinted at in the earlier book are here worked out more fully, while, conversely, points worked out fully there are only touched upon in this volume, 89. The first part of this statement applies primarily to the initial 2 chapters of Capital. Marx improved the presentation in Capital compared to the critique in these chapters, more fully developing points that he merely hinted at before. In Chapter 3, the reverse is true. It contains some important additions to the earlier account, but treats many issues in a much more cursory fashion. For this reason, my commentary appeals repeatedly to the contribution to the critique and its more thorough arguments when dealing with Chapter 3. In Capital, Marx's account of how money transforms into capital in Chapter 4 immediately follows his presentation of money and the circulation of commodities. However, in the so-called urtext from 1858, published in English as the Outline of the Critique of Political Economy, there is another section immediately before, which Marx did not incorporate into Capital. This section, called the Transition to Capital, contributes to understanding the connection between Chapter 4 and the first 3 chapters. For that reason, Appendix 5 reproduces and comments on parts of this section of the urtext. By contrast, Appendix 6 deals with the text of Capital, specifically the levels of abstraction and the sequence of presentation in its first 7 chapters. This appendix is not an introduction to the first 7 chapters, but rather an overview of their structure for those who have already read them. The preceding remarks are meant to clarify the difference from the method I pursued in an introduction to the 3 volumes of Karl Marx's Capital, Heinrich 2012. That book aims to provide an initial overview of all 3 volumes of Capital. I have said many times that the introduction cannot substitute for one's own reading of Marx's text, it only offers limited assistance to those who want to undertake an independent reading of Capital. Value theory does play an important role in the introduction. The chapter on value is the most extensive one, but I could only address the theoretical elements most important to understanding Capital's overall argument. This new book, by contrast, undertakes a detailed engagement with the actual text of Capital. In the course of working on this book, I was aided by others who read and criticized the drafts. For their extremely interesting discussions, helpful observations, and critical readings of my manuscripts, I would like to give special thanks to Valeria Bruschi, Andrei Dragasai, Ingo Elba, Alex Gallas, Andreas Hirt, Kalgia Lindner, Urs Lindner, Hermann Lurs, Antonella Mujapapa, Arno Netzbant, Sabine Nuss, Paul Sandner, Oliver Schlad, Ann Steckner, Ingo Stutzl, and Wolfgang Weigel-Huber. For the precise translation I want to thank Alex Lacascio, and for his excellent work as editor, Chris Gilbert. I wrote most of this preface in early 2008, just before the financial crisis started. This crisis shattered neoliberalism as an ideology but not as a practice, as was demonstrated by the aftermath of the crisis and the subsequent treatment of the increased state debt. Introduction. Why read Capital today? These days, it's not at all clear why one would undertake an intensive reading of Capital. The first volume was published in 1867, more than 150 years ago. It's reasonable to doubt whether the analyses contained in the book are still relevant today. Hasn't a lot changed since then? It is not only right-wing critics of Marx who claim that Capital has lost much of its relevance, but also a number of leftist critics of capitalism. Ultimately, one has to read Capital oneself to respond to the question. However, I wish to offer a few arguments beforehand for why it still makes sense to read Capital today. Marx wrote Capital during the 1860s and 1870s in London. In the mid-19th century, the capitalist mode of production was most advanced in England, with France, Germany, and the United States following at a great distance. At the time, London represented the capitalist centre par excellence. It was the centre of world finance and the beating heart of the capitalist world. Both Parliament and the press debated economic questions far more comprehensively and intensively than in other countries. In the first half of the 19th century, political economy, the contemporary term for the science of economics, developed most fully in England, and the British Museum in London held the world's largest collection of economic literature. In that sense, it was an enormous stroke of luck that Marx, pressured by the Prussian government, had been forced to leave Paris and move to London. In fact, there was no better place in the world for him to study capitalism. Marx had already begun research into economics before arriving in London. Looking backward, he would claim that he resolved in London to start again from the very beginning, MECW 29, 265. In 1851, Marx believed that he would be finished with the whole economic shit in 5 weeks' time. Letter to Engels from April 2, 1851, corrected translation of MECW 38, 325. However, Marx proved completely wrong. The economic shit would occupy him until the end of his life in 1883. The studies that Marx began in London initially led to his compiling a plethora of excerpts of economic literature. From 1857 forward, he wrote a number of extensive manuscripts, from which Capital ultimately emerged. An overview of these various manuscripts can be found in Appendix 1. Marx took many of the examples in Capital from the English capitalism of his time. But Capital's object is by no means English capitalism, nor is it the capitalism of the 19th century. Marx's intent is not to examine a particular capitalism or a specific phase of capitalist development, but rather, as he emphasizes in the preface to the first edition, the fundamental laws of capitalism. Marx aims to depict what he calls at the end of the third volume the ideal average of the capitalist mode of production, Capital 3, 970. He is concerned with what makes capitalism capitalism. Whether we speak of capitalism in England during the 19th century or in Germany at the beginning of the 21st century, there must be something in common that allows us to use this term. Marx aims to identify and describe precisely this common element that we encounter in every capitalism. This means that Marx argues at a very high level of abstraction. Consequently, his presentation is still of interest today and is by no means limited to the 19th century context. That does not guarantee that Marx's account is accurate, that has to be tested by reading it. However, one cannot claim that what Marx discusses is outmoded. In a certain sense, Capital is even more suited for the 20th and 21st centuries than it was for the 19th century, which also speaks for its analytical robustness. This is because Marx's analysis assumes that a number of developments had already matured, which were actually just starting to appear in the 19th century. Today they are much more pronounced. Point 2. In contrast, the claims that Marx's theory has been refuted by capitalist development have repeatedly vanished into thin air. During the economic miracle of the 1960s, it may have been widely accepted that capitalism was constantly increasing society's prosperity and finally functioning free of crises, but today such a statement sounds simply ridiculous. Since the 1970s, capitalism has proven crisis-prone in both the first and third worlds, confirming Marx's more than 100-year-old analysis of capitalism's mode of functioning. Moreover, it's also obvious that the development of capitalism is repeatedly accompanied by the production of misery of various kinds and in the most diverse contexts, as Marx concluded at the end of the first volume. Hence, to the extent that one pays attention to Capital's content, one cannot claim that the work lacks relevance to the present, a topicality that Capital's critics rarely have. However, caution is warranted to not overestimate Capital's analytic reach. We should not forget that every capitalism is historically embedded. It does not exist in the world as an ideal average but rather in a particular historical, social, and cultural context. Therefore Marx's arguments, carried out on an abstract level, cannot by themselves offer an exhaustive analysis of each historical capitalism that we encounter, even if supplemented with contemporary data. In order to understand how contemporary capitalism has developed and where it is going, we require much more analysis than is found in Capital. Even recognizing that Marx's analysis is not obsolete, one can still ask if it's necessary to actually read Capital in the original. Perhaps a summary of its conclusions would suffice? Yet every such summary, with its emphases and exclusions, bears the stamp of its author's perspective, and one can only assess the original work on the basis of an independent reading. Furthermore, an introduction can at best state its conclusions, but offers little in the way of justification for these conclusions. However, one can still ask why reading Capital is important if not engaged in scholarly work on the book's themes. Capital is a scientific work, meaning that its claims have to be justified in a way that can be comprehended and criticized by others, but it is not an economic study in a narrow professional sense. Rather, Capital is concerned on a fundamental level with the specific manner of capitalist socialization or social constitution, Vergesellschaftung, that is, the always conflict-ridden and crisis-prone formation of the social fabric. This social fabric appears to be largely objective, versachlicht, a relationship between things, in which prices, interest, stock prices, and so on have an independent existence. Relations of domination and exploitation disappear behind apparently objective compulsions, Sachzwange. Both everyday consciousness and political economy take this objectivity for granted, without questioning the social conditions that allow it to emerge at all. Marx refers to the objectification of social relations as fetishism. In analyzing the economic foundations of this mode of socialization and uncovering the fetishism inherent to it, he provides both a critique of spontaneous forms of everyday consciousness, forms that tend to subordinate our perceptions of economic relations to varying degrees, and of the science that operates within these fetishistic forms, political economy. For that reason, Marx is not engaged in political economy but rather, as Capital's subtitle emphasizes, a critique of political economy. By exposing the fundamental structures of capitalist socialization, Marx points out their contradictory and destructive character. The accumulation of wealth in one part of society is accompanied by the accumulation of misery, in its various forms, in another. The development of social labor's productive force goes hand in hand with the destruction of human beings and nature. Moreover, all this occurs not due to the greed of the capitalist or because of a savage insufficiently regulated capitalism. Instead, it results from the capitalist logic of valorization, which necessarily reduces human beings and nature to mere means of valorization and making profits. Capitalism exists in various social and political contexts, and the capital relation has historically been politically regulated in widely diverse ways. But the dynamic of crisis inextricably bound up with the capitalist mode of production constantly demolishes all modes of regulation, every class compromise that is achieved. It is not so much exaggerated forms of capitalism but rather capitalism's normal functioning that makes a self-determined good life impossible. For that reason, Marx is not concerned with promoting a different distribution of wealth within the existing capitalist mode of socialization, but rather with overcoming it altogether. Capital provides crucial elements of the basic knowledge that is needed to fundamentally change social structures. Therefore, it is interesting not only for people doing scholarly work, but also for everybody interested in changing those structures. What is presented in Capital's 3 volumes constitutes a coherent whole. Thus, we cannot simply pick out a few interesting parts and deal with them alone. Regardless of the knowledge obtained this way, it would be distorted in some way or other. Nor should we only read the first volume. For example, the 3rd volume presents key categories that are necessary to understanding capitalism, such as profit and interest, and this sequence is not arbitrary, since the treatment of these categories in the 3rd volume is prepared by the preceding material. For instance, if we pay attention only to the 1st volume of Capital, then there's the danger of equating surplus value with profit, which is definitely wrong. At the end of the day, the 1st volume is only fully comprehensible in the context of the 2 volumes that follow it. This even applies to the commodity form, which Marx analyzes at the beginning of the 1st volume. The commodity is by no means fully characterized in Chapter 1, which bears the title The Commodity, but rather only at the end of the 3rd volume. The presentation in Capital's 3 volumes forms an indissoluble unity, which can only really be understood and applied when one has dealt with all 3 volumes. Such an undertaking is certainly strenuous and time-consuming. Yet along with the political usefulness of such a project, engaging with the 3 volumes is also a fascinating intellectual adventure. Difficulties in reading Capital. Reading Marx's Capital is not easy. The beginning of the first volume is itself one of the most difficult parts of the entire work. This is not due to complicated language or incomprehensible jargon. What is complicated are the interconnections presented. A superficial reading can contribute to the belief that one has understood everything because the language is usually rather simple. However, reading carefully makes one aware that the arguments sometimes elude understanding. Nor is it easy to encounter satisfactory answers to the questions that emerge when comparing Marx's arguments with one's own perceptions. Faced with such difficulties, one frequently encounters 2 very different kinds of advice, both of which I regard as useless. The first is the suggestion that Marx's presentation is dialectical. In order to really understand what Marx meant, we are told, one needs to address the dialectic of German philosopher Georg Friedrich Wilhelm Hegel, 1770–1831. On numerous occasions, Marx indeed engaged critically with Hegel's philosophy, and it influenced him. However, this influence does not consist simply in Marx having adopted or applied a few elements of Hegel's philosophy, which we should thus try to extract from Hegel's work. In the postface to the second edition of Capital's first volume, Marx writes that he coquetted with the mode of expression peculiar to him Hegel in Capital, Marx 1976, 103. Marx did not accept Hegel's conclusions, but rather a certain awareness of the requirements of scientific presentation and the problems that accompany it. By coquetting with Hegel's mode of expression, Marx evoked that philosopher and paid homage to him. Nevertheless, Marx nowhere gives even the slightest hint that, in order to understand his own work, it's necessary to first read Hegel. Turning to Hegel's works could lead to even greater problems of understanding than Capital, and Hegel's relation to Marx could become less clear. I do not recommend preparing for a first reading of Capital by reading Hegel. Only after reading Capital does it make any sense to turn to Hegel and discuss the question of what Marx learned from him. The second kind of advice is that one needs to prepare for reading Capital by examining Marx's other writings. However, understanding Marx's early writings is also difficult. For example, the Paris manuscripts of 1844, where he developed his theory of alienation. Moreover, one soon runs into Hegel again and the philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach, 1804–1872, whose influence there is significant. Furthermore, it's an open question whether Marx's theory of alienation plays a role in Capital at all, or whether he proceeds from completely different assumptions. Also, Marx's simpler economic texts, such as Wage Labor and Capital or Value, Price and Profit, are not the best preparation for Capital. The first piece of writing is based on talks composed long before Capital, and therefore does not represent the same level of knowledge. The second text derives from a talk Marx prepared when he had already begun working on Capital, but he did so reluctantly, since the context required making a number of problematic simplifications. Instead of using these in some ways deficient expositions, it's better to begin directly with Capital without making any detours. Reading Capital also leads to difficulties because of our own preconceptions. We employ terms like value, money, and capital in everyday life, associating them with certain meanings that are not always identical to those Marx assigns to the terms. Frequently, we project ideas regarded as self-evident onto Marx's text. This is especially true if one has studied economics for a few semesters and assumes that certain supposedly elementary relationships always apply. Approaching Marx with such schemes in mind makes it hard to follow his argument, because we are always looking for the familiar. Secondary sources about Marx are also often problematic. There is a truncated, somewhat skewed conception of Marx's arguments in traditional worldview Marxism. After Marx's death, this kind of Marxism began to take shape in late 19th century German social democracy, and it continued after the First World War as Marxism-Leninism. For more on worldview Marxism, see Chapter 1.3 of my Introduction in Elba 2006 on the various versions of Marxism. Too often, the role of this stunted Marxism was simply to provide formulas for everyday propaganda and justify the policies of socialist or communist parties. Such a Marxism, in a still more truncated form, also became the stuff of textbooks and the media, while playing an important role in shaping what people think they know about Marx based on a diffuse general knowledge. Everyday notions about Marx and Marxism, however, have precious little to do with capital's real arguments. For that reason, we should treat one's own prior knowledge with a healthy dose of mistrust. How to discuss capital? When reading a text like Capital, we try to understand individual terms and statements and then apply what we have learned to everyday life in capitalism, drawing political conclusions, and so on. For those with no prior knowledge, the usual approach might be to concentrate on the text, attempting to solve problems by reading things more carefully. We might also put problems aside momentarily, hoping they will be clarified on arriving at later parts of the text. In principle, such a text-oriented method is the best way to address capital. However, people approach things differently, if they are further along in reading Marx's work and are familiar with other philosophical and economic texts or secondary literature about capital. Then they tend to resort to certain terminological grids, such as those involving essence and appearance, dialectic, alienation, ideology, and the critique of ideology. Using these concepts, people sometimes rush to explain what Marx actually meant, or what he basically intended to say. A good portion of the secondary literature about capital proceeds in a similar manner. In all these approaches, however, the reader pushes the text of Capital into the background, it becomes no more than a source for catchphrases and quotations. Frequently, the reader no longer bothers to ascertain whether and to what extent such terminology even shows up in the text. For example, Capital already mentions to appear, Erscheinen, and appearance, Erscheinung, or form of appearance, Erscheinungsform, in Chapter 1, but essence, Wesen, shows up only a few times much later in the first volume. Marx makes some remarks about the dialectic in Capital's preface and postface, but the term rarely appears in the text. Similarly, alienation, Entfremdung, does not occur at all in the first volume, although a few passages contain the adjective alienated, entfremdet, and while the term does appear a few times in the third volume, it is used only in a general sense. Nowhere does the essence of man, Wesen des Menschen, which was so important in the Paris manuscripts of 1844, appear in Capital, and the word ideology only pops up 2 or 3 times in a general, unspecific sense. Of course, even if a term does not appear or rarely appears in Marx's work, it still might be helpful in explaining the text. However, an interpreter who introduces such a term must show that it connects with a specific passage and says something meaningful. Unfortunately, some discussions and books about Capital fail to connect their interpretive schemes to the text. Marx always strove to argue as precisely as possible. Discussions about Marx's texts should also strive to be as precise as they can be. One should regard with suspicion all claims that Capital is actually about something not stated explicitly in a specific passage, but which allegedly emerges in view of the overall context. Even those just beginning to deal with Capital should not be intimidated by the actual or supposed knowledge of others, but rather always demand an exact justification for the theses being put forward. If some make statements about Marx's Capital, then we should always ask which passages of the text support their claims. Based on these passages, we can debate their claims. In contrast, an ill-defined overall context or something that's actually clear cannot be discussed. Some leftists, when asked for textual evidence for their interpretation of Marx, complain that the point is not to merely interpret the text or get at what Marx meant. They disavow academic debates, insisting rather on using the texts. The point is politics and the critique of capitalism. In fact, all of this is simply a way to evade justifying their claims. Do not be impressed by such evasive maneuvers. Using the arguments and analyses of capital in political debates presupposes knowing what the arguments and analyses really are. This knowledge cannot be acquired by handpicking individual quotations or speculating, but only by examining Marx's text in a precise way. Discussions of capital require focusing on the text. While reading, we should pay close attention to the concepts and arguments. When Marx explains a concept, how does he justify what he is presenting? Which expressions does Marx use and which does he avoid? What presuppositions does he make? When does the text offer information explicitly, state it directly, and when does it give the material only implicitly, state it indirectly? We should also carefully pay attention to the chapter titles and subheadings that Marx selected. Further, for every chapter and subsection, we should ask what constitutes its unity, why this particular information is contained here, and what relation that section has to earlier material. Is the subsequent chapter a further development of preceding material, or does it initiate a new level of argumentation? What is important is not only the content of Marx's specific arguments, but also the overall structure of his reasoning. We should keep this overall structure in mind when considering every chapter, section, and volume. Finally, we should always be careful, if applying concepts from early on in capital to the capitalist reality around us, to check whether it is really possible at that stage of the text. Marx's argument develops through a process involving numerous intermediate steps. He claims to present the capitalist mode of production but only in the 3 volumes of Capital as a whole. If Marx begins his presentation analyzing the commodity, but initially abstracting it from money and prices, then the commodity he analyzes is not yet identical with those commodities we see in shop windows with price tags affixed. The early results of Marx's analysis therefore cannot be related directly to the phenomena of everyday life that surround us. Various types of commentary. This book is meant to help individuals or groups who want to deal rigorously with capital. To make an independent reading easier, it offers an extended commentary on the beginning of Capital. That commentary analyzes the structure and plausibility of Marx's reasoning, while also addressing questions and objections that frequently arise during a first reading. The commentary is detailed, first because of the complexity of what is dealt with in Capital's beginning chapters, and second because it tries to show how we should read and discuss such a text and what we should pay attention to during the reading. There are 2 fundamentally different ways of commenting upon a text like Capital. Relying upon knowledge of the 3 volumes of Capital and further works by Marx, a commentator can try to explain what Marx means in any given passage, what hidden references the text contains, and so on. The aim is to reveal things that are not obvious to first-time readers of Capital. For example, Marx uses the word wealth in the first sentence of Chapter 1 without explaining it. This kind of commentator might clarify what Marx understands by wealth, relying on his later arguments. This procedure might help some readers, but it forces them to rely on the commentator. Since they are just beginning the book and aren't familiar with the reasoning that follows, the readers aren't able to judge whether the commentator is correct in explaining what Marx means by wealth. In this way, the commentator becomes an authority, and only after reading Capital can they retrospectively evaluate or debate his commentary. The danger is that, until then, one is forced to read Capital through the commentator's lenses, accepting his approach to the work's content. Another type of commentary refers exclusively to the text in question. It carefully analyzes the work, examining what the arguments in a particular passage can and cannot justify, and pointing to what is implicit in the text. The interpretation is based only on the passage under consideration and the already covered sections of the work. For example, if the initial sentence of Chapter 1 has the word wealth without further explanation, then the commentator would indicate that we do not know what Marx means by wealth at this point, and we certainly do not yet know if it coincides with our use of the word. So the word wealth in the first sentence is a placeholder that has to be filled in during the course of Marx's later reasoning. When deeper into Marx's text, the reader can return to this first sentence and the word wealth. Such a commentary initially leaves a few problems open. It must constantly point out that until we reach a certain point in the text, some questions cannot be answered. However, this type of commentary has the advantage that readers can check its claims directly against the text, the arguments don't have to be taken on faith, and the commentator does not become an authority. My commentary in what follows is basically of the second type. One of my motives is that I want readers to be able to check my arguments. More important, however, is that I take seriously Marx's claim to present a scientific work. Marx by no means presupposed knowledge of other texts in order to read Capital, and his claim to be scientific simply means that he attempts to present his arguments as precisely and transparently as possible. Attentive readers should be able to follow his arguments directly, and if necessary criticize them. Hence, my primary concern here is following Marx's arguments and what can actually be said faced with each passage of the text, also perhaps what cannot be said. It is not about all the references that might occur to someone familiar with Marx's work. I could not, however, limit myself entirely to this kind of commentary, for two reasons. First, Marx's starting point when writing Capital often involved adapting common terminology, certain debates, and economic science that had reached a certain level. He could more or less presuppose such knowledge among his readers. With respect to the literary allusions, Marx could assume they would be understood by educated strata. Since that time much has changed, debates have gone in different directions, terminology has been modified, and today's readers have different everyday knowledge than their late 19th century counterparts. For that reason, contemporary readers can benefit from a number of explanations. For example, the term political economy, which is part of Capital's subtitle, was in fact very common in Marx's time. These days, however, it's seldom used, and usually with a different meaning than in the 19th century. Hence the term needs clarification, but it cannot be done solely with Marx's text. The second reason why the work calls for a more extensive commentary not throughout the entire work, but at certain points is a certain ambiguity and uncertainty in specific parts of Marx's text. Commenting on every instance of ambiguity would take us back to the first type of commentary. However, I am concerned with specific ambiguities in Marx's theory of value. What Marx presents in the initial chapters of Capital is the result of a laborious research process, which constantly led him to develop new presentations and revise earlier ones, see Appendix 1. Marx faced a twofold problem. On the one hand, he sought to grasp the general form of capitalist socialization on the basis of the interrelation between commodity, labor, value, and money, which involved a fundamental critique of economic science. On the other hand, he worked to present that interrelation in a way that was both precise and comprehensible. It would have been miraculous if Marx had entirely succeeded in solving both problems. Since he planned to further revise the text of Capital for the third German edition and the English translation, neither of which did he survive to see, he obviously did not assume that all such problems had been solved. In the following commentary, I have refrained from using conceptual or terminological schemes that seem unambiguous but which Marx avoided or only rarely used, the manner of proceeding that I criticized above. Instead, I refer to other texts by Marx relevant to value theory that have a clear relationship to the passage under examination. I do not seek to explain Capital's beginning sections on the basis of passages that come much later, by using a purported philosophical background, or even by relying on a diffuse general context. Rather, I attempt to resolve the ambiguities in the existing version of Capital's beginning by considering other versions of this beginning above all, from the first edition of Capital and the revision manuscript Ergänzungen und Veränderungen for the second edition. I quote brief passages from these versions in the commentary, whereas I use the appendices to reproduce and comment on some of the longer pertinent passages. Sometimes, I briefly address secondary literature on Capital. A detailed engagement with the extensive body of secondary sources would overload this commentary. Nonetheless, it seemed appropriate at certain points to refer to classical critics of Marx or to specific interpretations when it leads to a better understanding of the passage in question. Therefore, the commentary works on two different levels, which are visually distinguished in the printed text. 1. The main text of the commentary deals with each specific passage selected from Capital. Readers can check all my arguments against the quoted text. Beyond that, the only information required is general knowledge regarding people and concepts, which can be found in a dictionary. 2. However, if I use information that doesn't have this general character, but refers specifically to additional texts by Marx or other authors, then these sections are prefaced with the word addendum and presented in a smaller font. Reading groups should carefully separate these two levels. They should always distinguish between an argument justified by what Marx writes in a passage, which can therefore be immediately verified, and an argument referring to other texts, not familiar to everyone, that frequently require interpretation. Using the commentary, an initial reading plan. Under no circumstances should the commentary be read before Marx's text. Much of it would be incomprehensible since it presupposes reading the text. Moreover, doing so might lead to seeing Marx's text only through the lens of the commentary. The aim of the commentary is not to provide a quick overview of the beginning of Capital. Rather, it is a workbook, meaning that one should work with it and with Capital. It is best to proceed in 3 steps. 1. Focus on a small section of Capital, read it thoroughly, and take notes on all questions and uncertainties that arise. Such notes are not just an aid to memory, they force one to formulate problems clearly. Moreover, attempting to articulate a problem in a way that others can understand often clarifies it. 2. Next, and only after an independent effort to understand a given passage, read the commentary on it. An open copy of Capital should be placed alongside the commentary in order to closely track what it refers to. 3. Finally, reread the corresponding passage in Capital, while correcting your notes from the first step, since some of the problems recorded there might have been resolved and new ones might have arisen. A comment on the footnotes in Capital. The first volume of Capital contains about 1,000 footnotes. These days, that's not at all unusual in a large-scale scientific work. In Marx's time, however, such a comprehensive apparatus of notes, with the many sources cited, was extraordinary. In this way, Marx underscored the meticulousness of his work, the scientific character of which he emphasized in the preface. Many footnotes merely contain quotations from older authors, which Marx does not discuss further. In such notes, Marx is pointing out that an idea of his has already been expressed before, or he is providing an example of a view he criticizes in the text. However, Marx intends such footnotes primarily for the scholarly public, and one should not dwell on footnotes consisting primarily of quotations during a first reading of Capital. Above all, it would be an error to begin reading the authors mentioned, since your reading of Capital would never be completed. By contrast, there are a number of footnotes where Marx further elaborates his own ideas. These should be discussed just as carefully as the main text. I comment on such footnotes here in the same way as on the main text. Appendices 2, 3, and 4 should be read only after dealing with the first 3 subsections of the first chapter of Capital. Appendix may first be read beforehand. Appendices 5 and 6 should be read only after the first 7 chapters of Capital. The appendices deal with texts by Marx providing supplementary arguments to claims made in Capital. In commenting on these additional texts, I presuppose familiarity with the preceding commentary and the corresponding passages of Capital. If a group reads Capital, everyone should use the same edition. In German, the standard edition of the first volume is Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Werke, Band 23, Mu 23, Dietz Verlag Berlin, which follows the text of the fourth edition of 1890. For the English-language version of this commentary, all page references are from the edition published by Penguin Classics, Karl Marx, Capital Volume 1, 1976, translated by Ben Fowkes. In the commentary, I make reference to other works by Marx contained in Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Gesamtausgabe, Mega, Berlin 1975 ff. Roman numerals refer to divisions, Arabic numerals to the volume number, and, to the extent that an English translation exists, I refer to the Marx Engels Collected Works, MECW, published by Lawrence and Wishart. In the quotations from Marx, sans serif font, I have preserved all of Marx's emphases. In the commentary headings, I have retained all of Marx's titles, sans serif font, but have sometimes introduced further itemizations, serif font. It is specifically the beginning of Capital that gives rise to many questions. For that reason, I recommend that when beginning to read the work, or when carrying out discussions in working groups, focus on very small sections of the text. With groups, it's better to meet frequently, once a week is best, with enough time to discuss a small section, rather than meeting less often and discussing longer sections. The following division appears reasonable to me, with the caveat that during a meeting, the reader could undertake less, but never more, than the specified passage. 1. Preface to the first edition, 8993, the beginning of Chapter 1.1, 125-27. 2. The rest of Chapter 1.1, final paragraph 127-131. 3. All of Chapter 1.2, 130-137. 4. The beginning of Chapter 1.3, 138-44. 5. The middle of Chapter 1.3, 144-54. 6. The rest of Chapter 1.3, 154-63. 7. The beginning of Chapter 1.4, 163-69. 8. The rest of Chapter 1.4, final paragraph 169-177. 9. All of Chapter 2, 178-87. 10. Chapter 3.1, 188-98. 11. The beginning of Chapter 3.2, 198-209. 12. The rest of Chapter 3.2, 210-27. 13. Chapter 3.3, 227-44. 14. Chapter 4, 247-57. 15. Chapters 5 and 6, 258-80. 16. Chapter 7, 283-306. 17. Review of the first 7 chapters. After reading the first 7 chapters, you may take bigger steps. At the end of the first volume, it would be good to do a complete review of all arguments presented up to that point. A recommended supplementary reading is The Results of the Immediate Process of Production, Capital Volume I, 948-1084. This is a chapter that Marx originally intended as the conclusion of the first volume, but did not incorporate into the final work. Many arguments in the chapter were integrated into the text of Capital, but there are a few ideas in it that either do not appear at all there or appear less clearly. After the first volume, you should definitely read Capital's second and third volumes. The argument of the 3 volumes constitutes a coherent whole. As mentioned above, important categories are missing from the first volume. For example, it does not address profit, the rate of profit, interest, or credit. Moreover, what you learn in the first book about value, money, surplus value, and other concepts becomes fully understandable only when familiar with the content of all 3 volumes. There are 2 different English translations of Capital's first volume. Both contain a considerable number of misleading or even wrong translations. Additionally, the same German term is sometimes translated differently. In a few cases, it was necessary to correct the existing translation, with the corrected translation being added in brackets to the quote. Sometimes the German term that Marx used is inserted inside the quote for greater clarity. To this point will not be further elaborated here. A brief effort to explain the economic miracle of the 1960s on the basis of Marx's theory can be found in my introduction, Heinrich 2012, 118 ff. Commentary on the beginning of Capital. Capital, A Critique of Political Economy. The work's main title, Capital, makes clear that Marx is not concerned with the economy in a general, trans-historical sense, but rather with a historically specific mode of production, the capitalist mode of production. People often pay attention to the work's main title, but not the subtitle, A Critique of Political Economy. To begin with, the term political economy requires some explanation. It is not Marx's invention, and is by no means intended to emphasize the political character of economic issues, as is sometimes supposed. In ancient and medieval scholarship, the word economy stood for housekeeping. The Greek word oikos means house. The economy of the entire polity only became an independent topic of investigation in the early modern period. To distinguish the latter from household economy, people began to speak in the 17th century of political economy. In England and France during the 19th century, this was the usual term applied to what today is roughly called economics. It was only toward the end of the 19th century that the term economics became the usual one in the English language. Through the early 19th century, Germans still spoke of Nationalokonomie. A book's subtitle often tries to explain or clarify the meaning of the title. In choosing the subtitle A Critique of Political Economy, Marx implies two things: first, that he is not just aiming to depict capitalist relations, but also critiquing them; second, that he is not critiquing just individual theories or conclusions, but rather the whole of political economy, the entire science expressing these relations. Addendum: the twin tasks of depicting capitalist relations and critiquing economic science are not separable. For Marx, they mutually condition each other. In a letter to LaSalle, February 22, 1858, Marx describes his project as follows: "The work I am presently concerned with is a critique of economic categories, or, if you like, a critical expose of the system of the bourgeois economy. It is at once an expose and, by the same token, a critique of the system." MECW 40, 270. Marx's letter to Kugelmann from December 28, 1862, also makes clear his aim of criticizing an entire science. There, Marx places capital among the scientific attempts to revolutionize a science, MECW 41, 436, emphasis in the original. Marx also stresses the scientific character of his critique in this letter. In effect, he does not contrast critique and science. The works of Scottish economist Adam Smith, 1723–1790, and English economist David Ricardo, 1772–1823, dominated political economy until the second half of the 19th century. Marx considered them the most important representatives of classical political economy and refers to them frequently in Capital. However, the 1870s brought the marginalist revolution in economics. Instead of basing a commodity's value on the labor expended in its production, as Smith and Ricardo did, marginalism focuses on utility, or more exactly marginal utility, which is the increase in utility that an additional good yields. By the end of the 19th century, the classical political economy of Smith and Ricardo was considered obsolete. The neoclassical school dominant today in universities and economic research institutes is the direct heir of the marginal utility school. Since Marx also saw a connection between value and expended labor, neoclassical economists consider him to be part of classical political economy and therefore obsolete. They do not pay attention to Marx's aim of critiquing the entirety of economic science. Also, they completely ignore the question of whether Marx's critique remains limited to classical political economy, or if it is indeed so fundamental that it also applies to modern economic theories. We cannot decide in advance how and whether Marx redeems his claim to criticize an entire science. That claim must be demonstrated by a reading of Capital. I will comment on the title of Book I, The Process of Production of Capital, when discussing the table of contents. Preface to the first edition, 8993. In prefaces, one does not usually find scholarly arguments but rather an author's declaration of intent about what he wishes to present and how he intends to proceed. On their own, such statements do not prove anything at all. They merely offer an initial orientation that the reader can verify in the text that follows, which is why I will return to the preface at appropriate moments. Here, I limit myself to addressing only the most salient points. The systematic commentary begins with the text of Chapter 1. A. The difficulty of the beginning, bourgeois society, abstraction, 8991. Marx begins by pointing out that capital is the continuation of a contribution to the critique of political economy, published in 1859, MECW 29, 257-417. He adds that the content of that work is summarized in Chapter 1 of Capital. Marx is referring to Commodity and Money, Chapter 1 of the first edition of Capital. From the second edition forward, it was made into the first section bearing the same name, but is now subdivided into 3 chapters. Marx calls attention to the specific difficulties of the beginning, which is dedicated to presenting the commodity. He observes that a complete body is easier to study than an individual cell, while claiming that for bourgeois society, the commodity form of the product of labor, or the value form of the commodity, is the economic cell form. 90. Addendum: here, Marx does not specify what he means by the term bourgeois society, Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, sometimes translated also as civil society. However, he goes into somewhat more detail in the preface to the contribution to the critique of political economy. Marx speaks there of the material conditions of life, the totality of which Hegel, following the example of English and French thinkers of the 18th century, refers to with the term civil society, Bürgerliche Gesellschaft transaction. MECW 29, 262. These English and French thinkers of the 18th century examined the social relations of emerging capitalism, where individuals pursued their particular economic interests in the market. In his philosophy of right, Hegel sums up these new relationships as bourgeois society or civil society, Bürgerliche Gesellschaft, which he locates between the intimate realm of the family and the public political realm of the state, Hegel 1991, 182. When Marx speaks of bourgeois society, he has these modern capitalist relations in mind. The same holds when he speaks later on in Capital of the bourgeois mode of production, 174 and 34. Only after addressing Marx's analysis of the commodity will we be able to discuss what he means by claiming that the commodity form is bourgeois society's economic cell form. Marx calls attention to a further point. In the analysis of economic forms, neither microscopes nor chemical reagents are of assistance. The power of abstraction must replace both. 90. This remark shows that Marx intends to do more than simply describe the immediately visible phenomena of capitalism. However, to understand the central role of abstraction in Capital, we will need to get deeper into Marx's arguments. At the beginning of Chapter 1, we will return to the question of abstraction. B. The object of investigation, 9091. What I have to examine in this work is the capitalist mode of production, and the relations of production and forms of intercourse verkehrsverhältnisse that correspond to it. Until now, their locus clas siecus has been England. This is the reason why England is used as the main illustration of the theoretical developments I make. 90. It's not surprising, in light of Capital's title, that Marx defines the object of his investigation as the capitalist mode of production. What is remarkable are the distinctions he makes. Marx contrasts his theoretical developments and their illustration in the English context. His focus is not the analysis of English capitalism, but rather these theoretical developments. In the next paragraph, he says this about his theoretical focus. Intrinsically, it is not a question of the higher or lower degree of development of the social antagonisms that spring from the natural laws of capitalist production. It is a question of these laws themselves, of these tendencies winning their way through and working themselves out with iron necessity. 90. Marx is thus concerned neither with one historical phase of capitalist development nor with the historical sequence of capitalist development's individual stages, but rather with the laws of the capitalist mode of production. There are many historical passages in Capital. However, based on what Marx says here, we can assume that the historical presentation is subordinated to the theoretical development. For a further discussion of this subordination, see the last point in Appendix 6. The aforementioned laws apply not only to a specific phase of capitalism, but wherever capitalism is the predominant mode of production. For that reason, Marx says somewhat later on, it is the ultimate aim of this work to reveal the economic law of motion of modern society. 92. Emphasis MH. My emphasis makes clear the general character of Marx's account, how it refers not to a specific society, but rather to modern capitalist society as such, in contrast to feudal or ancient society. Only by reading Capital can we decide whether Marx actually succeeds in providing such a universal account, or whether he sometimes confounds specific and transitory traits of the capitalist mode of production with universal laws of capitalism. What is clear, however, is Marx's intention. Addendum: there are two formerly common ways of reading Capital that conceived of the work's object in a way that contradicts Marx's intention, even if the advocates of these interpretations failed to see the contradiction. The first reading originates with Karl Kautsky, 1854–1938, who was considered the leading theoretical mind of social democracy after the death of Friedrich Engels, 1820–1895. Kautsky held that Marx primarily aimed to describe the historical development of capitalism. The second reading is mostly popular in the context of Marxism-Leninism. It contends that Marx analyzed the competitive capitalism of the 19th century. Later on, Lenin, 1870–1924, continued Marx's analysis by examining the monopoly capitalism of the 20th century. In the first conception, Marx is made a historian of capitalism; in the second, he becomes a theorist of a specific capitalist phase. Both ways of reading Capital contradict the claims Marx articulated in the preface. See, People as Personifications of Economic Categories, 92. Marx emphasizes that although he does not depict the capitalist and landowner with rosy colors, he is not criticizing the behavior of individuals, because individuals are dealt with here only insofar as they are the personifications of economic categories, the bearers trigger of particular class relations and interests. My standpoint, from which the development of the economic formation of society is viewed as a process of natural history, can less than any other make the individual responsible for relations whose creature he remains, socially speaking, however much he may subjectively raise himself above them. 92. Marx is not concerned with capitalists as individual people, but only with capitalists to the extent that they personify something that is, to the degree that social relations determine the logic of their actions. What this logic is and the extent to which individuals are compelled to follow it will not be discussed here. It will be dealt with later in Marx's account. However, there is another important point. In the passage quoted, Marx refers to categories, class relations, and then just relations. Yet we must distinguish between the category, the scientific expression of a social relation, and the social relation itself. Whereas the latter are relations between people in a society, the former are scientific constructs, used to grasp these relations. A society consists of multiple social relations that exist simultaneously and mutually influence each other. Nevertheless, in a scientific account, the individual categories expressing these social relations must be developed one after the other. When approaching a category for the first time, we therefore cannot consider all the relationships in which the particular social relation expressed by the category stands. Later in this commentary we will return to the relationship between categories and social relations. In the passage quoted above, Marx's language is not very precise. People are not personifications of a category but of a social relation, to the extent that they follow this relation's logic of action. If we examine this social relation scientifically, deciphering the operating logic concealed within it, then we create a concept or category for the relation. Marx uses concept and category more or less synonymously. So it would be more precise to say that a capitalist personifies the social relation expressed by the category of capital. In effect, by distinguishing between category and social relation we can understand Marx's claim that individuals are personifications of economic categories as an abbreviated manner of speaking. While reading Capital, we should always pay close attention to whether the text is dealing with economic categories, that is to say, the analysis of social relations and the logics of action they include, but still without taking active individuals into consideration, or whether it is examining the actions of individuals as personifications of these categories. D. Natural Laws of Capitalist Production, 1992. In the second quote in section B above, Marx speaks of the natural laws of capitalist production. Likewise, the quote presented above refers to the economic formation of society as a process of natural history. Such language raises the issues of how justified we are in speaking of laws that operate in society and economy, and whether Marx's conceptions amount to historical determinism. In fact, we can only seriously discuss such issues based on Marx's analysis, not the preface. Generally, we should recognize that the social and intellectual context in which Marx made these statements was completely different from today's. When Marx wrote these lines in 1867, he was opposing the predominant form of historiography, which saw history as mainly an affair of great men or great ideas, while relegating material and economic conditions to a completely subordinate role. In contrast to this subjective and idealist focus, Marx emphasized the objective, structural aspects of history. He therefore spoke provocatively of the development of an economic social formation as a process of natural history and of the natural laws of the capitalist mode of production. Historical approaches centered on individual subjects have by no means disappeared today. However, since Marx's time, even non-Marxist historical writing has, albeit to varying degrees, gotten used to reflecting on the objective and material aspects of development. Conversely, traditional worldview Marxism frequently overemphasized the objective features of history to the point of historical determinism, not the least by relying on the short account of Marx's conception of history found in the preface to the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, which I will briefly address in the commentary on Marx's treatment of the commodity fetish. For that reason, one becomes suspicious today when people refer to the natural laws of social development without qualification. Today the discursive context is quite different from that of Marx's time, and we must therefore assume that he used this terminology in a far more open, less biased sense than people do today. Scientific Inquiry and Social Struggles, 92-93. At the end of the preface, Marx observes that in the field of political economy free scientific inquiry faces not only its usual enemies but also, because of its content, the furies of private interest. 92. Marx obviously sees his own project as scientific inquiry, which is not the same as working on behalf of particular interests. Addendum: Marx is very committed to his reasoning having a scientific character, as we saw above in his comments to Kugelmann on the work's title. Marx despised the idea of twisting scientific arguments to promote particular interests. In Theories of Surplus Value, he wrote about the economist Malthus, whom he accused of doing exactly that. But when a man seeks to accommodate science to a viewpoint which is derived not from science itself, however erroneous it may be, but from outside, from alien, external interests, then I call him base. MECW 31, 349. Contrary to what is frequently said, Marx does not, in his own view, adopt a specific standpoint that of the proletariat or a future socialist society in order to analyze the capitalist mode of production from that perspective. However, the scientific objectivity that Marx lays claim to doesn't make science unpolitical. For example, his discoveries about the nature of capitalism and the consequences of the capitalist mode of production for the majority of people can indeed be used as a weapon in political struggle. In a letter from April 17, 1867, Marx thus refers to capital as the most terrible missile that has yet been hurled at the heads of the bourgeoisie, landowners included, MECW 42, 358. For Marx, change does not begin only after the elimination of capitalism. Instead, he emphasizes that capitalism itself changes. The present society is no solid crystal, but an organism capable of change, and constantly engaged in a process of change. 93. The results that are missiles in the struggle are not dogmas, but rather the outcomes of scientific inquiry. For that reason, the analyses they rest upon cannot simply be accepted but must be discussed and verified. Hence, Marx writes at the end of the preface, "I welcome every opinion based on scientific criticism." 93. As we can see, Marx expects anything but credulous readers. At the same time, he emphasizes that he has never yielded to the prejudices of so-called public opinion. Marx ends the preface presenting a modified quote from Dante's Divine Comedy as his motto. Segui tu tuo corso, e lascia dirle gente. 93. Go on your own way, and let the people talk. Addendum: here, Marx picks up where he left off at the end of the preface to the Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859. There, he sketches his trajectory of study, adding that the sketch is intended to demonstrate how my views, no matter how they may be judged and how little they conform to the interested prejudices of the ruling classes, are the outcome of conscientious research carried on over many years. At the entrance to science, as at the entrance to hell, the demand must be made. Chi si convien lasciare ogni sospetto / ogni vilta convience chi si mortal. Here all misgiving must thy mind reject. Here cowardice must die and be no more. MECW 29, 265. The final quote also comes from Dante's Divine Comedy, in which the Roman poet Virgil guides the author Dante through the various circles of hell. The claim that scientific inquiry must cast off misgivings and cowardice refers to how the outcomes of analysis should be treated. We must stand by the outcomes of serious inquiry, regardless of how they offend the prejudices of public opinion or the ruling classes. The left also has prejudices and is often unwilling to let scientific analysis destroy its cherished opinions about a situation. Against this, Marx stresses later on in Capital that he is not interested in a critique which knows how to judge and condemn the present, but not how to comprehend it. 638 and 48. Real criticism becomes impossible unless it is willing to comprehend without being afraid of the results. F. The 3 volumes of Capital, 93. The first volume of Capital's complete title is The Process of Production of Capital. It is striking that Marx refers to both volumes and books at the end of the preface, 93. In effect, Capital was to comprise 4 books, which Marx wanted to publish in 3 volumes. After Marx's death, Engels published Book 2 as the second volume in 1885 and Book 3 as the third volume in 1894. The result is that today no one any longer distinguishes between book and volume. Marx's manuscript Theories of Surplus Value was later published in the Marx-Engels Werke volumes 26.1–26.3 under the title The Fourth Volume of Capital. However, this text is not identical with the planned Book 4, nor is it even a direct preliminary work. Despite its many digressions, the manuscript focuses exclusively on the history of a single category, surplus value. This manuscript is part of the research process that led to Capital. The Book 4 planned by Marx does not exist. The titles of the 3 extant books clearly indicate that they deal with interrelated material. We can therefore consider them to be a complete work. Postface to the second edition, 94-103. The postface to the second edition that follows the preface in the Penguin Classics edition and MECW 35 should be treated as what it is, a postface. Marx placed it at the end of the text, and it obviously presupposes familiarity with Capital. The postface contains remarks about the evolution of political economy and about Marx's manner of presentation. However, we cannot discuss these issues before entering into Marx's account. Therefore, I will only refer to the postface later on in the commentary, when doing so can shed light on certain passages. Contents, 510. As with any scientific work, it is a good idea to get a rough overview of its structure from the table of contents before beginning to read. We will not understand everything but will learn that some topics expected early appear only later on, and vice versa. The first book of Capital bears the title The Process of Production of Capital, which has a double meaning in the original German, Der Produktionsprozess des Kapitals. The phrase could be either a genitive subject ivus or a genitiva subject ivus. On the one hand, it could refer to a production process dominated by capital, that is, capital as the subject of the production process, genitivus subject ivus. On the other hand, it could refer to the process by which capital is produced, that is, capital as the object of the production process, genitivus objectivus. We will soon discover that both meanings are at play in the table of contents. In the English translation, the book is divided into 8 parts, which all contain multiple chapters. The German original has a somewhat different division into parts and chapters. Part 1 is called Commodities and Money, whereas Part 2 is called The Transformation of Money into Capital. Evidently, Marx does not immediately begin by examining capital. Next come 3 parts dealing with the production of surplus value, where we find an analysis of the production process dominated by capital. Only after that comes Part 6, Wages. This sequence should be kept in mind when reading Part 2. There, Marx addresses among other things the sale and purchase of labor power, but the examination of wages is still to come. Part 7 is called The Process of Accumulation of Capital. The second chapter in this part, the 24th chapter of the book as a whole, is titled The Transformation of Surplus Value into Capital. Hence, this part is both about how capital is produced and how new capital is produced. Part 8 is called the so-called primitive accumulation. As the part's chapter titles indicate, it deals with the historical emergence of the capitalist mode of production. As we can see, the structure of capital emphasizes the difference between theoretical development and historical process mentioned in the preface, see point B above. Tellingly, Marx does not begin with the historical emergence of capitalist production, but rather places it at the end of his analysis. That is, the historical sketch follows the theoretical development and presupposes it. Since our reading begins with Part 1, let's take a closer look at its structure. Part 1 is divided into 3 chapters. Chapter 1, The Commodity. Chapter 2, The Process of Exchange. Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities. This breakdown may seem surprising. Doesn't the commodity always have something to do with exchange, and doesn't exchange have to do with money, at least in the capitalist mode of production, which is what we are supposed to be examining? Judging the usefulness of Marx's organization of the material will require reading further. However, during the course of reading, we should not only raise questions about each chapter's content, but also about its unity, the thread that runs through its material, and how it differs from the next chapter. It makes sense to also ask such questions at the end of each of the volume's 8 parts. In doing so, consider the role of each chapter in the overall structure of the argument. Is it a matter of making the previous chapter more specific, completing it, or embarking on a new level of argumentation? Part 1, Commodities and Money. Chapter 1, The Commodity, 125-77. 1. The 2 factors of the commodity, use value and value, substance of value, magnitude of value, 125-131. The distinction between use value and value does not come from Marx. It is found in Adam Smith and long before that in Aristotle, 384–322 BCE. However, Marx was the first to not only take up this distinction but to examine it in depth. A. Introductory paragraph, Wealth and the Commodity, Definition and Analysis, 125. The wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities. The individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation therefore begins with the analysis of the commodity. 125. Many readers will not want to dwell over this paragraph, because everything seems clear. Such readers often believe that Marx says that wealth in capitalist society is a collection of commodities, and he therefore wishes to begin by analyzing the commodity. However, things aren't so simple. First, the passage begins with an assertion, wealth is a collection of commodities, that is questionable. In our everyday experience, the people considered rich are mainly those possessing a great deal of money, and money is usually not considered part of the collection of commodities. Hence, it is an open question whether Marx and his conception of wealth are the same as the everyday one. One should pay close attention to Marx's word choice. In my brief rendering of what many readers believe is the content of his first paragraph, I wrote that wealth is a collection of commodities, but Marx actually writes that it appears as a collection of commodities. What is the difference between is and appears as? The verb is expresses a classification. A lion is an animal means that there might be animals that are not lions, but lions are always animals, and not, for example, plants. To appear as, erscheinen als, is usually used in the sense of to take the appearance of or to manifest itself as. It suggests the possibility of appearing in another way. If wealth is not a collection of commodities, but rather appears as a collection of commodities, that points to the possibility of wealth appearing as something else. However, it does not mean that the appearance is deceptive. To speak about a possible deception, one does not use appear, erscheinen, but rather seem, schenen. When one says, this coin seems to be made of gold, it leaves open the possibility that the coin only looks like gold, but isn't really. In writing that wealth appears as a collection of commodities, Marx is pointing to the possibility that wealth could appear as something else. Let's take another look at the first sentence. Marx emphasizes that his claim refers to societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails. In such a society, but not in every society, wealth appears as a collection of commodities. It's obvious that Marx is distinguishing between societies where the capitalist mode of production plays only a subordinate role, or doesn't exist at all, and societies where other modes of production may exist, but the capitalist one prevails. He refers to such a society both as bourgeois society, as in the preface, and as capitalist society, see pages 103, 134, 667, 875. Only in regard to capitalist society does Marx claim that wealth appears as a collection of commodities. In other modes of production, there may be commodities, goods that are exchanged, but wealth, Marx implicitly claims, does not appear there as a collection of commodities. Marx thus implies that the wealth of societies where other modes of production prevail will assume different forms, but wealth appears in capitalist societies in the commodity form. Addendum: in the first sentence of Capital, there is an implicit critique of Adam Smith's main economic work, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, published in 1776. Smith conceives the wealth of nations as a product of labor, regardless of the social formation. He thus begins his investigation with the division of labor. By conceiving wealth independently of society, Smith can more easily characterize capitalist relations as natural. By contrast, Marx maintains that wealth takes on a specific form in societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails. His presentation does not begin with something like labor or the division of labor that is, really or seemingly, independent of the form of society. Instead, he proceeds from a specific form of wealth. Wealth is a collection of commodities. That does not preclude wealth appearing in other forms in capitalist society. However, the form of wealth that is typical here, and only here, is the commodity form. A final issue to consider: Marx speaks of societies, plural, in which the capitalist mode of production, singular, prevails. Evidently, Marx maintains that there is only one capitalist mode of production that, according to the preface, is the object of his inquiry. Still, he holds that there are different kinds of societies in which that mode of production prevails. It follows that his analysis of the capitalist mode of production does not address all social relations. The word therefore in the second sentence in the opening paragraph suggests that Marx's decision to begin his analysis with the commodity follows from what precedes, his observation that wealth in capitalist societies appears as a collection of commodities and the commodity is its elementary form. However, this second sentence at best expresses a motivation, not a strict justification, for beginning with the commodity. For even if the first sentence is valid, it doesn't explain why we should begin with the commodity and not, for example, with money. Basically, the first paragraph states that Marx begins his analysis with the commodity, and that he believes he has good reasons to do so. Only later in his account will we be able to see how good these reasons actually are. A frequently quoted observation from the postface to the second edition addresses this problem, which pertains to every scientific account, not just Marx's. Of course, the method of presentation must differ in form from that of inquiry. The latter has to appropriate the material in detail, to analyze its different forms of development and to track down their interconnection. Only after this work has been done can the real movement be appropriately presented. If this is done successfully, if the life of the subject matter is now reflected back in the ideas, then it may appear as if we have before us an a priori construction. 102. Any scientific account of a material reality presupposes the author's having acquired knowledge of it through a previous research process, allowing him to discover the material's internal connections. However, the readers still have to acquire this knowledge. This means that when the author begins presenting his knowledge employing concepts that are supposed to express the inner connections of his material, he has far more knowledge than the reader. The author cannot immediately share all the information he has acquired with the reader. Based on his prior knowledge, the author has to make certain decisions, such as where to begin and how to structure his presentation, that might initially appear arbitrary to the reader. For this reason, he might seem to be offering a construction that is a priori, prior to experience. Only to the extent that the readers have grasped the object can they later on verify whether the presentation was adequate. The last sentence of the first paragraph, our investigation therefore begins with the analysis of the commodity, shows that Marx does not aim to define the commodity, but rather to analyze it. Marx is not simply defining what he understands by the term commodity. Rather, he takes the commodity as an object given in experience and analyzes it. That is to say, Marx dissects it, tracking down its particular features. He then develops concepts or categories, see point C of the commentary on the preface, that express those features. Furthermore, the first paragraph reveals something else. The commodity with which Marx begins his analysis is the commodity in capitalism. Exchange, commodities, and money exist in diverse modes of production, for example, in antiquity's mode of production based on slavery and in medieval feudalism. However, Marx is not dealing with the commodity as something universal, existing in various modes of production, but rather as the elementary form of wealth where the capitalist mode of production prevails. Nevertheless, he has not yet explicitly spoken of capital. According to the table of contents, it is only in Chapter 4 that capital itself becomes an object of inquiry. This shows that Marx initially analyzes the commodity produced in a capitalist economy but an abstraction from capital. This means that we are not yet dealing with the process of commodity production under capitalism or the sale of commodities as part of capital's circulation process, buying and selling as determined by capital. Hence, the power of abstraction that Marx speaks of early in the preface, 90, emerges right at the beginning of his account. B. Use value, last paragraph 125 to penultimate paragraph 126. The commodity is, first of all, an external object, a thing which through its qualities satisfies human needs of whatever kind. 125. Not everything that satisfies a human need is a commodity. But for something to be a commodity, it must satisfy some kind of need. This satisfaction of needs is now clarified in two respects. First, the nature of these needs, whether they arise, for example, from the stomach, or the imagination, makes no difference. 125. That means that the type of need has no bearing on utility. If I assume that a certain rock protects me from evil spirits, then the rock is useful to me. Marx does not distinguish between true and false needs. The second clarification refers to the way of satisfying needs. Nor does it matter here how the thing satisfies man's need, whether directly as a means of subsistence, i.e. an object of consumption, or indirectly as a means of production. 125. In the paragraph that follows, Marx claims that useful things differ in terms of quality and quantity, and that it's the work of history to discover the uses of things. That means that their utility is not simply a given. In order to conceive something as useful, we must on the one hand have the corresponding need, both consumption and production generate needs, and, on the other hand, we have to be aware of the thing's properties. Needs of consumption and production, as well as our knowledge of things, develop historically. The next paragraph introduces the concept of use value. The usefulness of a thing makes it a use value. 126. What has been stated about the usefulness of a thing, that it is both independent of the type of need and the way of satisfying it, also applies to use value. Additionally, Marx identifies 4 further determinations of use value. First, usefulness, as Marx says, does not dangle in mid-air but is rather conditioned by the physical properties of the commodity. He thus concludes: it is therefore the physical body of the commodity itself, for instance iron, corn, a diamond, which is the use value or useful thing. 126. Second, use value does not depend upon whether the appropriation of the thing's useful properties requires a lot or a little human labor. Third, use values are quantitatively defined. A use value is not simply wheat, which is a certain genus of use value, but it could be 10 kilograms of wheat, for example. Fourth, Marx maintains use values are only realized verwirklicht in use or in consumption. 126. We may add, the use of a thing always involves its faster or slower consumption. Finally, the concept of exchange value shows up in this paragraph. They constitute the material content of wealth, whatever its social form may be. In the form of society to be considered here, they are also the material bearer's trigger of exchange value. 126. These 2 sentences contain a lot of implicit information. First, Marx no longer speaks about wealth indiscriminately here, as in the chapter's first sentence, but rather distinguishes the material content of wealth from its social form. The material content of wealth in all societies consists of use values, useful things. By contrast, the social form of wealth in capitalist societies, and now we can understand the opening of capital as the commodity form. The use value dimension of wealth is independent of its social form, insofar as that social form is not visible in the object itself. That is, one cannot see or taste whether wheat is a capitalistically produced commodity sold on the market or the tribute a serf pays to his lord. Despite this, the social form of production does influence the type and extent of use values produced. It is the work of history to discover ways of using things, and the material content of what is produced is by no means unaffected by society. Nonetheless, material content and social form must be carefully distinguished in our analysis. A thing is a use value based on its material properties, but it is not exchange value in the same way. It is not simply exchange value but rather, as Marx emphasizes, the bearer of exchange value and only within specific social relations. A diamond always has its hardness, but it only possesses exchange value in a society where exchange occurs. Since use values constitute the material content of every form of wealth, we don't learn anything about the specific form under examination here, the commodity form, if we look only at the commodity's use value. Hence, we must now examine exchange value. Incidentally, the second sentence quoted above makes clear that when Marx examines exchange value, he is concerned neither with the commodity in general nor with the commodity in a pre-capitalist society. Rather, he is dealing with the commodity in the form of society to be considered here, that is to say, capitalist society. See, exchange value, analysis and construction, last paragraph 126 to penultimate paragraph 127. Marx now analyzes exchange value based on the exchange relation of one commodity to various other commodities. At this point, we might well be puzzled. The introductory paragraph indicated that Marx wishes to analyze the commodity in capitalism. But in capitalism, 2 commodities are not usually directly exchanged for each other. Rather, a commodity is sold for money and with this money another commodity may be purchased. The direct exchange of one product for another, without the mediation of money, is the exception, not the rule. And even in pre-capitalist societies, to the degree that exchange is a frequent occurrence, money is involved. So what is Marx considering? Clearly, it cannot be a phenomenon typical of capitalism. At this point, Marx cannot simply argue that the commodity has use value on the one hand, and is exchanged for money on the other, since money has not yet been introduced as a category. We may have an everyday understanding of money, but we do not yet have a scientific concept. This means that Marx is analyzing a capitalistically produced commodity, which is normally exchanged for money, but he is doing so initially not only in abstraction from capital but also in abstraction from money. For that reason, Marx does not yet mention prices. The relation between the money price that we are familiar with in everyday life and exchange value still has to be explained. Once again, we see the power of abstraction, mentioned in the preface, operating here. The object of inquiry, the commodity, is not simply drawn from experience. Instead, it is constructed, by means of abstraction, from what is empirically given. Point 3. Why is such a construction necessary? Economic relations mutually depend on each other. Under capitalist conditions, we encounter commodities that are exchanged for money, money that buys commodities, capital that buys means of production as commodities and produces commodities, and so on. If our account is to begin with one of these relations, that relation must be extracted from its embeddedness in all the other relations. In doing so, one necessarily abstracts from a great many determinations that the relation normally involves. Later in our account, we must incorporate further determinations, and the relations initially abstracted from must be brought into play. The examination of exchange value and the commodity does not end in the first pages of Capital. Using abstraction to construct a new object, here, a commodity that is not determined by price, is a necessary step to begin the presentation. However, with every abstraction, we must ask whether precisely this abstraction is justified. What justifies making an exchange relation like a quarter of wheat for X boot Polish, an exchange that normally doesn't occur in capitalist society, the starting point for the analysis of exchange value? In exchange mediated by money, the quarter of wheat is first sold for a certain amount of money, then, with this money, X boot Polish could be purchased. What Marx considers is not just any abstraction, but rather the overall result of exchange mediated by money. Whether this point of departure is adequate will be demonstrated later in his argument. Exchange value appears erscheint first of all as the quantitative relation, the proportion, in which use values of one kind exchange for use values of another kind. This relation changes constantly with time and place. Hence exchange value appears to more correctly, seems to, schein't be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value, i.e. an exchange value that is inseparably connected with the commodity, inherent in it, seems a contradiction in terms. 126. Here, we must pay exact attention to the wording. Whereas in the first sentence Marx uses the verb erscheinen, appears, in the third sentence he uses scheinen, seems. Exchange value appears first of all, means that this is only a first appreciation of exchange value, the topic of exchange value is thus not yet settled. What do we see at first glance? The exchange value of a commodity is precisely what one receives for it in exchange. If a quarter of wheat exchanges for X boot Polish, then X boot Polish is the exchange value of a quarter of wheat. Just before, on page 126, Marx wrote that in the form of society to be considered here, use values are the material bearers of exchange value. Now we can specify how, they are the bearers not of their own exchange value, but of another commodity's exchange value. In our example, the use value X boot Polish is the material bearer of the exchange value of a quarter of wheat. Therefore, a commodity has many different exchange values, as many as the various other commodities it is exchanged for. Furthermore, quantitative exchange relations vary with place and time. That's why exchange value seems to be something accidental and purely relative, and why the idea that an exchange value could be intrinsic to a commodity seems to be a contradiction in terms. If exchange value were really something external and accidental, then it would be a contradiction to apply the adjective intrinsic to it. When Marx says that exchange value seems, schijnt, to be accidental and arbitrary, he is not talking about something we simply see at first glance. Instead, he is referring to an apparent or obvious conclusion which could, however, also be wrong. By using the verb schijnen, Marx distances himself from the conclusion. In the next paragraph, Marx tries to make clear that this apparent conclusion is in fact wrong. He considers the many different, and, one would have to add, simultaneous, exchange values of a quarter of wheat, X boot Polish, Y silk, Z gold, and so on. Marx concludes that the quarter of wheat's different exchange values must be mutually replaceable or of identical magnitude. 127. What does this sentence mean? The two phrases are connected by an or, and the or is clearly not meant in an exclusive sense, that is, either one or the other, but rather in the inclusive sense, that is, the two statements are virtually equivalent. Is this true? It makes sense to say that the exchange values are mutually replaceable. Y silk can replace X boot Polish as the exchange value of a quarter of wheat, since Y silk is also the exchange value of a quarter of wheat. However, what does their being of identical magnitude mean? X boot Polish and Y silk are both exchange values of a quarter of wheat. But now they are also supposed to be exchange values of identical magnitude. That is to say, Y silk is supposed to be the exchange value of X boot Polish, and X boot Polish is supposed to be the exchange value of Y silk. Even though the text does not explain why, it maintains that if a quarter of wheat exchanges for X boot Polish and for Y silk, then X boot Polish must also exchange for Y silk, and not, for example, 2 Y silk. Why should this hold? When there are merely random and rare acts of exchange, it could indeed be the case that a quarter of wheat exchanges for X boot Polish or Y silk, but that X boot Polish exchanges for more than Y silk. However, if exchange is the prevailing form of economic intercourse, which is the case in capitalism, then such a situation would immediately lead to profits being made through a clever sequence of exchanges. Y silk exchanges for a quarter of wheat exchanges for X boot Polish, and X boot Polish exchanges for more than Y silk. Through nothing more than this clever chain of exchanges, Y silk would have transformed itself into more than Y silk. The momentary existence of this kind of exchange relation cannot be excluded from the get-go. Nevertheless, if this kind of exchange relation were to exist permanently, it could only be explained by special social structures, power relations, structural information deficits, or the like. In the absence of such social structures, then, it's hard to see why people engaged in exchange would not always choose the favorable chain of exchanges and avoid the unfavorable ones, which would lead, however, to the favorable chain of exchange no longer existing, since nobody would be willing to opt for the unfavorable one. In reality, such structures might sometimes exist. However, we're at the beginning of the analysis and are considering the capitalist mode of production's most general character. The products of this mode of production have the form of commodities and exchange mediates social reproduction, but special circumstances that might foster the unequal exchanges described above are not part of the picture. That's why the statement that a commodity's various exchange values are of identical magnitude makes sense. Modern economists don't themselves question the claim that, barring special circumstances, individual acts of exchange must fulfill the condition described. If A can be exchanged for B or C, then B must also be exchangeable with C. Formal mathematical techniques are usually applied here to demonstrate that the exchange fulfills the conditions of a so-called equivalence relation. As we shall soon see, Marx goes a step further, in that he seeks something that in a certain respect is behind the relation of equivalence. For now, he draws two conclusions from the statement that the exchange values of the same commodity are of identical magnitude. The valid exchange values of a particular commodity express something equal. And exchange value cannot be anything other than the mode of expression, the form of appearance, of a content distinguishable from it. 127. The bearers of a commodity's various exchange values are, in the first place, certain use values, which as use values are qualitatively different. As valid exchange values of the same commodity, they are also exchange values for each other and to that extent also express something equal, namely something with regard to which they are of equal magnitude. In some sense, a quarter of wheat, X boot Polish, and Y silk are all expressions of something equal, which is Marx's first conclusion. Since the individual exchange values, with their diverse material content, are qualitatively different use values, X boot Polish is something completely different from Y silk, but all express the same thing. Marx concludes that exchange value, that is, the quantity of a use value that exchanges for a particular commodity, cannot be anything other than the mode of expression or form of appearance of a content distinguishable from it. Marx's second conclusion. Exchange value is thus no longer merely the quantitative relation in which use values of one kind are exchanged for use values of another kind, which is how exchange value first of all appeared, 126. Now exchange value is characterized as the form of appearance of a content that is as yet unknown to us. Marx's mention of a form of appearance points to a difference. We now have a content that is not immediately visible but rather expressed in something else. This something else thus becomes that content's form of appearance. Form of appearance and content are not identical, but they don't just exist alongside each other coincidentally. In what follows in Capital, we have to pay attention not only to how this content is characterized, but also to why it requires a form of appearance that differs from it. The third subsection of Chapter 1 provides the answer. Our speaking of content and form of appearance might remind readers who are versed in philosophy of the distinction between essence and appearance that plays such an important role in Hegel's philosophy. But neither here nor in the whole first chapter does Marx speak of essence. It looks like, at least in this context, he consciously wishes to avoid such philosophical baggage. However, many interpreters introduce just that into the text. Not infrequently, Marx uses the terms essence, Wesen, and essential/essentially, wesentlich, in a common and colloquial sense to refer to what is important or fundamental to a thing, but he sometimes uses them in a more specific sense. The relevant meaning should be elucidated based on context, and not by imposing a ready-made scheme on Marx's text. In the first volume of Capital in particular, Marx, unlike many of his interpreters, is very sparing in his use of the word essence. Wesen. The term shows up for the first time on page 359 of Mu volume 23, page 458 of the Penguin Classics translation, where Wesen is translated as nature transaction. In the next paragraph, Marx tries to demonstrate the same thing, that is, there is a content that is not immediately visible, using a single exchange equation, 1/4 of corn equals XCWT of iron. Here two use values are equated through exchange. If this equation is not merely coincidental but has a real significance, as is indeed the case in a society based upon exchange, then both things equated as exchange values must have a qualitatively common element. They must have a quality in common that makes them comparable in the first place, and they must both possess the same quantity of this common element for one to be able to speak of equality. This means that 1/4 of corn and XCWT of iron must somehow be equal to a third thing, which is neither corn nor iron. This third thing is the content that the previous paragraph refers to. Addendum: in the first edition of Capital, Marx refers to the common third thing as value in the example 1/4 of corn exchanges for XCWT of iron, because they both have the same value. Hence, we can conclude that value is the content that is merely expressed by exchange value and that exchange value is the form of appearance of value. However, for now value is no more than a name. We don't know anything yet about value or the common element, the third thing. It still has to be explained. D. Value and substance of value, final paragraph 127 to last paragraph 128. Marx now carries out a more detailed characterization of this common element, or value, and does so in 3 steps. First, he excludes all the natural properties of commodities from being candidates for this common element, 127f. Then he states that only one property remains, that of being products of labor, 128. Finally, he presents labor, or more exactly human labor in the abstract, as the substance of value. 128. Objections have been raised against all three steps in the argument. We will carefully examine Marx's arguments, which occupy less than 3 pages. First step of the argument: the common element of the commodities is not a natural property. This common element cannot be a geometrical, physical, chemical, or other natural property of commodities. 127. Why can't the common element in question be some natural property of the commodities? Marx's answer is that such natural properties only come into consideration to the extent that we are dealing with use values. But the exchange relation of commodities is characterized precisely by its abstraction from their use values. 127. How do we know that, in the exchange relation, an abstraction is made from the use values of commodities? Marx's answer is that every use value, boot polish, silk, etc., can be exchanged with another use value, for example, a quarter of wheat, provided only that it is present in the appropriate quantity. 127. Since every use value is replaceable in the exchange relation, so Marx argues no property of a specific use value could matter. He then summarizes: as use values, commodities differ above all in quality, while as exchange values they can only differ in quantity, and therefore do not contain an atom of use value. 128. After dealing with the objections to this argument, we will return to Marx's account in Capital. But first we will briefly look at one issue. Marx attempts to ascertain what commodities have in common, their value. In doing so, he does not consider the production process of a single commodity, but rather the exchange relation of two commodities. Therefore, only based on the exchange relation can Marx say that there is an abstraction from the use value of the commodity, and then go on to draw further conclusions. This is important because of the long debate about whether the value of commodities is already established in production, or if it requires the unity of production and circulation. See Chapter 3.4 of my introduction to the 3 volumes of Capital, 52 ff. Here one must not only pay attention to what Marx says about value, but also on what basis he makes the statements. There are 2 main arguments used to criticize Marx's rejection of use value as a candidate for the common element we are seeking. First objection. One argument is that it makes no sense to abstract from use value, since commodity owners only exchange commodities having use values they don't need, in return for use values they desire but don't possess. To that extent, it is nothing other than use value that drives exchange. What is said here about commodity owners and their thought processes is quite correct, but Marx is dealing with a different problem. Up to now in the text of Capital, Marx has not written of commodity owners and their notions and motives for exchange, but merely of commodities, which confront each other in an exchange relation. At this stage, Marx is obviously abstracting from commodity owners and their intentions. One could wonder whether this way of proceeding is correct. If we look at an isolated exchange of water and diamonds between 2 travelers who encounter each other by chance in a desert, the exchange relation will be determined by whether one of the 2 is dying of thirst. Here, abstracting from the commodity owners would not be justified. However, as Marx makes clear as early as the first chapter's initial paragraph, he wishes to examine the commodity as the form of wealth in societies where the capitalist mode of production prevails. Here, exchange does not occur coincidentally, but rather as the predominant form of economic intercourse. Among other things, this means that individual commodity owners usually face pre-existing quantitative exchange relations that are completely independent of how they, as individuals, evaluate the usefulness of commodities. Under capitalist conditions, exchange relations have an objective character, which makes it possible for Marx to proceed by first abstracting from commodity owners and their relation to use values. Addendum: only in Chapter 2, the process of exchange, do commodity owners enter the picture. There Marx treats the relation of commodity owners to the use values of their own and others' commodities. See point C in the commentary on that chapter. Second objection. Marx seeks the common element of exchanged commodities. It is clear that the element cannot be a particular property of a use value, since exchange relations among commodities do not depend on particular use values. Every use value is replaceable. However, it must in general be use values that are exchanged. Common to the exchanged goods is, therefore, their existence as use values, as useful things. The objection against Marx's reasoning is then that he mistakes the abstraction from the particular modalities of a circumstance that occurs in exchange with an abstraction from the circumstance itself. That the particularities of the use values are not relevant does not mean that their existence as use values is not relevant at all. Point 4. Marx is aware that, as far as things being exchanged are concerned, their existence as use values is a precondition for their being exchanged. His analysis in fact began by stating that every commodity is a use value. The question, however, is whether this general precondition is sufficient to determine value. Most of the time, general preconditions don't say anything about a specific case. An example can make this clear. Every human society consists of people who live in it. In order to live, people must breathe. Breathing is therefore the precondition of every society. However, one won't discover anything about a particular society or its functioning by dealing with human breathing. Neoclassical economics, which emerged in the last third of the 19th century, followed the very path laid out in this objection, by considering exchange based on the utility or marginal utility of goods, that is, the increased utility brought by an additional unit of a good. Baumgartner, mentioned in footnote 4, was a representative of this school. However, since utility and marginal utility are purely subjective appraisals, neoclassical economists make individual commodity owners and their motivations into a self-evident point of departure for their reflections and no longer probe any deeper. Here, we can draw an important conclusion. Because Marx's analysis initially abstracts from commodity owners, he is obviously operating initially on the level of social structure, which is always upstream from individuals and their actions, and must therefore be analyzed without reference to people's actions. Only the existence of such a level justifies Marx's statement in the preface about people as personifications of economic categories, 92. The fact that use value is not a candidate for the common element we are seeking is not simply a result of Marx's close examination of a single exchange equation. Rather, his exclusion of use value reflects a specific strategy for analyzing the exchange equation, whether we prioritize the motives of those acting, as in classical political economy and neoclassical economics, or whether we initially examine the forms that condition such activity and shape people's motives. Point 5. At this point in the text, we can only confirm that Marx is following the latter strategy. Later on we will be able to judge whether he is justified in doing so. Second step of the argument, only the property of being a product of labor remains. If then we disregard the use value of commodities, only one property remains, that of being products of labor. 128. This sentence is problematic. People also exchange goods that aren't products of labor, such as virgin land. Very casually, Marx restricts the world of commodities to products of labor, but this is hardly self-evident. Addendum: Marx wishes to initially analyze the value of commodities that are products of labor and then use it as a basis to examine the commodity form of goods that aren't products of labor. For example, the third volume of Capital deals with the price of virgin land in the section on ground rent. Strictly speaking, we cannot judge whether this way of structuring the book's argument is successful until we actually get to Marx's treatment of the commodity form of non-produced goods. However, one could criticize Marx for not explicitly pointing this out at the beginning of Capital. By contrast, in the contribution to the critique of political economy, Marx points out that he still must explain the exchange value of commodities that do not contain labor, MECW 29, 302. Third step of the argument, the substance of value is abstract human labor. Even if the common element of commodities consists in their being products of labor, they are nevertheless products of very different concrete acts of labor. A table is the product of carpentry, bread is the product of baking, etc. In exchange, abstraction is made from their use value. This abstracting from use value also has consequences for the labor that produces the commodities. With the disappearance of the useful character of the products of labor, the useful character of the kinds of labor embodied in them also disappears. This in turn entails the disappearance of the different concrete forms of labor. They can no longer be distinguished, but are altogether reduced to the same kind of labor, human labor in the abstract. 128. First mentioned here, this human labor in the abstract is distinct from any concrete useful labor. It has nothing to do with a specific type of labor expenditure, which is different from other types of labor expenditure. Marx speaks of abstract human labor, because a specific reduction occurs when things are equalized in exchange. The diverse useful types of labor are reduced to the same kind of labor. Nowhere does Marx claim that this reduction, which leads to abstract human labor, is consciously undertaken by commodity owners. As noted above, Marx is not yet concerned with commodity owners, but only with the exchange relations among commodities. His focus is therefore upon a reduction, an abstraction, that actually occurs in the exchange relation, without the knowledge of those participating in exchange, and which only scientific analysis can make visible. 6. Let us now look at the residue of the products of labor. There is nothing left of them in each case but the same phantom-like objectivity Gespenstige Gegenstandlichkeit. They are merely congealed quantities Gallert of homogeneous human labor, i.e. of human labor power expended without regard to the form of its expenditure. 128. Marx describes what remains of the products of labor after abstracting from their use value, the residue, as a phantom-like objectivity Gespenstige Gegenstandlichkeit, better translated as spectral objectivity transaction. At first glance, one might overlook such an expression or see it as merely a stylistic idiosyncrasy. Taking Marx's text seriously, however, means that we should ask about the significance of such an expression. Even after abstracting from their properties as use value, labor products still represent something objective, Gegenstandliches. However, this objectivity can no longer be grasped by the senses. If we associate it with weight, color, form, or any other quality, we always come back to use value, but we've just abstracted from use value. Thus, the objectivity is present but is as intangible as a ghost, hence it is a spectral objectivity. The remainder of the sentence, in which this residue is described as merely congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, points in a similar direction. Something coagulate or jelly-like, Gallert, is objective, but one cannot grasp it. But what is this spectral objectivity, this coagulate? Marx is seeking the common element in commodities that are exchanged. In exchange there occurs an abstraction from all characteristics related to use value, only a spectral objectivity remains. Marx concludes that this is the common element, usually referred to as value. The spectral objectivity is nothing other than the value objectivity of commodities, as distinct from their objectivity as use values. All these things now tell us is that human labor power has been expended to produce them, human labor is accumulated in them. As crystals of this social substance, which is common to them all als Kristall dieser Innengemeinschaftlichen Gesellschaftlichen Substanz, they are values commodity values Waren Wert. 128. Marx's first reference to labor power occurs in the penultimate paragraph on page 128, not only in the passage just quoted, but also in the preceding sentence. Labor power is literally the power to work, but it does not only refer to physical power. Labor power means the ability or capacity to work. The expenditure of labor power that Marx refers to here is the application of that ability, labor itself. This labor creates the product. For that reason, one could say that labor is accumulated in products. Labor may be something dynamic and procedural, but it comes to a standstill in the finished product, fluid labor has congealed in it. That's why Marx speaks of crystals in the next sentence, commodities, as crystallizations of this substance, labor, are values. What Marx explains here in an abbreviated way is frequently summarized by saying that labor is the substance of value. This statement is seen as an abridged version of Marx's theory of value. However, one must pay close attention to how Marx uses the terms labor and substance. Which labor is the substance of value? Marx by no means speaks of labor, always and everywhere, as the substance of value. Rather, he speaks of equal human labor or abstract human labor as value's substance. But abstract human labor is not simply a matter of, for example, a carpenter making a table or a tailor fashioning a coat. We first obtain this abstract human labor as a result of a process of abstraction, that is, when abstraction takes place in the exchange relation from the use values of the products exchanged, and thus from the useful character of the different labor activities. This implies that abstract labor only exists in a specific social context, not in every society. Abstract human labor expresses a purely social determination of labor, only found in societies based on exchange. In what sense does Marx speak of substance? The concept of substance is a loaded one in the history of philosophy. Aristotle uses the term to describe what is essential or permanent in a thing, in contrast to its purely coincidental, changeable characteristics. Substance is, as it were, the inside of something, the bearer of its properties. Marx, however, speaks of a social substance, which is common to them all, Gemeinschaftliche gesellschaftliche Substanz. It is firstly a social substance, secondly it is common to the goods exchanged. What is meant here by social and common needs to be examined more closely. The substance in question is abstract human labor, thus something purely socially determined. In that sense, one could say this substance is itself a social substance. It does not express any natural qualities, but rather a specific social relationship. Addendum: Marx had already spoken of value at this point in Capital's first edition. Before dealing with the substance of value, he stated concisely: commodities as objects of use or goods are corporeally different things. Their reality as values forms, on the other hand, their unity. This unity does not arise out of nature but out of society. Dragstedt 1976, 9. Since value's existence is something social, the substance of value must also be something social. Marx also emphasizes that commodities have this social substance in common, gemeinschaftlich. This statement is linguistically ambivalent. Does in common mean that each of the exchanged products contains this substance by itself and are each thus objects of value in their own right? In that case, if we place them beside each other, we can say they have something in common in the sense that, if two people individually own cars, then they have car ownership in common. Or does in common here mean that the two products only collectively share the substance through their relationship with each other, just as two people can own a car together without each owning a car individually? Addendum: in Capital's first edition, Marx wrote, the common social substance which merely manifests itself differently in different use values, is labor. Dragstedt 1976, 9. It sounds very similar to the sentence of the second edition, page 128, quoted above. However, what Dragstedt and Fuchs both translated as common are two different German words. In the first edition, Marx used gemeinsam, common, whereas in the second he changed it to gemeinschaftlich, in community. The latter is derived from Gemeinschaft, community. In fact, the sentence on page 128 would be better translated as crystals of this social substance, which they all hold in community. That Marx changed from gemeinsam to gemeinschaftlich is a strong hint that he had in mind the second meaning mentioned above. Let's summarize Marx's argument. It starts with the exchange relation between two commodities, then turns to the process of abstraction from their use values that occurs in exchange, and as part of this abstraction the reduction of the various types of useful labor to equal human labor or abstract human labor. Abstract human labor, as the substance of commodities' value, does not emerge on the basis of the individual commodity but is based on the exchange relation between commodities. If we consider only a single product and thus only one kind of labor expenditure, we cannot speak of equal human labor, for equality refers to something common to the various types of useful labor. This suggests that the commonality of the substance of value should be understood in the second sense mentioned above. Abstract human labor is not an individual product's substance of value. Only when products stand in a certain relationship to each other, namely in the exchange relation, are they commodities and objects of value. In that relation, abstract human labor is their common substance. Whenever we speak about an individual commodity in what follows, what is meant is a commodity in the exchange relation with another commodity and not a commodity outside or before the exchange relation. Addendum: Marxists hotly debate whether individual producers create value in production, independent of exchange 7, or whether value only exists as a result of the reduction that occurs in the exchange of labor products, that is, as a result of production and exchange. Our arguments so far support the second interpretation. In a manuscript written in 1871-72 as preparation for the second edition of Capital, Marx explicitly addresses this point. He says this about products being exchanged. Neither is in and of itself value objectivity Werkgegenstandlichkeit, they are this only insofar as that this objectivity is held in common by them. Outside of their relationship with each other, the relationship in which they count as equal, neither coat nor linen possess value objectivity or objectivity as congelations of human labor per se. Mega 2/6, 30. When Marx speaks here of common value objectivity, his use of the term coincides exactly with the second sense of common mentioned above. On this manuscript, see Appendix 4. This concludes Marx's three-step argument that aims to ascertain the common element of commodities. In the next paragraph, last one on page 128, Marx briefly recapitulates his presentation up to now, highlighting three terms containing the word value: use value, exchange value as something independent from it, and value as the common element in commodities that presents itself in the exchange relation, or in the exchange value of the commodity, this the content or third thing mentioned on page 127. Marx asserts that the progress of the investigation will lead us back to exchange value as the necessary mode of expression, or form of appearance, of value. For now, however, value must be considered independently of its form of appearance. 128. It's important to note the difference between exchange value and value. The exchange value of a commodity, for example, a quarter of wheat, is the quantity of use values that is obtained by exchanging it, for example, XCWT iron. By contrast, the value of a commodity is that spectral objectivity possessed by the commodity, in exchange, as an embodiment of abstract human labor. Exchange value is the form of appearance or mode of expression of this value in being equated with XCWT iron. The value of a quarter of wheat becomes visible. That exchange value is the form of appearance of value does not mean that it's less important than value, which, by the way, is also true of the other forms of appearance mentioned in Capital. Exchange value is in fact so important that Marx devotes the entire third section of Chapter 1 to it. Magnitude of value and productivity, first paragraph 128 to first paragraph 131. Marx's account so far has presupposed that value has a quantitative determination. 1/4 of corn equals XCWT iron signifies that a common element of identical magnitude exists in the two things. 127. However, this quantitative character has not yet been explained. So far Marx's account has dealt only with value's form of appearance, exchange value, and substance, abstract human labor. The magnitude of value must therefore be examined. A use value, or useful article, therefore, has value only because abstract human labor is objectified Werkgegenstandlicht or materialized in it. How, then, is the magnitude of this value to be measured? By means of the quantity of the value-forming substance Wertbildende Substance, the labor, contained in the article. This quantity is measured by its duration, and the labor time is itself measured on the particular scale of hours, days etc. 129f. It seems straightforward to trace the magnitude of value back to a quantity of labor substance. That is because, if labor is the substance of value, then the magnitude of value must depend upon the quantity of labor, and the quantity of labor is measured by a duration of time. However, things aren't so simple. The substance of value is not simply labor, but rather abstract human labor, as Marx's first sentence in this paragraph emphasizes again. Yet we don't know how abstract human labor should be measured. A clock is only good at measuring the time a specific individual uses to perform a specific act of useful labor. Carpenter X requires 2 hours of labor today to manufacture a normal kitchen table. So we can certainly measure a quantity of individually expended, concrete useful labor. However, what does this measurement imply about the quantity of value-creating, abstract human labor involved? Can we conclude that, if the table is exchanged, then the carpenter's 2 hours of concrete labor count as 2 hours of value-creating, abstract human labor? Marx makes clear in the next paragraph that this cannot be automatically assumed. He emphasizes that it is not the labor time actually required by an individual producer that creates value. This is his explanation. However, the labor that forms the substance of value is equal human labor, the expenditure of identical human labor power. The total labor power of society, which is manifested in the values of the world of commodities, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power, although composed of innumerable individual units of labor power. 129. So far value-forming labor equal human labor has been characterized as that which remains of concrete useful labor when one abstracts from its concrete useful character in exchange. That is, Marx has only spoken about 2 distinct acts of useful labor that, by exchanging their products, are reduced to equal human labor. Now, by contrast, he refers to the total labor power of society, albeit qualifying it as something manifested in the values of the world of commodities. Why does Marx now refer to the whole of commodity-producing labor? In section C above, we stressed that exchange is not an isolated phenomenon in the capitalist mode of production, but rather the prevailing form of economic intercourse. We also saw that individual acts of exchange are connected with one another because a commodity's various exchange values are equal in magnitude. In an isolated act of exchange, this wheat, produced by producer A with his individual labor power, stands opposite this silk, produced by producer U with her individual labor power. However, the wheat and silk here are, as commodities, part of the entire world of commodities, and are connected with the entire world of commodities via the entirety of exchange relations. As a commodity, it doesn't matter whether the wheat was produced by farmer A or B, nor does it matter whether the silk as a commodity was made by silk spinner U or V. Furthermore, it is irrelevant whether the wheat as a commodity exchanges for silk or for boot polish. In a capitalist economy, each act of exchange is part of a totality of interconnected exchange acts. Moreover, within this entirety of interconnected exchanges, all useful acts of labor whose products are exchanged are reduced to equal human labor, and the individual differences between labor powers are erased, for example, that one producer is able to produce faster, more powerfully, or more skillfully than another. Marx can therefore say that the total labor power of society, which is manifested in the values of the world of commodities, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power, namely as labor power that expends equal human labor. It is not in every society that the plurality of individual labor powers count as one labor power. Only in commodity-producing societies is that the case, and even there, only to the extent that labor power is expended to produce commodities. Individual labor power expended to produce commodities only counts to the extent that it has the character of a socially average unit of labor power and acts as such. 129. What creates value is therefore not individually required labor time, but rather the labor time that an average labor power needs to produce a commodity. Marx refers to this labor time as socially necessary labor time. Socially necessary labor time is the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. 129. Socially necessary labor time depends, therefore, on 2 factors. The conditions of production normal for a given society, that is, the state of technology, science, and infrastructure considered normal. The average degree of skill and intensity of labor, that is, the normal qualification of labor power and normal intensity of labor. In the paragraph that follows, Marx summarizes his conclusions. What exclusively determines the magnitude of the value of any article is therefore the amount of labor socially necessary, or the labor time socially necessary for its production. The individual commodity counts here only as an average sample of its kind. 129. To the extent that the magnitude of a commodity's value depends upon the quantity of socially necessary labor required to produce it, a point we will return to, Marx concludes. The value of a commodity is related to the value of any other commodity as the labor time necessary for the production of the one is related to the labor time necessary for the production of the other. 130. The last two quotations are often taken to mean that the magnitude of value is already determined in production and therefore prior to exchange. But what determines value is not the individual labor time actually expended in production. It is rather, as Marx writes elsewhere, the socially necessary labor time. Socially necessary labor time is an average magnitude that depends upon normal production conditions. But it is only through market exchange that the normal state of technology and worker qualification can be determined. What is normal depends upon the kinds of producers that actually appear on the market. Spinning yarn by hand is only a normal condition of production if most yarn offered on the market is spun by hand. However, if most yarn on the market is machine spun, then hand spinning is no longer a normal production condition. Socially necessary labor time depends upon the normal or average production conditions, but only in exchange does the average come to exist that determines socially necessary labor time. Therefore, only through the exchange of products can individually expended labor time actually be reduced to value-creating, socially necessary labor time. Addendum: it is the process of competition among individual capitals that imposes socially necessary labor time. However, this process will not be dealt with here, since the category of capital has not yet been developed. Volume 1, Chapter 3, 201 FF, deals with the competition among commodity owners, and Chapter 12 contains a first anticipation of the competition between individual capitals as a process of enforcing socially necessary labor time. However, it is only in the third volume of Capital that Marx treats competition systematically. The question remains, however, whether the reduction to socially necessary labor time serves to fully explain the quantitative determination of value. At this point, two questions always come up. First, what about different types of concrete labor? Is all labor contributing to socially necessary time reduced to equal human labor to the same extent? Does, for example, an hour of unskilled labor devoted to collecting fallen fruit count as the same amount of value-forming abstract human labor as an hour of a goldsmith's highly skilled work? Marx addresses the relation between simple and complex labor later in Chapter 1. Second, doesn't the relation between supply and demand play some role in determining the magnitude of value? I will return to this question below in the comments on the first subsection. Another question should be addressed here. So far, we have only discussed the labor time expended directly in production. Nevertheless, every production process also uses raw materials, intermediate products, and tools. How do they influence the finished product's magnitude of value? Marx first answers this question explicitly in the second subsection of Chapter 7, however, we can already formulate an answer here. What is socially necessary to produce a specific product is not only the labor expended in the final stage of production, for example, the labor of a spinner who spins cotton into yarn on a spindle, but also the socially necessary labor required for the intermediate products, cotton, and the means of production, spindle. In this way, the spun cotton's value is completely incorporated into the yarn's value. The same goes for the spindle's value, to the degree that it wears out. If one spindle is used to create 1,000 pounds of yarn, then 1/1000 th of the value of the spindle is incorporated into a pound of yarn. In the next paragraph, 130-31, Marx observes that the socially necessary labor time which determines the magnitude of a commodity's value varies because of changes over time in both the social conditions of production and the workers' skill levels, their qualification. Labor's productivity or productive power, productive craft, changes, that is, the amount of product that a worker can produce within a certain unit of time. When the production of a certain commodity undergoes changes in productivity, it changes the quantity of labor that is socially necessary for its production and therefore the magnitude of the commodity's value. In effect, if productivity increases, that is, more products can be produced in the same amount of time, then the magnitude of value of an individual commodity decreases, a smaller amount of labor time is required for its production. By contrast, if labor's productivity declines, then the commodity's magnitude of value will increase. In this paragraph, Marx also mentions that diamonds are very rare, which means that finding them requires a great deal of labor time. He expresses doubt that diamonds have ever been sold for their full value. Implicitly, Marx is rejecting the perspective that attributes commodities' value to their rarity. In fact, the rarity of diamonds means that much labor has to be expended to obtain them. Works of art represent a special kind of rarity, a popular question in reading groups at this point. They are unique. Since unique things are not average specimens, it makes no sense to talk here about socially necessary labor time and magnitude of value. Such unique objects are sold for whatever a buyer is willing to pay, and so value theory of any kind is out of place. F. Concluding observation, use value and value, penultimate paragraph 131. The last paragraph contains a summary of Marx's account of use value and value. He begins by stating, a thing can be a use value without being a value. This is the case whenever its utility to man is not mediated through labor. Air, virgin soil, natural meadows, unplanted forests, etc. fall into this category. 131. With the exception of air, all the use values listed here are also sold. They therefore have exchange value, but not value. This is possible because people acquire such goods as private property and sell them. But it remains to be clarified how their exchange value is determined. As already noted in D above, Marx does so in the third volume of Capital. The argument of Chapter 1 continues. A thing can be useful, and a product of human labor, without being a commodity. He who satisfies his own need with the product of his own labor admittedly creates use values, but not commodities. In order to produce the latter, he must not only produce use values, but use values for others, social use values. 131. Not every useful product of human labor is a commodity. In a footnote, Engels points out that a use value is not simply a commodity because it has been produced for others, it must also have been obtained through exchange. If I consume my own product, then this product would be a use value, but not a commodity. The same holds if I produce something that is consumed by somebody else, but they don't obtain it through exchange, whether I gave it as a present or was obliged to cede it to them, for example, a medieval peasant's tribute in kind. The commodity form is always bound to exchange. A product only has value if it is exchanged. Whether a specific expenditure of labor produces value or not, doesn't depend on the labor's content, for example, the meaningfulness or importance the product of the labor has. It is merely a question of whether the product is exchanged or not. Hence, the claim that a certain kind of labor activity, for example, unpaid caring for a sick relative, does not create value, because the product is not sold, does not in any way mean that this labor is unimportant. For a product to be exchanged or sold, it must be a use value for the purchaser. Therefore, Marx concludes the paragraph saying, finally, nothing can be a value without being an object of utility. 131. G. Comments on the first subsection's arguments. The following comments address questions that frequently come up about the argument of this entire subsection. First comment, the commodity character of services. When examining use value at the beginning of the subsection, Marx states that the commodity is first of all, an external object, a thing which through its qualities satisfies human needs of whatever kind. 125. Also, in the concluding final paragraph, the word thing comes up many times. It might appear that Marx considers only tangible things objects like wheat, iron, boot polish, but not services like cutting hair, giving piano lessons, or artists' performances as commodities. However, he does not explicitly exclude services from the realm of commodities. The question of the commodity character of services and how their value is determined is quite relevant. It is common to hear the opinion that the transition from industrial society to service society has completely changed capitalism, making Marx's analysis of value formation obsolete. In the second volume of Capital, 2:134f, Marx deals more extensively with the commodity character of services. However, even with the arguments developed thus far, we can begin to address the issue. The difference between products of labor that are objects and services is a purely material one. A stand-alone product has a certain durability and does not need to be consumed right away, although with considerable differences, since a wardrobe could be in inventory for a year before I use it, whereas a bread roll should be consumed the same day it is baked. A service differs from this only in that the times of production and consumption coincide. A taxi driver produces a change of location that I consume in the moment, the barber produces an improvement of my appearance, the consumption of which begins with the act of production. But the commodity form has nothing to do with the material properties of a thing. Instead, the commodity form is a social property, whose existence depends upon the nature of the social bond. A use value becomes a commodity when it is transmitted to somebody else via exchange. The cake I bake for my guests is not a commodity, any more than the magic trick I perform for them. By contrast, if I sell the cake on the market and perform as a magician there, charging admission, then both are commodities. What is decisive for the commodity form is whether or not the transmission of a thing or service takes place through exchange. A service can therefore be just as much of a commodity as a material product. Selling a service must be distinguished from wage labor. If I employ a worker by paying a wage, then I buy his or her labor power, the ability to work, and use it as I see fit. I can then sell the product that results from this expenditure of labor power. As the customer of a taxi driver, I merely buy a service, a change in location. However, as the boss of a taxi driver, I buy his or her labor power, the ability to work, in this case to drive a car, pay a wage, and sell a change of location to customers. Chapter 6 in Capital deals with the buying and selling of labor power. Second comment, supply and demand. Readers of Capital frequently ask about the relevance of supply and demand. For example, what if a certain product is produced with the average level of skill and conditions of production, but the total amount produced goes beyond the paying demand, that is, supply exceeds demand? Does that have an influence upon the magnitude of value? Marx does not deal explicitly with this problem here. In the final paragraph of this subsection, he emphasizes that it's a precondition of products that assume the commodity form that they be use values for others, social use values. 131. If a thing is useless, then so is the labor contained in it, the labor does not count as labor, and therefore creates no value. 131. Based on this, we can discuss the problem of supply and demand. If a specific product is produced within the socially necessary labor time, but the amount produced exceeds the paying social demand, then part of what has been produced is useless, under the conditions of commodity production, and thus does not represent social use value. The labor used to produce the excess amount is therefore also useless and not value creating. As far as exchange is concerned, this could mean that a part of what is produced is not exchanged, but the rest is exchanged according to its content of socially necessary labor, in terms of the state of technology, organization, and skill. It could also mean that all of what is produced can be sold, but that every individual commodity, which, as emphasized above, only counts as an average example of its type, represents a correspondingly smaller magnitude of value. In this respect, the extent to which the total labor expended in a branch creates value does depend upon demand. Marx develops this thought explicitly in Chapter 3, 2012, see also my introduction, 51f. Third comment, conscious action on the part of those engaged in exchange? In the course of our account so far, it's become clear that Marx is not examining commodity owners and their motivations or actions, but rather the commodity, as the title of Chapter 1 clearly indicates. However, the result we've arrived at, that commodities as values represent nothing other than abstract human labor, raises a couple of questions. Do those engaged in exchange know this? Do they exchange their commodities in certain proportions because they know the amount of labor necessary for their production? In the first subsection of Chapter 1, which we've been dealing with up to now, Marx does not say anything about this problem. In the chapter's fourth subsection, however, he explicitly mentions commodity owners' lack of awareness concerning their own actions, 166f. We will return to this problem below. Fourth comment, labor and appropriation. If we claim that only labor creates value, it raises the question of whether only the worker has the right to appropriate the product created. If we answer this question affirmatively, it might easily lead to condemning capital gain as illegitimate, because the profit is not derived from the capitalist's own labor. Did Marx make such a connection between labor and rightful appropriation? There is no indication of this in the first subsection, which is what we've covered so far. Before Marx, the labor theory of value, as formulated by Adam Smith and David Ricardo, led some people to draw such conclusions. In the 1830s, the left Ricardians argued that if the worker's labor creates all value, then this value should belong to the worker. Ferdinand Lassalle, 1825–1864, likewise demanded the undiminished proceeds of labor, a demand that became popular in the German labor movement of the 1860s. Later in the labor movement, Marx's labor theory of value was often seen as an attempt to prove that capital's profits were unjustified or even a theft of the worker. Conventional economic science's rejection of the labor theory of value in the 19th century has much to do with the consequences that were being drawn from the theory. By proving that not only labor but also capital creates value, conventional economics aimed to legitimate the capitalist's appropriation of profit. Addendum, nevertheless, Marx is not trying to criticize profit as illegitimate. In Chapter 6, he proves that the valorization of capital does not violate the laws of commodity exchange, but actually complies with those laws. And in Chapter 24 of the first volume, under the subsection titled The Inversion which converts the property laws of commodity production in laws of capitalist appropriation, Marx makes an important albeit brief and frequently misunderstood critique of the ideas circulating about the connection between labor and appropriation, see Heinrich 1999, 375 ff. He also explicitly criticized Lassalle's demand for the undiminished proceeds of labor, MECW 24, 84. Additionally, Marx rejects the opinion attributed to him that the surplus value appropriated by the capitalist amounts to robbery of the worker, MECW 24, 535. Marx did not aim to merely critique distribution within capitalist commodity production. Rather he critiqued the capitalist mode of production, with the aim of abolishing it. Fifth comment, a proof of value theory? Marx provides only a brief argument that it is labor that is expressed in value, 128. As a consequence, there has been a great deal of debate about whether Marx provided an adequate proof of the labor theory of value, a term he himself never used. So let's ask whether Marx aspired to formulate such a proof. As indicated in my commentary on the preface, under D, changes in the scientific context must be taken into account. When Marx formulated his theory of value, Smith and Ricardo's labor theory of value was still the prevailing theory. In effect, the thesis that value expresses the labor time needed for a commodity's production was not an extraordinary one in Marx's day. That's why Marx saw no need to provide an extensive proof that labor is the exclusive substance of value. Instead, he emphasized the differences between his theory of value and that of classical political economy. Today, the scientific context is radically different. Neoclassical economics is now the predominant economic theory, and it does not even inquire into the value behind price or about value's substance. Its only interest is in price relationships, which are explained through utility or marginal utility ratios. Neoclassical economics views any kind of labor theory of value as scientifically obsolete, and therefore sorely in need of justification. The search for a proof of the labor theory of value at the beginning of Capital often turns on a misunderstanding of Marx's argumentation. The supposition is that Marx takes an arbitrary, individual pair of objects of exchange, like 1/4 wheat for XCWT iron, and then, on the basis of their exchange, he establishes that what is equated in this process is abstract human labor. It should be clear by now that Marx isn't arguing in this way. Addendum: if Marx were arguing based on the exchange of an individual pair of objects, then he would have to assume that empirically ascertained exchange relations, at least on average, that is, disregarding short-term fluctuations, correspond to the magnitude of value of the commodities exchanged. As he advances in his presentation, Marx emphasizes that this is precisely not the case. In a footnote in Chapter 5, he notes that average prices do not directly coincide with the values of commodities, 269 and 24, see also 329 and 9. But if commodities are by no means exchanged at their values, then one also cannot attempt a proof based on observing empirical acts of exchange. Marx has been examining the commodity in capitalism from the beginning, but he is initially abstracting from capital. Determining average prices, however, presupposes a developed analysis of capital, and doing so first becomes possible in connection with the treatment of profit and average profit. Marx deals with the formation of average prices in the third volume of Capital under the heading Transformation of Commodity Values into Prices of Production. Until then, he argues on the assumption, which he frequently emphasizes is just that exchange relations are determined by the magnitude of value of the commodities, that commodities exchange at their value. Marx doesn't deny that exchanging at value isn't the norm in a capitalist economy. However, he holds that capitalist relations can only be depicted by using value theory as the starting point. Whether this is true can only, in fact, be evaluated at the end of the third volume, after we have followed Marx's overall argument. If Marx does not intend to provide a proof of the labor theory of value in this first subsection, what are his arguments trying to do? He is simply beginning to analyze the commodity and indicating those areas where his theory of value constitutes a critique of classical political economy's labor theory of value. Marx can only hint at these areas of divergence at the beginning of the presentation. Later, however, he will take them up again. Of particular importance are the following: the distinction between material content and social form, which pertains not only to commodities, and was largely ignored by classical political economy. It is not just labor that creates value, but rather abstract human labor. The second subsection of Chapter 1 deals in greater detail with the distinction between concrete, useful labor versus abstract human labor, a distinction not known by political economy. The substance of value is something held in community, Gemeinschaftlich, which commodities only have through exchange. The consequences of this will become clear in the course of the third subsection's analysis of the value form. Marx describes value objectivity, Wertgegenständlichkeit, as phantom-like, gespenstig, better translated as spectral, which is somewhat surprising. What do ghosts have to do with the economy? In the fourth subsection, which deals with the fetish character of the commodity, this will become clearer, as will political economy's bias within this spectral framework. Many introductions and summaries of Marx's Capital assume that this first subsection contains everything essential about value theory. The essential thing is taken to be that labor creates value. But that merely reduces Marx's theory of value to its starting point, the contemporary discourse of classical political economy. Making that assumption leads to completely overlooking the points that constitute a critique of classical political economy, which may be mere hints in the first subsection but are elaborated in later subsections. This critique is not just a question of economic science's technical details, but rather of its fundamental approach to understanding and analyzing capitalist society. 2. The dual character of the labor embodied correct, represented in commodities, 130-137. The title should be read carefully. The topic is not the dual character of labor per se, but rather the dual character of the labor embodied in Dargestalt, better translated as represented in commodities. Marx is discussing a specific historical form of labor. A. Introductory paragraph, crucial distinction for understanding political economy, final paragraph 131. Marx picks up on the first subsection's exposition here. The commodity initially appeared as an object with a dual character, possessing both use value and exchange value. Marx would have been more precise had he spoken instead of use value and value here, as he does in the first subsection's title. In the next sentence, Marx's language becomes more exact. Insofar as labor finds its expression in value, it no longer possesses the same characteristics as when it is the creator of use values. 132. The first subsection has already addressed this, here it is to be merely further elucidated. Hence it is not a new level of argumentation, nor a new set of concepts, but rather a deeper examination of the previous section's themes. Why is a deeper examination called for? Marx emphasizes that the twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities is crucial to an understanding of political economy, 131. What does that mean exactly? The original German phrase Das Verständnis der politischen Ökonomie is ambiguous. Just like the title of the first book, it can be either a genitivus subjectivus or a genitivus objectivus. That is, it could mean, on the one hand, political economy's understanding of something, the themes it investigates, or, on the other hand, the understanding that one has of political economy. Since in the first section Marx did not deal with scholarship about the commodity, but rather began by first presenting his own analysis, it's likely that he had the genitivus subjectivus in mind. That is, the dual character of commodity-producing labor is crucial to grasping what political economy endeavors to understand, namely, the commodity, money, capital, etc. Marx also emphasizes that he was the first to point out and examine critically this issue. That implies, in turn, that political economy before Marx could not fully succeed in carrying out its analysis of the commodity and other derivative analyses, since it failed to clarify this crucial point. As we read further into Marx's exhaustive discussions of labor's dual character, we should pay attention to whether it is in fact crucial to our understanding, and whether Marx makes clear how political economy fails by not elucidating this crucial issue. B. Concrete, useful labor, first paragraph 132 to first paragraph 134. The following observations take as their starting point 2 commodities, a coat and 10 yards of linen. Both are use values satisfying specific needs. A use value results from specific productive activity, and Marx refers to the labor that creates a specific use value as useful labor. Qualitatively different use values result from qualitatively different acts of useful labor. There is a social division of labor in the diverse totality of useful labor activities. About this social division of labor, Marx states, this division of labor is a necessary condition for commodity production, although the converse does not hold. Commodity production is not a necessary condition for the social division of labor. 132. The social division of labor is a necessary condition of commodity production, but not a sufficient one. There can be a social division of labor without products being exchanged for each other, as Marx emphasizes by referring to historical examples in the division of labor within a factory. Only the products of mutually independent acts of labor, performed in isolation, can confront each other as commodities. Corrected translation: only the products of autonomous and mutually independent private acts of labor can confront each other as commodities. 132. Here, Marx indicates the most general social precondition of commodity exchange, and he introduces for the first time an emblematic term for it: labor must be expended through private acts of labor that are independent of each other. The social division of labor means that the various labor activities are materially dependent on each other, the tailor who makes a coat relies upon others to produce the necessary cloth, needles, etc. However, in commodity production the individual acts of labor are carried out independently of each other. Only on the market do the products of labor meet. Although the individual commodity producer attempts to estimate what he can sell on the market, he decides privately independently of other producers what to produce and how much. And it is only on the market that he learns whether his decisions were correct. In the first subsection of Chapter 1, Marx speaks of individual units of labor power and the individual hour of labor, 129. This individual labor expenditure should not be confused with private labor. When Marx speaks of individual labor expenditure, he's referring to the difference between individual A and individual B. For example, A works faster than B. By contrast, private labor refers to a specific social context where the various acts of labor take place. That the individual acts of labor are private means that they are executed independently of one another and are not coordinated. If these individual acts of labor were coordinated, it would no longer be private labor. However, in that case, the acts of labor would still be individual acts of labor and would still exhibit individual differences. Finally, it must be remembered that up to now, Marx is abstracting from capital, but is still examining the capitalistically produced commodity. See the commentary on the first paragraph of 125. This means that producers are not just individual people, but also entire capitalist enterprises. These enterprises produce privately, that is, independently from other capitalist enterprises. And they exhibit individual differences. For example, some enterprises will produce with more modern techniques than others and be able to produce the same amount of product in a shorter period of time. In the last paragraph starting on page 132, Marx observes that attaining a certain level of the social division of labor is a precondition of commodity production, and that the division of labor constantly deepens as commodity production extends. In the next paragraph, however, Marx notes that whether a coat is exchanged is irrelevant to its use value. It's also irrelevant to its use value whether tailoring is an independent trade. Here, we could object that products improve with progress in the division of labor, so that the division of labor does have an influence upon use value. However, Marx's point is merely that the coat's use value independently of exchange and the division of labor is always the result of a specific useful labor activity. About this useful labor, he writes: labor, then, as the creator of use values, as useful labor, is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. It is an eternal natural necessity which mediates the metabolism between man and nature, and therefore human life itself. 133. It seems self-evident to us today that all societies require useful labor activity that provides use values. However, the sentence's language is anything but self-evident. In pre-capitalist societies, different kinds of useful labor frequently had diverse social and cultural connotations. Even today, some labor activities are frowned upon and others are popular. In medieval feudalism and in antiquity, however, particular activities were closely associated with the society's conceptions of honor. Also, specific groups of people had estates that either allowed or forbade them to engage in certain jobs. Bringing all these different activities together under the single term useful labor is therefore a mental abstraction that first becomes possible in a society where individual acts of labor have largely lost such cultural connotations. That means that this apparently simple and trivial sentence about useful labor as a condition of human existence, which is independent of all forms of society, can only be formulated under the conditions of modern capitalist society. The same can also be said about the term use value, mentally associating quite different goods, products, and services as use values first becomes possible in a society in which these things and services possess a common form that is indifferent to their concrete content. This indifferent to content form is the value objectivity of commodities, which is the predominant social form of things and services in capitalist societies. Only when most things and services are present as commodities can one mentally compare these various objects and services and ask what they have in common beyond the commodity form, establishing that they are all use values. Addendum: in the introduction of 1857, Marx discusses, using the example of labor, how the possibility of forming certain abstractions depends on social conditions. See Grundriss, 103f. In the final paragraph on Capitals, page 133, Marx finally addresses the question of what creates value and wealth, labor alone or both labor and nature. To respond, however, it's necessary to clarify whether the question refers to use value or value in exchange. As use values, things are combinations of two elements, the material provided by nature, and labor. 133. Marx's answer is not original, as his reference to William Petty indicates. He states, labor is therefore not the only source of material wealth, i.e. of the use values it produces. 134. Nature plays a role in creating use value, but not in creating value. The latter, in contrast to use value, is a purely social quality. It only exists in a society based on exchange. That's why nature cannot have a share in creating value. See Abstract Human Labor, Simple and Complex Labor, second paragraph 134 to first paragraph 136. Marx begins by summarizing what has already been developed in the first subsection of Chapter 1, 128 as values. The coat and the linen have the same substance, they are the objective expressions of homogeneous labor. 134. Tailoring and weaving, however, are qualitatively different labor activities. They are only homogeneous if one disregards their differences. In that way, both labor activities become simply the expenditure of human labor power. Now comes a new thought. Tailoring and weaving, although they are qualitatively different productive activities, are both a productive expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, hands, etc., and in this sense both human labor. 134. This sentence is obviously meant to describe the homogeneous labor that is expressed in value. However, the remark is problematic in two respects. First, if we reduce labor to the expenditure of brains, muscles, and nerves, then it is far from homogeneous. Individual acts of labor differ from each other precisely because they require different amounts and proportions of brains, muscles, and nerves. Second, Marx has emphasized several times in the title and at the beginning of this subsection that he is discussing the dual character of the labor represented in the commodity. But every kind of labor, whether it is represented in commodities or not, can be reduced to the expenditure of brains, muscles, etc. We will return to this problematic statement when discussing the final paragraph of this subsection. The same paragraph introduces another issue. Marx distinguishes here between simple average labor and complex labor. Simple average labor is the expenditure of simple labor power. The labor power possessed in his bodily organism by every ordinary man, on the average, without being developed in any special way. 135. At first, it sounds like Marx is characterizing labor power solely on the basis of the human being's biological capacity. However, in the next sentence, Marx clarifies that he is not referring to labor power as something biologically given, but rather socially produced. In particular, he adds that simple average labor is present in all societies but varies in character in different countries and at different cultural epochs. Simple labor power involves all the abilities that are normally expected of a given society's members. For example, in the centers of capitalism today, one may assume that the vast majority of workers can read and write. Just 200 years ago, these were high-level qualifications that only a minority possessed. Marx describes all labor activities requiring no more than skills possessed by the great majority as simple average labor. He refers to labor activities requiring further qualifications as complex labor. Through the process of exchange, the products of simple average labor are equated as values to the products of complex labor. In that way, both simple average labor and complex labor are reduced to value-creating, equal human labor. However, they are reduced to value-creating abstract human labor in different measures. More complex labor counts only as intensified, or rather multiplied simple labor, so that a smaller quantity of complex labor is considered equal to a larger quantity of simple labor. 135. An hour of a specific complex labor activity, for example, goldsmithing, might be reduced to 3 times as much abstract human labor as an hour of simple labor. In that case, what is produced by an hour of such work will have the same value in exchange as that produced by 3 hours of simple labor. It is not uncommon to abbreviate this by saying that an hour of goldsmithing creates 3 times as much value as an hour of simple labor. Strictly speaking, this is wrong, however, since goldsmithing is concrete useful labor and does not create value any more than the simple labor of collecting fallen fruit, both merely produce use value. Only abstract human labor creates value. It is just that goldsmithing and collecting fallen fruit are reduced to abstract human labor in different proportions. In footnote 15, Marx emphasizes that the equating of different labor activities does not have to do with the different wages paid in the various sectors of the economy, but only with the value of the commodity in which the labor is objectified. He adds, "At this stage of our presentation, the category of wages does not exist at all." 135 and 15. The wording of this sentence merits careful reading. Marx does not write, for example, that we are considering social relations where wage labor does not exist, thus prior to the capitalist mode of production. Rather, he emphasizes that the category of wages does not yet exist at this stage of his presentation. Our commentary on the preface, in point C, stressed the importance of distinguishing between social relations and the categories through which these relations are grasped. That distinction becomes important here, too. As Marx makes clear as early as page 125, in the first subsection's initial paragraph, he is dealing with the capitalist mode of production from the very start. The social relations and circumstances of wage labor, capital, the commodity, money, and so on, simultaneously form part of this reality from the beginning. However, the categories expressing these relations must be presented one after another. Marx began his presentation with the category of the commodity. But other categories, such as wages, do not yet exist at this stage of the presentation. That is, these categories cannot yet enter into the arguments, nor can we say anything about them yet. If complex types of labor are equated to specific portions of simple labor through exchange, then determining these proportions is of interest. However, Marx limits himself to saying that the proportions are not consciously set. The various proportions in which different kinds of labor are reduced to simple labor as their unit of measurement are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers. These proportions therefore appear to the producers to have been handed down by tradition. 135. Marx points out that in the ensuing presentation he will assume that the labor expended is always simple labor, so that converting from complex to simple labor is not necessary. Some critics have criticized Marx for being unable to determine these proportions more exactly. Among them is Baumgartner, mentioned earlier. However, it's doubtful whether these proportions could be determined at all, given the very general level of Marx's arguments. See the commentary on the preface, point B. Addendum. In Chapter 7, Marx returns briefly to the relation between simple and complex labor and points to the influence of accidental factors. The distinction between higher and simple labor, skilled labor and unskilled labor, rests in part on pure illusion or, to say the least, on distinctions that have long since ceased to be real, and survive only by virtue of a traditional convention, and in part on the helpless condition of some sections of the working class, a condition that prevents them from exacting equally with the rest the value of their labor power. Accidental circumstances here play so great a part that these two forms of labor sometimes change places. 305 and 19. This characterization of what counts as complex labor includes social prejudices and power relations. The historically strong or weak positions of certain groups also play an important role. Beyond the factors that Marx mentions, there are also asymmetrical gender relations, which lead to activities usually carried out by women being counted as simple labor, in contrast to similar activities that might be primarily carried out by men. Moreover, the concrete ways that simple and complex labor are hierarchized differ from country to country, and within a country they change over time. The exact proportions in which complex labor is reduced to simple labor become manifest in exchange point 8. In the 3 paragraphs that follow, final paragraph 135 to third paragraph 136, Marx summarizes his characterizations of concrete useful labor and abstract human labor. He states that the various labor activities, due to their different qualities, yield different use values. However, these different labor activities only become the substance of value insofar as abstraction is made from these different qualities, causing the different acts of labor to count as labor of equal quality. The magnitude of value, in turn, depends upon the quantity of this labor of equal quality contained in the commodity. The next 2 paragraphs, 136 fourth paragraph to 137 second paragraph, deal with the interrelation between concrete useful labor and abstract human labor, on the one hand, and the productivity of labor, on the other. Initially, Marx repeats one of the first subsection's conclusions, c. 130f. If labor productivity increases in the production of a certain article, then this article can be created with less socially necessary labor time, provided all other circumstances remain the same, the magnitude of the article's value will decrease. 136. In the next paragraph, Marx brings up another issue. A larger quantity of use values constitutes a greater amount of material wealth than a smaller quantity. If labor productivity increases, then more material wealth can be produced in the same time period. Productivity always means the productivity of concrete useful labor. 137. If we abstract from the useful character of labor, then productivity ceases to count. Abstract human labor performed for the same length of time, always yields the same amount of value, independently of any variations in productivity. 137. The dual character of the labor represented in commodities explains the seeming paradox that an increased mass of use value can represent less value. This can happen when, due to increased productivity, a larger mass of use values is created with less, socially necessary, labor time than the original mass of use values. From the final paragraph of page 135 to the first paragraph of 137, Marx compares concrete useful labor and abstract human labor from various perspectives. He does not elaborate on an issue mentioned in the second paragraph on page 133. There, Marx emphasized that useful labor is a condition of human existence which is independent of all forms of society. Based on this, one might wonder how things stand with abstract human labor, but Marx doesn't address that question here. Addendum: in the much briefer juxtaposition of useful and abstract labor in the Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, 1859, Marx is clearer on this point than in Capital. Take into account that in this earlier text, Marx does not yet distinguish between the terms exchange value and value. However, after characterizing useful labor as a condition of human existence, he continues. On the other hand, the labor which posits exchange value is a specific social form of labor. For example, tailoring, if one considers its physical aspect as a distinct productive activity, produces a coat, but not the exchange value of the coat. The exchange value is produced by it not as tailoring as such but as abstract universal labor, and this belongs to a social framework not devised by the tailor. MECW 29, 278. After reading the initial chapter's first subsection, it shouldn't surprise us that value-creating labor, which Marx refers to here in his earlier language as the labor that posits exchange value, is a specific social form of labor. In that subsection, Marx already made clear that the substance of value, abstract human labor, is a social substance and by no means a natural one. It pertains to a specific social context, that of commodity production. It is important to note this difference here. At the beginning of the subsection now being examined, Marx referred to commodity-producing labor's dual character as crucial to an understanding of political economy. Further, when pointing out that he was the first to make the distinction, Marx is indirectly accusing political economy of not having this crucial insight. But if useful labor is an independent condition for the existence of all human life, and abstract human labor is a specific social form, then lack of clarity concerning this difference leads to the specifically social being confused with that which is independent of social form. What is specifically social comes to be seen as something natural and inevitable. D. Final remark, physiology, last paragraph 137. On the one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power, in the physiological sense, and it is in this quality of being equal, or abstract, human labor that it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form and with a definite aim, and it is in this quality of being concrete useful labor that it produces use values. 137. Marx appears to be merely summarizing his conclusions here. However, if one takes a closer look at the wording, some problems emerge. For one, Marx speaks of all labor, without further qualification, being both abstract human labor that creates value and concrete useful labor that produces use values. But in fact only the labor that produces commodities creates value. Marx has made clear, both in the title of this subsection and in the initial paragraph, that he is concerned with the labor represented in commodities. For that reason, it makes sense to understand the expression all labor as an abbreviation for all labor represented in commodities. However, the property of labor that Marx now claims as its value-creating character, the expenditure of labor in the physiological sense, is by no means bound to commodity production. Every type of labor, whether that of a slave or Robinson Crusoe on a deserted island, is always both the expenditure of labor power in the physiological sense, the expenditure of brains, muscles, nerves, hands as Marx puts it on page 134, and useful activity. It's problematic that Marx uses such a trans-historical characteristic of labor to characterize abstract human labor. The first subsection of Chapter 1 introduced abstract human labor. There it was shown to result from the reduction characteristic of the exchange relation of the various concrete useful acts of labor to equal labor. This reduction is not an action of individual commodity owners, but rather a social process consummated in exchange. The abstract human labor resulting from this social process of reduction does not express a physiological property of labor, but rather a purely social one. Of course, it's true that every labor expenditure is based upon physiological processes, the exertion of brains, muscles, nerves, hands. But such an abstraction says nothing about the abstraction happening in the social process under examination here. By the same token, one could say that all people are equal to the extent that they breathe. But physiological equality doesn't say anything about social relations, nor about the legal relations under which humans count as equal. Abstractions derived from physiological commonalities, and those expressing a social way of being equal, are two completely different things. Addendum: in subsequent chapters, Marx does not return to this physiological characterization of abstract human labor. It is not a fundamental part of his argument, the only other allusion to it is in the fourth subsection of this chapter. Moreover, the first edition of 1867 contains no reference to physiology. There Marx writes in summary: it follows from the preceding not that there are two differing kinds of labor lurking in the commodity, but rather that the same labor is specified in differing and even contradictory manners in accordance with whether it is related to the use value of the commodity as labor's product or related to the commodity value as its merely objective expression. Just as the commodity must be above all else an object of use in order to be a value, just so does labor have to be before all else useful labor, purposeful, productive activity in order to count as expenditure of human labor power and hence as simple human labor. Dragstedt 1976:16. How should we understand the reference to physiology in the second edition? At best, it is a clumsy presentation. Less favorably, it might express some ambivalences in Marx's argument. Point 9. In footnote 16, at the end of this subsection, Marx deals briefly with Adam Smith's justification of the labor theory of value. According to Smith, equal quantities of labor always have the same value for the worker. Marx criticizes Smith for confusing his determination of value by the quantity of labor expended in the production of commodities with the determination of the values of commodities by the value of labor. Marx has already discussed the socially necessary labor time required for the production of a commodity, but has not yet dealt with the value of labor. From his contrasting the two, we can see that Marx strictly distinguishes between value-creating labor and the value of labor. However, he does not yet explain the difference. Addendum: in Chapter 19, when dealing with wages, Marx addresses for the first time the expression the value of labor and above all criticizes this expression. Wage laborers do not sell a specific product, but rather, or so it seems, their labor. Thus, we might ask how the value of labor is determined. In Chapter 6, however, Marx demonstrates that the wage laborer does not sell his or her labor, but rather his or her labor power, meaning the ability to perform labor. Hence, Chapter 19 deals with the illusion prevailing in everyday life that labor itself is sold, and that wages pay the value of labor. Marx then mentions an anonymous predecessor of Smith who, instead of confusing the quantity of value-creating labor with the value of labor as Smith does, writes that in exchange, a man cannot make a better estimate of what is a proper equivalent, than by computing what cost him just as much labor and time, 138 and 16. This predecessor may not be making the same mistake as Smith, but he does argue in this respect, just like Smith, that the exchange relation emanates from the subjective estimation of those involved in exchange, because these people know that the same quantity of labor is contained in both products, they are willing to exchange them in specific quantities. This kind of argument is still problematic. At most, those engaged in exchange know the amounts of concrete labor required in production. Such labor, however, is not identical with value-creating, abstract human labor. In this sense, it's problematic that Marx does not criticize Smith and his predecessors' shared assumption that those engaged in exchange know what they're doing. By contrast, in the fourth subsection, which deals with the commodity's fetish character, Marx will emphasize that those exchanging commodities do not know what they are doing. Addendum: in his 1859 contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx deals with the passage from Adam Smith quoted in footnote 16. In this earlier work, he likewise criticizes Smith's confusion of value-creating labor and the value of labor, but adds as a criticism of Smith that he mistakes the objective equalization of unequal quantities of labor forcibly brought about by the social process for the subjective equality of the labors of individuals. MECW 29, 299. In this way, Marx makes it clear that Smith mistakes an objective social process, which occurs behind the backs of the actors, with an expression of their subjective will. 3. The value form, or exchange value, 138-63. At the beginning of the first subsection, Marx mentions exchange value. Initially, he characterizes it as the quantitative exchange relation between two use values, 126, and later as values form of appearance, 127, 128. But until now Marx has not yet used the term value form, except in the preface. The title of this new subsection implies that Marx is using exchange value and value form synonymously, but the term value form more explicitly points to it being a form, a manifestation of value. This subsection is considerably longer than the previous two, and Marx breaks it down into further sections and subsections. The first edition's prefaces pointed out that the beginning is difficult, especially its examination of the value form. To the superficial observer, the analysis of these forms seems to turn upon minutiae. It does in fact deal with minutiae, but so similarly does microscopic anatomy. With the exception of the section on the form of value, therefore, this volume cannot stand accused on the score of difficulty. 90. In 1867, Friedrich Engels and Ludwig Kugelmann read the galley proofs of the first edition. Both recommended that Marx simplify his presentation of the value form. While the first volume was being typeset and proofread, Marx wrote an appendix, the value form, translated to English in Capital and Class, 4, Spring 1978, 130-50. About this appendix, Marx would say that he tried to present things as simply and even as schoolmasterly as possible, Mega 2/5, 12. For the second edition, published in 1872/73, Marx reworked this dual presentation. In the process, he wrote a manuscript called Ergensungen und Verandrungen, which is commented on in Appendix 4 of this book. The second edition's analysis of the value form is much closer to Marx's simple appendix than it is to the analysis that appeared in the first edition's Chapter 1. Even so, it is not identical to that appendix. Hence, the analysis of the value form exists in 3 different versions. Our commentary focuses on the revised version of the second edition contained in Volume 23 of the Marx-Engels Werke, which is the basis for both the English translation of Capital volume I used here and the one in Marx-Engels Collected Works, Volume 35. However, on some occasions it's helpful to refer to the 2 other versions. Appendix 3 of this book contains the final part of the first version, which was completely replaced in the later versions. Introduction, The Mystery of Money, 138-39. The first page and a half serves as an introduction to the entire subsection. Its first paragraph. Commodities come into the world in the form of use values. However, they are only commodities because they have a dual nature, because they are at the same time objects of utility and bearers of value. Therefore they only appear as commodities, or have the form of commodities, in so far as they possess a double form, i.e. natural form and value form. 138. Here, Marx summarizes one of the findings from the first subsection: commodities have a dual character, use value, and value. There's nothing new here. Nevertheless, Marx's emphasis is now different. However, they are only commodities because they have a dual nature, italics mine. The idea is that only if use values actually have a value form, their own manifestation of value, are they commodities. This is expressed in the manner of using the verb appear here, erschienen. See also the commentary on the initial paragraph of Chapter 1. To appear is equated with to have, therefore they only appear as commodities, or have the form of commodities, italics mine. Thus appear in this context means, they only perform as or are commodities, to the extent that they have a dual character. In the second paragraph, Marx summarizes the objectivity of commodities as values. Not an atom of matter enters into it. As early as the first chapter's first section, Marx characterized the value of commodities as a residue obtained when one abstracts from all of a commodity's use-value characteristics, and he called it a spectral objectivity, 128. Now he emphasizes value's phantom-like character more fully than in the first subsection. We may twist and turn a single commodity as we wish, it remains impossible to grasp it as a thing possessing value. 138, emphasis MH, 10. But why can't we grasp value objectivity in a single commodity? This is due to the social character of the substance of value, which was emphasized in the first subsection. The substance of value, abstract labor, is not inherent to a single commodity, but rather held in common by 2 commodities that are exchanged. Marx summarizes this thought. However, let us remember that commodities possess an objective character as values only in so far as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor, that their objective character as values is therefore purely social. 138. As a specific product, an individual commodity is simply the outcome of a particular useful and individual labor activity. A given table is the result of a particular labor activity, of carpentry, as well as the expression of the individual labor of, perhaps, the especially slow carpenter X. The table can only become an expression of equal human labor through exchange, when confronting other commodities. Then the various particular and individual acts of labor are reduced to equal human labor. From this purely social character of value objectivity, Marx says that it follows self-evidently that it can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. 139. Taken in isolation, this sentence could seem to mean that a commodity's value objectivity is already present prior to and outside of exchange, it merely appears within exchange, in the sense of becoming visible. However, this is obviously not what Marx means. In highlighting just before that value objectivity is purely social, Marx underscored that it cannot be a single thing's property. Marx expressed the same thing explicitly in the manuscript from 1871-72, with which we will deal in Appendix 4, see also the commentary on page 128. In the first paragraph of this subsection, Marx used appear and have interchangeably. That can only mean, commodities have value objectivity only in the social relation of one commodity to another, which is why it first comes to light here. Prior to and outside of this relation, they are mere use values, they are on the way to becoming commodities, but far from being commodities. When Marx speaks of the value of a single commodity, or its magnitude of value, he always presupposes a value relation to another commodity, of which the individual commodity is a part. The end of the second paragraph reads: in fact, we started from exchange value, or the exchange relation of commodities, in order to track down the value that lay hidden within it. We must now return to this form of appearance of value. 139. The first subsection introduced exchange value as a quantitative relation in which one commodity exchanges for another. 126-27. After examining exchange value, Marx concluded that it must be the form of appearance of a distinct content of value, and he found abstract human labor to be value's substance. It is this series of connections that Marx alludes to when he writes here that we started from exchange value in order to track down value. The reference to the return to exchange value makes it clear that the third subsection picks up on the arguments of the first subsection and not the second, which merely looked deeper into a theme from the first subsection. It's also evident that Marx does not open a completely new level of investigation in this third subsection. After having characterized the substance and magnitude of value in the first subsection, Marx is concerned here with the form of value, which he had only mentioned earlier, but not analyzed. The third paragraph clarifies Marx's subject matter in this subsection. Everyone knows, if nothing else, that commodities have a common value form which contrasts in the most striking manner with the motley natural forms of their use values. I refer to the money form. Now, however, we have to perform a task never even attempted by bourgeois economics. That is, we have to show the origin of this money form, we have to trace the development of the expression of value contained in the value relation of commodities from its simplest, almost imperceptible outline to the dazzling money form. When this has been done, the mystery of money will immediately disappear. 139. Since this paragraph contains a great deal of information, it calls for extensive commentary. First, we should note that the topic of money is raised here for the first time. However, one must read the text carefully. Marx is not talking about money, but rather the money form. Without elaborating further, he thus distinguishes between the money form as a specific form of value, that is, a specific manner of expressing value, and money as the material manifestation of this expression of value. Addendum: the first chapter's third subsection deals with the money form, and money itself first becomes a topic in chapter 2. Only afterward, in chapter 3, are the functions of money addressed. This, however, is where most economic theories begin their analyses of money. In that sense, the structure of Marx's argumentation itself expresses a fundamental critique of mainstream economic theories. They take as a self-evident point of departure something that must first be explained. In the first sentence, Marx asserts that everyone knows the money form. What is to be investigated now is the origin of this money form. Its origin is unknown not only to the man in the street, but even to bourgeois economics. Here Marx uses the term bourgeois economics for the first time. He is obviously referring to hegemonic economic science. A more exact determination of bourgeois economics appears further on in the fourth subsection of this chapter, which deals with the commodity's fetish character, and will be discussed in the commentary in point E below. Marx does not accuse bourgeois economics of having wrongly understood this origin, or of presenting it incompletely. Instead, he says that it has never even attempted such a presentation. Bourgeois economics was obviously completely unaware that something had to be presented here at all. So Marx claims to be entering an entirely new theoretical territory. But what does the origin of the money form mean? The word for origin in the original German text is Genesis, which means emergence or development. However, in what sense are we talking about development here? A seemingly obvious interpretation is historical development, as if Marx were wanting to briefly retrace the historical development that has led to modern money. In traditional Marxism, this interpretation is very common, see for example Mondel 1968, 49 ff. A few things already encountered in the text, however, contradict the interpretation of origin as historical development. First, Marx never says anywhere that he aims to provide a historical narrative recounting money's emergence. Second, the history of money begins in pre-capitalist times, but Marx has said many times that his object of investigation is the commodity in capitalism, and we are still analyzing the commodity. Third, Marx writes that showing the origin of this money form was something bourgeois economics did not even attempt. If Marx's origin of the money form were a brief history of money, then this statement about bourgeois economics would be simply wrong. Histories of money had existed for a long time, and Marx knew the literature very well. In fact, when Marx wrote critically on the history of economic theory, for example in Theories of Surplus Value, he never accused bourgeois economists of overlooking or inadequately treating the historical emergence of money. If Marx indeed wanted to show something not present at all in bourgeois economics, then it must be something other than the historical emergence of money. A phrase near the end of this paragraph, "the mystery of money," hints at what this other thing might be. Marx writes that showing the origin of the money form will cause the mystery of money to disappear. Still, he does not explain what the mystery of money consists of. In everyday life, money doesn't appear to be mysterious. Money is what we use to buy all commodities. However, it's not really clear why we can buy everything with money. That money possesses value is not itself sufficient. Other commodities also possess value, nonetheless. We can't go shopping with any old commodity. It's unlikely that it has to do with a property of the material used for money, for example, a property of gold, since these materials have changed many times in history. Marx's wording suggests that only the money form will explain why we can buy all commodities with money. 3 new terms appear in this subsection's page and a half introduction: 138-39 value form, word form, expression of value, word as drug, and value relation, word Verhältnis. The title makes clear that Marx uses exchange value and value form interchangeably. He does not further define the terms expression of value and value relation, which show up in the last 2 paragraphs of this introduction. There, expression of value is clearly used as a synonym for exchange value and value form, whereas value relation deals with the relationship between 2 commodities in terms of their value. However, we must distinguish between the mere exchange relation and value relation. The first section considered the exchange relation of 2 commodities, concluding that there is a common element of equal magnitude in both. Value, 127. If we speak of the value relation of 2 commodities, then value is already presupposed as a result of the examination of the exchange relation. Now the exchange relation is considered based on the relation of the commodity values within it. For this reason, Marx writes that the relation between the values of 2 commodities provides the simplest expression of the value of a single commodity, emphasis MH. However, Marx is subsequently not very strict in using the term value relation. He sometimes uses it interchangeably with expression of value. A. The simple, isolated, or accidental form of value, 139-54. X commodity A equals Y commodity B, or X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, or 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat. Why does Marx refer to this form of value as simple, isolated, or accidental? It is simple, because it is based on just two commodities. It is isolated, because it has no relationship with other value relations. It is accidental, because the commodities related to each other are chosen at random. Instead of linen and a coat, they could be wheat and iron or silk and boot polish, etc. Marx's formula following the subheading characterizes this form of value using two expressions connected by an or. On one side is an equality relationship and on the other is the polar relationship is worth. More on the polar relationship shortly. There has been much debate about this line's meaning. Critics, for their part, accuse Marx of inadmissibly equating polarity and equality. However, the formula following the subheading merely expresses, in a schematic way, the thought formulated at the end of the preceding introductory section, the value relation of two commodities, X commodity A equals Y commodity B, provides the simplest expression of a commodity's value, X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. 1. The two poles of the expression of value, the relative form of value and the equivalent form. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this simple form. Our real difficulty, therefore, is to analyze it. 139. Just like the first chapter's opening sentence, the wealth of societies, 125, Marx reveals here a result of his research process. The decisive information for understanding the forms of value is already there in the simple form of value. Readers will only be able to judge whether this is actually the case after reaching the end of Marx's analysis of the forms of value. However, this sentence provides a hint that helps us unravel the mystery of money. If the whole mystery of the form of value, including that of the money form, is already there in this simple form of value, then the solution to the mystery of money should reveal itself here, and not only in dealing with the money form itself. Marx considers the exchange relation between two commodities in the first subsection after introducing exchange value. In the exchange relation, in which two commodities of equal value are exchanged, both commodities play the same role in revealing their shared common element. Their equality of value is a symmetrical relationship. In the value form, or the expression of value, the two commodities play different roles. The relationship is not symmetrical. The first commodity, 20 yards of linen, plays an active role, expressing its value in the second commodity, 1 coat. The second commodity plays a passive role, as merely the material for the expression of value. With this distinction, the minutiae referred to in the first edition's preface start to emerge. In what follows, we'll have to pay close attention to discover the point of dealing with such minutiae. Marx describes the value of the first commodity as relative value. The first commodity is in the relative form of value, whereas the second commodity is in the equivalent form. The terms relative value and equivalent were already in use before Marx. What is new here is that Marx has introduced the concept of form and undertakes a detailed analysis of the value forms. About the relative form of value and the equivalent form, Marx has the following to say. They are mutually dependent, that is, one form can't do without the other. They are mutually exclusive, that is, the same commodity cannot occupy both forms simultaneously. These characteristics lead Marx to speak of two poles because they mutually condition and exclude each other. The relative form of value and equivalent form resemble the magnetic north and south poles. Marx further observes that the expression of value 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat also includes the converse, 1 coat is worth 20 yards of linen. Why is that the case? This expression of value is based on the exchange relation 20 yards of linen exchange for 1 coat. This exchange relation, which merely refers to the exchange of two commodities of equal value, is symmetrical. It can be turned around to say that 1 coat is exchanged for 20 yards of linen. From this reversed exchange relation, it follows that 1 coat is worth 20 yards of linen. 2. The relative form of value. I. The content of the relative form of value. Pay close attention to subheading I, here. Marx wishes to examine the content of a specific form. Addendum. the entire section on the value form is concerned with the content of the respective value forms. In Chapter 1 of the first edition, Marx identifies what is fundamentally new about his form analysis. He writes that the economists have overlooked the form content of the relative value expression, subjected as they are to the influence of material interests. Dragstedt 1976, 22. In the first paragraph's beginning sentence, Marx states what he is pursuing. He wishes to find out how the simple expression of the value of a commodity lies hidden in the value relation between two commodities. 140. But don't we already know that? If the value relation is 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, then it contains the expression of value 20 yards of linen are worth 1 coat. What more do we have to find out? In the first two paragraphs, Marx distinguishes between the quantitative and the qualitative aspects of the value relation. In every value relation, two commodities stand in a certain quantitative proportion. But it is precisely this quantitative relation that Marx wishes to initially abstract from. Point 2 that follows addresses the quantitative relation. If a value relation exists at all between two things, regardless of the quantitative proportion, it implies the two things possess a common quality with regard to which they can be compared. Marx writes in the first paragraph that they must be commensurable magnitudes. 141. As use values, the linen and the coat are qualitatively distinct, but as values they are qualitatively equal. In footnote 17, Marx accuses the economists who have dealt explicitly with the form of value of two things. First, they confused the form of value and value itself. Let's take note of the difference. Commodities are values as objectifications of abstract human labor. By contrast, the form of value, exchange value, is the expression of the commodity's value in a specific amount of another commodity. Second, Marx accuses the economists of overlooking the value form's qualitative aspect by only dealing with the quantitative side. The current section proposes to deal with this qualitative aspect that economists overlooked. Addendum, Samuel Bailey, 1791–1870, is mentioned by name in footnote 17. There is an important background to this apparently passing reference. In a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, Marx analyzed the value form briefly, integrating it into the exchange process, which in Capital became the object of Chapter 2. If Marx considerably expanded the part on the value form in Capital, separating it from the analysis of the exchange process, it was primarily because in the meantime he had dealt comprehensively, in Theories of Surplus Value, 1861–63, with Bailey's critique of Ricardo's labor theory of value. That engagement with Bailey made Marx aware of the inadequacy of his own presentation. Marx's first two paragraphs point out that quantitative comparability presupposes that both things can be reduced to the same unit, but the third paragraph begins by emphasizing that both commodities, linen and coat, play different roles in the expression of value. The value of the linen is what is being expressed. How is that possible? Marx's answer: the coat counts as a form of existence of value, as a thing of value. Here again we must pay careful attention to the wording. In itself, the coat is not simply a thing of value, rather, it's a concrete and material coat, a use value. Only in a specific relation does the coat count as a thing of value. Marx's reasoning in this paragraph points to a fundamental difference between, on the one hand, the equation of the two commodities in the exchange relation, and, on the other, the expression of the value of a commodity through another commodity. He explicitly explains this difference in the next paragraph. If we say that, as values, commodities are simply congealed quantities of human labor, our analysis reduces them, it is true, to the level of abstract value corrected translation, an abstraction, value, but does not give them a form of value distinct from their natural forms. It is otherwise in the value relation of one commodity to another. The first commodity's value character emerges here through its own relation to the second commodity. 141f. This paragraph calls for a thorough commentary. Here, Marx juxtaposes two different levels, separating them by "it is otherwise." His language is somewhat misleading. The first sentence talks about our analysis, but the second and third sentences focus on the value relation. Thus Marx seems to be confronting the analysis, the dissection, formation of categories, etc., with specific relations. But conceiving the value relation is likewise the outcome of a certain analysis. This means that what Marx is actually confronted here are two different levels of analysis of the commodity. The first sentence deals with the analysis of the exchange relation of commodities, addressed in the first subsection of Chapter 1. There, Marx started with the exchange relation 1/4 of corn equals xcwt of iron, concluding that both things contain a common element of the same magnitude, 127. He determines that this common element was value. In the first sentence in the paragraph above, Marx quotes his own text, with a subtle modification. On page 128, he argues that, on abstracting from the useful character of products of labor, nothing remains other than a spectral objectivity. They become merely congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, and as crystallizations of this social substance, which is common to them all, they are values. Now Marx emphasizes that this analysis has only reduced commodities to the level of an abstraction, value, word abstraction, literally value abstraction, a term he has not used up to now. What does he mean by this? Value is based on an abstraction, abstracting from the properties of the commodity as a use value and, along with it, abstracting from the concrete, useful properties of the labor that produced the commodity. As values, commodities are congealed homogeneous human labor, but that cannot be grasped in a single commodity. If one says that commodities are values, that reduces them to an abstraction, as when one says that dogs, cats, and tigers are animals. Now, Marx confronts this value abstraction, which is the outcome of the analysis of the exchange relation, with the value form, which has not yet been reached in the analysis. The second level addressed in the paragraph quoted above is the analysis of the value relation. Why does Marx say it is otherwise with regard to the value relation of one commodity to another? First of all, it's important that the analysis of the value relation builds on the analysis of the exchange relation. It presupposes the value abstraction obtained from the analysis of the exchange relation. What is now otherwise is that the value character arises from a relationship to another commodity. This means that the analysis of the value relation no longer shows value as a mere abstraction, as a spectral objectivity, 128. Instead, the value of one commodity, linen, is here expressed by another commodity, coat. Thus the linen obtains a value form distinct from its natural form that is not at all spectral, but perceptible to our senses. The next paragraph makes clear how the specific character of value-creating labor is expressed in the relationship to another commodity. The coat and the linen result from different types of concrete labor. If one equates the coat as a thing of value to the linen, then these different types of labor are also equated to each other. Marx says this about the equation of the two commodities. The expression of equivalence between different sorts of commodities brings to view the specific character of value-creating labor, by actually reducing the different kinds of labor embedded in the different kinds of commodity to their common quality of being human labor in general. 142, emphasis MH. In summary, we can say this about the two levels. The result of Marx's analysis of the exchange relation was that the commodities as values are reduced to congealed homogeneous human labor. In the value relation, this result is already a component of the relation being analyzed. Through their equation as things of value, these distinct, concrete types of labor are actually reduced to equal, abstract human labor. In the second subsection of Chapter 1, Marx claimed to be the first to point out and examine critically, 132, the dual character of commodity-producing labor. However, he was by no means the first person to talk about it, as footnote 18, which deals in part with Benjamin Franklin, 1706–1790, makes clear. Franklin was mostly known for his work as a natural scientist. He invented the lightning rod, and as a politician, he was an author of the U.S. Declaration of Independence, but he also worked in the area of economy. Franklin conceived trade as the exchange of one type of labor for another type of labor, concluding that value must be calculated in terms of labor. According to Marx, with that reflection Franklin abstracts from the particularities of the individual acts of labor, without the importance of his discovery becoming clear to him. Marx asserts, he states this without knowing it, 142. The content of Franklin's text thus goes far beyond the author's knowledge or intentions. In Marx's reception of economic literature, his deciphering of such surplus meanings often plays an important role. But what is the difference between Franklin and Marx? The obvious one is that Marx knows what he's saying. The dual character of labor is crucial to understanding a commodity-producing economy, and also puts emphasis on it, whereas Franklin remains unaware. However, the difference goes even deeper. Marx developed the dual character of commodity-producing labor from an analysis of the exchange relation. Franklin merely takes up a de facto expression of labor's dual character in the value relation of the commodities, without really being aware of what is expressed there. Why is he unaware of it? Franklin has not grasped the value abstraction, which results from the analysis of the exchange relation. The next paragraph begins by observing that, to express the linen's value, it's not enough to express the specific character of the labor which goes to make up the value of the linen. This is because human labor power in its fluid state, or human labor, creates value, but is not itself value. It becomes value in its coagulated state, in objective form. 142. It follows that the value of the linen as a congealed mass of human labor can be expressed only as an objectivity Gegenstandlichkeit, a thing which is materially different from the linen itself and yet common to the linen and all other commodities. 142. Marx adds that the problem is already solved and reveals the solution in the next paragraph. The linen's value finds its objective shape in the coat. In the value relation of the linen to the coat counts as a thing in which value is manifested, or which represents value in the thing's tangible natural form. 143. We should pause here in our reading. Marx has emphasized many times that we cannot grasp value in a single commodity. In the immediately preceding paragraph, Marx writes that the linen's value must be expressed in a materially distinct objectivity. None of that seems to hold for the coat. The coat is supposed to simply represent value in the coat's tangible natural form. Marx addresses this issue when he writes, "A coat as such no more expresses value than does the first piece of linen we come across." 143. Nevertheless, Marx has just claimed exactly that the coat expresses value. How can we reconcile these divergent statements? Marx immediately unveils the solution to the puzzle. This proves only that, within its value relation to the linen, the coat signifies more than it does outside it, just as some men count for more when inside a gold-braided uniform than they do otherwise. 143. Taken in isolation, the linen and coat are both merely use values. Neither expresses value. That the coat expresses value through its natural form is not one of its intrinsic properties, it possesses this property only within the linen-coat exchange relationship. For that reason, Marx's frequent use of the phrase to count as gelten is very precise. The coat is not a form of value's existence, rather it counts as a form of value's existence. See 141 third paragraph, 142 final paragraph, and 143 second paragraph. This is a relationship of validation, Geltungsverhältnis. Marx explains why a relationship of validation of this kind is present within the value relation in the next paragraph. The coat is the bearer of value, without this being visible in the coat itself. But in the expression 20 yards of linen are worth one coat, the coat only counts as value. It follows that, nevertheless, the coat cannot represent value towards the linen unless value, for the latter, simultaneously assumes the form of a coat. 143. The kind of validation at work here is neither something agreed upon by those engaged in exchange, nor imposed by the state. Rather, it is a relation that is structurally generated by an economy based upon exchange. In the next paragraph, Marx recaps once more. Hence, in the value relation, in which the coat is the equivalent of the linen, the form of the coat counts as the form of value. 143. Now a new perspective on the relation emerges. The value of the commodity linen is therefore expressed by the physical body of the commodity coat, the value of one by the use value of the other. 143, emphasis MH. With that, the task posed above, in the third paragraph, 142, of expressing the linen's value as an objectivity materially distinct from itself is solved. In the physical body of the coat, the linen obtains a value form distinct from its own natural form. The next paragraph states: we see, then, that everything our analysis of the value of commodities previously told us is repeated by the linen itself, as soon as it enters into association with another commodity, the coat. Only it reveals its thoughts in a language with which it alone is familiar, the language of commodities. 143. Marx uses lyrical language here to restate the comparison between the two levels of analysis sketched in the last paragraph on page 141. If we say that, the first subsection of Chapter 1 dealt with the analysis of commodity value which led to the level of an abstraction, value, 141, corrected translation. Now, the third subsection is concerned with the value form as an objective expression of value. At this new level, the same characterizations appear, albeit with a specific guise, that of the language of commodities, that is, the relation of commodities to each other. The final paragraph furnishes the most concentrated and abstract summary of the content of the relative form of value. Commodity A, then, in entering into a relation with commodity B as an object of value Wertkorper, as a materialization of human labor, makes the use value B into the material through which its own value is expressed. 144. 2. The quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value. In point 2, Marx now turns to addressing a subject that he had deliberately abstracted from in point I. In the first paragraph of this new subsection, Marx begins by stating that the form of value must not only express value in general, but also quantitatively determined value, i.e. the magnitude of value. 144. He then states that an equal amount of the substance of value is contained in both commodities in the value expression, and this implies that the quantities in which the two commodities are present have cost the same amount of labor or the same quantity of labor time. 145. Marx speaks only of labor here. However, since he was just talking about the substance of value, he clearly means value-creating labor, that is, abstract human labor. What creates value is not individually expended labor time, but rather socially necessary labor time. See the first section of Chapter 1, under point E, and only to the extent that it satisfies social need. See the comments on the first subsection regarding supply and demand. Now Marx seeks to investigate the influence of the changes in both commodities' values on the expression of value. In investigating this, the causes of such changes are irrelevant, that is, whether they result from changes in the productivity of labor, Marx mentions this case on page 145, or changes in social need. In footnote 20, Marx calls attention to his using the word value in the ensuing analysis not only to describe the quality of value, for example, when he says that a commodity has both use value and value, but also for the quantity in which this quality is present, that is, for the particular magnitude of value. Marx now identifies 4 cases where the magnitude of value of one or the other of the commodities changes, considering their effects upon the expression of value. Recall that on numerous occasions above we have stressed that value objectivity is not a property of the individual product, that an isolated commodity does not really exist. But aren't we now talking about the value of an individual commodity? We are still engaged in examining the value form contained in the value relation between two commodities. Within the value relation, we can indeed speak of a commodity and its value, but not independently of such a value relation. Marx now considers the form of value at 2 distinct moments in time. He postulates the occurrence of various combinations of changes in the social conditions of production. Then he considers each one's influence on the relative expression of value. However, the change in the commodity's value and the change in the expression of its value do not occur in temporal succession, but rather simultaneously. That the socially necessary labor time, for example, in the production of linen, has changed, and how much, is first shown in exchange. It is only then that we can speak of changes in the value of the linen. Here are the 4 cases. 1. The value of the linen changes, the value of the coat remains constant. In this case, the relative value, that is, the value of linen expressed in coats, changes in accordance with the change in the linen's value. 2. The value of the linen remains constant, the value of the coat changes. In this case, the relative value of the linen changes in an inverse relation to the coat's value. Comparing cases 1 and 2, it becomes evident that we can't see whether the change in relative value results from a change in the magnitude of the linen's value or from an inverse change in the magnitude of the coat's value. 3. The magnitudes of the value of the linen and the coat both change, they do so in the same direction and the same proportion, that is, by the same percentage. In this case, the relative value of the linen remains the same. 4. The magnitudes of the value of the linen and the coat both change, they do so either not in the same direction or not in the same proportion. Each possible combination corresponds to a repeated application of cases 1 to 3. With that, Marx has dealt with all of the possible changes in the values of the linen and coat and their influence upon the relative value of the linen. Marx now sums up the results. Thus real changes in the magnitude of value are neither unequivocally nor exhaustively reflected in their relative expression, or, in other words, in the magnitude of the relative value. 146. In footnote 21, Marx describes this non-correspondence as the lack of congruence between the magnitude of value and its relative expression. 146. In the section on the money form, we will return again to this lack of congruence. 3. The equivalent form 11. In the first sentence here, as earlier in point 1, Marx stresses the active role of the commodity that occupies the relative form of value, emphasizing that it impresses a form of value upon the second commodity. He goes on. The commodity linen brings to view its own existence as a value through the fact that the coat can be equated with the linen although it has not assumed a form of value distinct from its own physical form. The coat is directly exchangeable with the linen. In this way the linen in fact expresses its own existence as a value worth sen. The equivalent form of a commodity, accordingly, is the form in which it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. 147. The first sentence of the quotation merely summarizes the results of the investigation of the relative form of value. The next 2 sentences, however, assert something new. The linen expresses that the coat is directly exchangeable with it and that the equivalent form is the form in which it is directly exchangeable with other commodities. What does form in which it is directly exchangeable mean? As it is, the coat can exchange directly for linen. But what would it mean to be not directly exchangeable? This can be clarified by looking at 3 commodities. Assume that not only 20 yards of linen, but also 10 kilograms of iron, are exchanged for a coat. In that case, we can conclude that 20 yards of linen and 10 kilograms of iron have the same magnitude of value. But that is far from saying that 20 yards of linen are also exchangeable for 10 kilograms of iron. The case is different with the coat. Since for both the linen and the iron, the coat serves as the material expression of value, that is, for both value takes the shape of the coat and both exchange for the coat is directly exchangeable for both. But the 10 kilograms of iron in our example can only exchange for 20 yards of linen, if it is first exchanged for a coat, and then the coat for the 20 yards of linen. The iron is thus not directly exchangeable, but rather only exchangeable in a mediated way, with the coat serving as the medium. Why? Because the iron, in its natural form, does not already count as a form of value. Marx observes in the next 2 paragraphs how, with the equivalent commodity, in our case, the coat, the proportion in which it is exchanged is by no means given. Instead, the quantitative relation of exchange depends upon the magnitude of value of both commodities. Marx thoroughly described this dependence in section 2. The relative form of value, subsection 2. Marx points out another property of the equivalent form. The magnitude of value of the linen, that is, the commodity that occupies the relative form of value, is expressed in a specific quantity of coat, the commodity that occupies the equivalent form of value. In contrast, the magnitude of value of the coat, the commodity occupying the equivalent form, is not expressed. The equivalent commodity always appears as no more than a specific quantity of a thing. After these introductory remarks, Marx highlights three peculiarities of the equivalent form. The first peculiarity of the equivalent form: use value becomes the form of appearance of its opposite, value. 148. This proposition was already demonstrated when we examined the content of the relative form of value. There, Marx noted that the linen can only express its value in the coat if value takes on the form of a coat for it. 143. But it is merely coincidental that the coat occupies the equivalent form. Any other commodity could occupy the coat's position, which would mean that that commodity's useful character would count directly as a manifestation of value. For that reason, Marx can make the more general claim here that use value becomes the manifestation of value. In the quote, Marx describes value as the opposite of use value. He is referring to the fact that use value and value are not only different, but to a certain degree are defined in opposing ways. The use value of a commodity is based upon its usefulness, which depends on concrete material properties of the body of the commodity. By contrast, we obtain the value of a commodity by abstracting from its use value. Value is a social characteristic. Analogous oppositions are the basis of Marx's using the term opposite in relation to the two other peculiarities. Just as on page 127, where Marx described exchange value as a form of appearance of a content distinct from it, Marx uses the term form of appearance without saying that there is some essence appearing. In this passage, it's clear that this would be nonsensical. We would have to conceive of value as the essence of use value. Point 12. Marx makes two additional observations. First, that this substitution Marx uses the term quid pro quo of one thing for another, the switching of use value and value, page 148, occurs only within the value relation, as he already noted on page 143. Second, because no commodity can relate to itself as value, it must relate to another commodity as its equivalent, thus making the latter's physical existence into a form of value. From this we can conclude, the substitution of value for use value that occurs in the commodity occupying the equivalent form is necessary in order to express the value of the commodity that occupies the relative form of value. Marx uses the example of measuring weight to explain how this substitution takes place. You can't see the weight of a sugar loaf. It is expressed by putting it on a balance in relation to a few pieces of iron. The pieces of iron do not represent anything other than weight, just as the coat in the expression of value only counts as value. Marx emphasizes, however, that at this point the analogy ceases, because the iron represents a natural property common to both bodies. But in the expression of value of the linen the coat represents a supernatural property, their value, which is something purely social. 149, emphasis MH. If value isn't natural, it must be something supernatural. Here, Marx reintroduces the spectral metaphor from the first subsection of Chapter 1, where he referred to the commodity's spectral objectivity. 128. In the next paragraph, Marx begins by emphasizing that the relative form of value reveals that value is something social. The value of the commodity that occupies the relative form is expressed in something distinct from its own body. The reverse is the case with the equivalent form. The equivalent form consists precisely in this, that the material commodity itself, the coat for instance, expresses value just as it is in its everyday life, and is therefore endowed with the form of value by nature itself. 149, emphasis MH. Whereas the relative form of value expresses something social, the equivalent form seems to express something natural. However, value is not natural but social. For that reason, neither the coat nor any other commodity body can possess the form of value by nature. It must be an illusion, shine, but where does it come from? Marx's answer. Admittedly, this holds good only within the value relation, in which the commodity linen is related to the commodity coat as its equivalent. However, the properties of a thing do not arise from its relations to other things, they are, on the contrary, merely activated by such relations. The coat, therefore, seems to be endowed with its equivalent form, its property of direct exchangeability, by nature, just as much as its property of being heavy or its ability to keep us warm. Hence the mysteriousness of the equivalent form, which only impinges on the crude bourgeois vision of the political economist when it confronts him in its fully developed shape, that of money. 149. Here, Marx distinguishes between properties that exist only within a relationship and properties inherent to the thing itself. In connection with the first type of property, Marx frequently uses to count, gelten; in connection with the second type, he opts for to be, sen. Thus the coat counts as a thing of value, but only within the value relation, whereas it is made of wool. The property being made of wool does not depend upon a relation. It's often the case that that which counts within a relationship is merely the expression of something that is outside of the relationship. Thus with the previous example of the measuring weight, the pieces of iron count as a direct expression of weight in relation to the sugar loaf. This validation, Geltung, is possible because the pieces of iron also have weight independently of their relationship to the sugar loaf. If this example were taken as a model, then the coat would apparently have the equivalent form in the value relation to the linen, because it also has the equivalent form outside of this relation, that is, by nature. But this isn't the case. The illusion, or semblance, shine, is misleading. Footnote 22 on page 149 is instructive in this sense. Let's briefly go over the relationships discussed so far. The linen's value appears as, or takes the form of, erscheint, a coat. The coat is the form of appearance of the linen's value. This is not an illusion, value really does appear this way, on the difference between the German verbs erscheinen and scheinen, see page 48 above. The physical body of the commodity coat counts, gilt, as the embodiment of value, but only within the value relation to the linen. The coat is made of wool. This is the case independently of any relation. The coat seems, schijnt, as a thing as a physical body to directly be value, unmittelbar word zijn, it seems, schijnt, to directly possess the equivalent form. This semblance or illusion, shine, is wrong, since a property that is only valid within a relation is being confused here with one that also exists outside of the relation. In the section's very first sentence, Marx emphasized that the linen impresses the equivalent form on the coat. However, the linen's active behavior, mentioned in point 1, where it appeared to be only a question of minutiae, is not visible. What the linen impresses on the coat seems, schijnt, to have by natural endowment, a social relationship, thus seems, schijnt, to be a property of a thing. It is precisely this, Marx continues, that constitutes the mysteriousness of the equivalent form that impinges on the crude bourgeois vision of the political economist when he faces it in money. Marx points out that the illusion can still be easily dispelled in the case of the simple form of value, but that is no longer possible with money. Here, then, we have made the first step toward solving the mystery of money. The second peculiarity of the equivalent form. The second peculiarity of the equivalent form is dealt with in only 3 paragraphs, in a presentation beginning with the second paragraph on page 150. There, Marx draws a conclusion from the first peculiarity: if the body of the equivalent commodity, which is the product of a specific act of concrete labor, counts directly as a manifestation of value, that is, as the embodiment of abstract human labor, then the concrete labor that created this useful thing counts as abstract human labor's form of realization. In the next paragraph, Marx writes, but in the value expression of the commodity the question is stood on its head. 150, emphasis mh. That is to say, the abstract does not stand for the common property of various concrete things. Instead, concrete labor counts here as the tangible form of realization of abstract human labor. 150. Addendum: in the appendix to the first edition of Capital, at the corresponding passage, Marx provides an instructive example of this inversion. This inversion Verkehrung, by which the sensibly concrete counts only as the form of appearance of the abstractly general and not, on the contrary, the abstractly general as property of the concrete, characterizes the expression of value. At the same time, it makes understanding it difficult. If I say, Roman law and German law are both laws, that is obvious. But if I say, Law das Recht, this abstraction abstractum realizes itself in Roman law and in German law. In these concrete laws, the interconnection becomes mystical. Capital and Class 4, Spring 1978, 140. In the next paragraph, Marx summarizes the foregoing. The equivalent form therefore possesses a second peculiarity. In it, concrete labor becomes the form of manifestation of its opposite, abstract human labor. 150. The third peculiarity of the equivalent form. The third peculiarity is dealt with in just one paragraph, final paragraph of page 150. It follows directly from the second, stating that the concrete labor that produces the body of the equivalent commodity counts directly as an expression of abstract human labor. For this reason, like all other commodity-producing labor, it is the labor of private individuals. It is nevertheless labor in its directly social form. 150. About the third peculiarity, Marx writes: private labor takes the form of its opposite, namely labor in its directly social form. 151. So far Marx has discussed private labor only once. In the second subsection of Chapter 1, Marx pointed out that only products of private labor can become commodities. 132, corrected translation on page 81 of this book. Now, he not only mentions private labor, but also its opposite, labor in its directly social form. What does Marx mean by directly social form, unmittelbar Gesellschaft-like form? Addendum: once again, Marx's text in the appendix to the first edition of Capital goes into greater detail. However, we have to keep in mind that whereas Fuchs translated unmittelbar Gesellschaft-like form as directly social form, Dragstedt translated the same term in the appendix to the first edition as immediately social form. Products of labor would not become commodities, were they not products of separate private labors carried on independently of one another. The social interconnection of these private labors exists materially, insofar as they are members of a naturally evolved social division of labor and hence, through their products, satisfy wants of different kinds, in the totality Gesamtheit of which the similarly naturally evolved system of social wants Naturwuchsiges System der Gesellschaftlichen Bedürfnisse consists. This material social interconnection of private labors carried on independently of one another is however only mediated and hence is realized only through the exchange of their products. The product of private labor hence only has social form insofar as it has value form and hence the form of exchangeability with other products of labor. It has immediately social form unmittelbar Gesellschaft-like form insofar as its own bodily or natural form is at the same time the form of its exchangeability with other commodities or counts as value form for other commodities. However, as we have seen, this only takes place for a product of labor when, through the value relation of other commodities to it, it is in equivalent form or, with respect to other commodities, plays the role of equivalent. The equivalent has immediately social form unmittelbar Gesellschaft-like form insofar as it has the form of immediate exchangeability with other commodities, and it has this form of immediate exchangeability insofar as it counts for other commodities as the body of value, hence as equal als gleichs. Therefore the definite useful labor, i.e. as labor contained in it, also counts as labor in immediately social form, which possesses the form of equality with the labor contained in other commodities. Capital and Class 4. Spring 1978, 140. Marx first emphasizes that in commodity production, individual labor activities take place independently of each other, namely as private acts of labor, but still have a material interconnectedness. All these private acts of labor require certain intermediate products that are supplied to them by other labor activities. However, these private labor activities only become socially interconnected through the exchange of their products. For that reason, Marx writes that their material interconnectedness is mediated by exchange. That has consequences. The product of private labor does not have social form immediately as a product of concrete labor as a certain use value, but only when it obtains a value form through exchange and thus becomes interchangeable. Therefore, private labor activity creating some sort of product is normally not labor in immediately, or directly, social form. It first becomes labor in social form owing to mediation, and that mediation is exchange, which gives the product of private labor a value form. This mediation can occur or fail to occur, if the product is not exchanged, meaning that it does not obtain a value form. Only private labor that produces the body of the equivalent commodity is labor in immediately social form, since the equivalent commodity is immediately, or directly, exchangeable. When Marx speaks here of labor in immediately, or directly, social form as the opposite of private labor, we should remember that we are talking about a society based upon exchange. In that kind of society, labor with an immediately social form is that labor whose product is immediately exchangeable. This is albeit a very specific form of the immediately social. In a society not based upon exchange, labor with an immediately social form would have very different characteristics. We will touch on this issue in the commentary on page 169 ff. Excursus on Aristotle. In the first edition's preface, Marx claimed that people sought to unravel the value form in vain for more than 2,000 years, 90. What this sweeping time frame refers to becomes explicit here. Aristotle was the first to analyze the value form. The purpose of Marx's Excursus on Aristotle, however, is not to interpret his thought. Rather, as Marx states, it aims to make, not all three peculiarities, but the two peculiarities of the equivalent form we have just developed, still clearer. 151. Marx emphasizes two of Aristotle's insights. First, the money form of the commodity is only a more developed aspect of the simple form of value. 151. Second, the value relation of two commodities requires that there be an essential identity between the two sensually different things, which makes them commensurable. However, Aristotle concludes that it's impossible for such things to be equal and breaks off his analysis. Marx comments. Aristotle therefore himself tells us what prevented any further analysis, the lack of a concept of value. 151. Aristotle encountered the money form empirically and reduced it to the simple form of value. However, he did not have a concept of value that could explain the equality presupposed by the expression of value. Aristotle did not succeed at doing what Marx did in the first subsection of Chapter 1, decoding exchange value as a form of appearance of a content that commodities hold in common, and determining this common content as equal human labor or abstract human labor. Why didn't he succeed? In the final paragraph of this excursus, Marx mentions that the primary impediment to knowledge in ancient Greek society was the social conditions. The society depended on slave labor, leading to an inequality of labor power. The secret of the expression of value, namely the equality and equivalence of all kinds of labor because and in so far as they are human labor in general, could not be deciphered until the concept of human equality had already acquired the permanence of a fixed popular opinion. This however becomes possible only in a society where the commodity form is the universal form of the product of labor, hence the dominant social relation is the relation between men as possessors of commodities. 152. This paragraph doesn't just point out the socially based impediments to Aristotle's thought, implicitly, it provides much more. Marx speaks here of the concept of human equality as a fixed popular opinion. What does that mean? It's widely recognized today that all people are equal, which is frequently invoked against racism and discrimination. In fact, people are very unequal, both in terms of their abilities and their social situation, as well as with regard to their social rights, which depend these days, for example, on the passport one has within a country's borders. The idea that there is an abstract equality among people, the basis for the validity of universal human rights, among other things, is not at all a necessary conclusion in the face of this de facto inequality. In ancient and feudal societies, such notions of equality were rare and would have seemed rather abstruse. This doesn't mean that people did not resist oppression and discrimination, but they usually did so without a universal claim to human equality. Here, Marx stresses that a notion's plausibility, which is what he means by fixed popular opinion, depends on everyday social reality. In a society where people face each other primarily as commodity owners, every person plays the role of a property owner. The content and extent of this property varies, but the owners of property are all equal insofar as they freely dispose of their property. This fundamental equality of commodity owners appears to be their essential characteristic. Their inequality with regard to extent of their property seems an individual peculiarity. Under these conditions, the notion that there is a fundamental equality among people expressed as an equality of commodity owners becomes plausible. It's different in ancient and feudal societies, where there was commodity production without it being predominant. There, no level of fundamental equality existed. Slaves and free people, peasants and lords faced each other as fundamentally unequal. The notion of human equality had no foundation in such social conditions. Marx justifies this excursus on Aristotle because it is supposed to make still clearer the last two peculiarities of the equivalent form. To what extent does he succeed, and why doesn't it make the first peculiarity clearer? The first peculiarity, in which the natural form of the equivalent commodity becomes the form of value, is evident. We can clearly express it by saying that, if 20 yards of linen are worth a coat, the coat counts as the physical manifestation of the linen's value. The two other peculiarities, however, have nothing to do with the equivalent commodity itself. Instead, they relate to the labor that produced the equivalent commodity. Understanding these two peculiarities presupposes the concept of value, the insight that the commodities as values are the objectification of equal human labor. If we don't have this concept of value, then what is evident in exchange that the coat is the form of value of the linen appears impossible. So it's clear that there's a fundamental difference between the first peculiarity and the other two. With that, something else becomes clear. In the first subsection of Chapter 1, where Marx began to examine exchange value, I stressed that he is not considering price-bearing commodities, that is, commodities that exchange for money. Instead, he is considering a commodity that exchanges for another commodity, a case that is unusual in developed capitalism. See point C in the commentary on the first subsection. It remained to be seen whether Marx could have introduced money at that stage. Now it's clear that doing so was not possible. The money form's undeveloped manifestation is the simple form of value, as Aristotle already recognized. In order to analyze it, we have first to analyze what makes commodities commensurable at all. It is therefore necessary to determine the substance of value before the analysis of the value form. So the excursus on Aristotle also makes it clear that Marx's sequence of presentation so far represents an objective necessity. For the simple form of value considered as AWHOLE 1-3. The independent presentation of value as exchange value. In the first paragraph, Marx summarizes both the qualitative and quantitative results of his considerations, and concludes with the sentence: the value of a commodity is independently expressed through its presentation Darstellung as exchange value. 152. A clarification follows. When, at the beginning of this chapter, we said in the customary manner that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value, this was, strictly speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility, and a value. It appears as the twofold thing it really is as soon as its value possesses its own particular form of manifestation, which is distinct from its natural form. This form of manifestation is exchange value, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation, but only when it is in a value relation or an exchange relation with a second commodity of a different kind. Once we know this, our manner of speaking does no harm, it serves, rather, as an abbreviation. 152. What's wrong with saying that a commodity is exchange value? A commodity is something double, use value and an object of value. But it is not exchange value, it has exchange value, when another commodity expresses its value. In the first subsection of Chapter 1, Marx emphasized that value's substance is a substance common to the commodities exchanged. Value objectivity is therefore an objectivity held in common, as Marx stresses in the manuscript Ergensungen und Verandrungen, see Appendix 4. For that reason, if Marx speaks here of the value of a commodity, it's only possible because we are singling out one member in a presupposed exchange relation between two commodities, as we already pointed out in the commentary in 2, on the quantitative determinacy of the relative form of value. Marx's clarification here about the difference between value and exchange value is useful. However, one will look in vain for a passage at the beginning of Capital, that is, in the first subsection, stating that the commodity is use value and exchange value. The only such passage is found in the second subsection's first paragraph, 131f. Addendum: the first time Marx refers to there being a wrong manner of speaking at the beginning of this chapter is in the revisions he made of the first edition in the manuscript Ergensungen und Verandrungen, Mega 2/6, 22. There, the header for the first subsection of Chapter 1 is, the two factors of the commodity, use value and exchange value, Mega 2/6, 3. So it's correct to speak of a wrong manner of speaking at the beginning of Chapter 1, but only in reference to this revised header. However, Marx later corrected the header before printing, but retained the reference to the wrong manner of speaking. The next paragraph begins. Our analysis has shown that the form of value, that is, the expression of the value of a commodity, arises from the nature of commodity value, as opposed to value and its magnitude arising from their mode of expression as exchange value. 152. What does this mean? The initial problem of the analysis of the value form was that value cannot be grasped in an individual commodity. It requires an objective form that is distinct from the body of the commodity whose value is to be expressed. This form is exchange value, another commodity's body, which counts directly as a manifestation of value. In this way, Marx showed that the nature of commodity value makes the value form necessary, that is, the nature of value is incomprehensible in a single commodity, as a result of the substance of value being an in common and social substance, which in turn means that the objective expression of a commodity's value can only happen through another commodity. Put differently, value is the basis of the value form. In many debates about Marx's concept of value, the sentence quoted above has been taken as proof that Marx assumes that value exists prior to and independent of exchange, with exchange being where value later acquires a value form. This was based on interpreting the phrase arising from as pointing to a temporal sequence, with the moment of arising being equated with the moment of exchange. But the sentence quoted doesn't refer to time at all. It's not about a temporal sequence, but rather a structural relationship of simultaneously existing moments that condition each other. In the rest of the paragraph, Marx accuses various economic schools, including mercantilism and the free trade school, of adhering to the opposite position, the delusion that value arises from its mode of expression as exchange value. Mercantilism refers to an economic theory and policy that recommends that in foreign commerce countries maintain trade surpluses. In terms of value, more should be sold abroad than purchased, so that money, the finished form of the commodity's equivalent form in Marx's language, flows into the country. The free trade school, by contrast, doesn't promote trade surpluses, but trade that is as extensive as possible. For that reason, Marx refers to them as peddlers of free trade who are primarily interested in the quantitative aspect of the value expression. Whether these schools have succumbed to the delusion mentioned by Marx, and if so to what extent, would require a more extensive discussion of their views, which is not possible here. In the next paragraph, Marx says once more that in the expression of the value of commodity A, its natural form only counts as use value, whereas commodity B's natural form, which expresses the value of commodity A, only counts as the form of value. He comments on this as follows. The internal opposition between use value and value, hidden within the commodity, is therefore represented on the surface by an external opposition, i.e. by a relation between two commodities such that the one commodity, whose own value is supposed to be expressed, counts directly only as a use value, whereas the other commodity, in which that value is to be expressed, counts directly only as exchange value. Hence the simple form of value of a commodity is the simple form of appearance of the opposition between use value and value which is contained within the commodity. 153. This is the first time that Marx refers to the relation between use value and value as an opposition. Nevertheless, in characterizing the first peculiarity of the equivalent form, he did refer to value as the opposite of use value. In both cases, the reference to an opposition emphasizes the opposing characteristics of use value and value. To the extent that use value and value are opposites, one can speak of the commodity containing an internal opposition. Because the expression of value distributes this opposition between two poles, the internal opposition of the commodity becomes an external opposition of two commodities. In the next paragraph, Marx points out that products of labor are not commodities in all forms of society, but only where the labor used to make such products is represented as their objective property, as value. Since this representation occurs by means of the value form, Marx concludes, it therefore follows that the simple form of value of the commodity is at the same time the simple form of value of the product of labor, and also that the development of the commodity form coincides with the development of the value form. 154. Here Marx emphasizes the inseparable connection between the value form of the commodity and the commodity form of the product of labor. Conversely, this means that without the value form, we cannot speak of the commodity form of the product of labor. But the value form only exists in the exchange relation, so if there is no exchange relation, there is no commodity. The meaning of the word development will become clearer after we've gone over the next 3 paragraphs. Insufficiencies of the simple form of value. We perceive straight away the insufficiency of the simple form of value. It is an embryonic form which must undergo a series of metamorphoses before it can ripen into the price form. 154. In a cursory fashion, Marx refers to the simple form of value here as an embryonic form that ripens into the price form. Up to now, he hasn't mentioned the price form. Price is usually understood as the exchange value of a commodity expressed in money. However, we will have to wait until we get to the money form, before understanding how the simple form of value is the embryonic form of the price form. The next paragraph addresses the insufficiency of the simple form of value, which Marx says is perceived straight away. At each pole, there is a defect due to the individual character of the form. For the first time, Marx speaks of the simple relative form and the single equivalent form. So far, Marx has only spoken of the relative form of value and the equivalent form, without qualifying them. But if there are different forms of value at this point, we've only discussed the simple form of value, then there must also be different relative forms and equivalent forms. Marx identifies the following as insufficiencies. Through the simple relative form of value, the value of commodity A is differentiated from its own use value. But commodity A only stands in an exchange relation to a single commodity B. The simple form of value does not express commodity A's qualitative equality, as value, to all other commodities. The equivalent commodity B is no more than a single equivalent commodity, it only has the character of direct exchangeability in relation to a single commodity. Why are these insufficiencies? The section called Content of the Relative Form of Value argued that expressing the value of commodity A required an objective expression. The simple form of value provides an objective expression, namely the physical body of commodity B. However, this form of value does not express everything that characterizes the value of commodity A. It doesn't express that commodity A, as an object of value, is qualitatively equal to all other commodities. In that sense, the simple form of value is an insufficient expression of commodity A's value. It has already been emphasized many times that in the expression of value, commodity A plays an active role and commodity B plays a passive role. The simple relative form of value's insufficiency is therefore reflected in the simple equivalent form. Commodity B is the equivalent for only a single commodity. Strictly speaking, we cannot yet judge whether the equivalent form is also insufficient, since we don't yet have a standard by which to judge an equivalent form's insufficiency. However, we may guess that the simple equivalent form is insufficient if we think about the money form that we're familiar with in everyday life. Everything that functions as money is an equivalent for all commodities. Passing over to the expanded form of value, characteristics of conceptual development. The final paragraph claims that the simple form of value automatically passes over into a more complete form. What happens in this transition? By passing over, Marx obviously means not just a rhetorical transition from one argument to the next, but rather a transition rooted in the object of investigation. What kind of passing over is it? Let's take a closer look at Marx's reasoning. Marx's first argument is that the simple form of value only expresses the value of a commodity A in one commodity of another kind. But what this second commodity is, whether it is a coat, iron, corn, etc., is a matter of complete indifference. 154. Why is the nature of the second commodity a matter of complete indifference? Marx is analyzing the form of value, and for the analysis of form, it's a matter of indifference whether value was expressed in a coat, iron, or corn. In any case, the value of the linen finds an objective form distinct from its own use value. And regardless of whether the equivalent commodity is a coat, iron, or corn, we can always recognize the three peculiarities of the equivalent form. Marx's second argument is that, if the second commodity is a matter of indifference for the expression of value, then commodity A has not one, but many simple forms of value. Taken together, these many simple forms of value yield a new form of value. As the next heading indicates, it is the total or expanded form of value. To what extent can we say that the transition from the simple to the expanded form of value occurs automatically? A form doesn't do anything, either by itself or by compulsion. By automatically, Marx evidently means that no new determinations are required for this transition. We need only consider the determinations already arrived at, the indifference of the concrete physical shape of the equivalent commodity, in order to obtain the new form. This is obviously not a historical development of a kind where commodity A initially only traded for commodity B, which provided the simple form of value, but then, later in time, further commodities appeared alongside commodity B, so that now commodity A could also be exchanged for commodity C, commodity D, commodity E, etc. Apart from there being no reference to a historical transition in Marx's text, the claim that the nature of the equivalent commodity is indifferent only makes sense if many different types of commodities are simultaneously available that can all assume the role of the equivalent. However, if it's not a historical development, what kind of development is it? We obtain the simple form of value by randomly selecting two commodities from the immense collection of commodities and considering their value relation. It's a single form of value not because it was the only possible one, but because we considered it in isolation. In the single form of value, a relation that is by no means typical of developed capitalism is being considered. Instead, using the power of abstraction, a simple relation is constructed, which allows us to eventually understand what's typical for capitalism. This simple, constructed relation is first analyzed. That analysis provides determinations, whose consideration leads to a new object, which is in turn analyzed. The transition from the simple form of value to the expanded form is not a historical transition, which we are merely describing, rather, it is a transition to a new level of analysis, which we are carrying out. It's a conceptual development, a development of our conceptual constructions that aims to dissect of what is always mixed up and interconnected in capitalist reality, so that we can understand it. Marx declared earlier that the development of the commodity form coincides with the development of the value form, 154. It's now clear that what he was talking about is not a historical but a conceptual development. As I said in the commentary on the first subsection of Chapter 1, the exchange value of commodity A introduced there, namely the amount of another commodity B that one obtains in exchange value, is not a typical exchange value in capitalism, since exchange usually involves money. As the first sentence of Chapter 1 demonstrates, Marx wishes to analyze the commodity in developed capitalism. However, he initially considers the commodity in abstraction from the capitalist process of production and from money. That is, Marx examines a commodity that is conceptually undeveloped, leaving out a number of properties characteristic of commodities in capitalism, such as the price form. The undeveloped commodity form we have dealt with so far must now be conceptually developed further. When Marx asserts that the development of the commodity form coincides with that of the value form, he is saying that the further conceptual development of the commodity form occurs through the further conceptual development of the value form, and not, for example, through further determination of the substance or magnitude of value. B. The total or expanded form of value, 154-57. Why does Marx refer to this form of value as total or expanded? It is expanded in relation to the simple form of value. The linen only coincidentally expresses its value in the coat. If we take into account that the linen can also express its value in other commodities, we are expanding what is already contained in the simple form of value. The new form of value obtained thereby is total. It encompasses all possible expressions of the linen's value. 1. The expanded relative form of value. In the first part of A, Marx observed that the value form consists of two poles, the relative form of value and the equivalent form. Only at the end of A did Marx speak of the simple relative form of value and the single equivalent form. Now, Marx straightaway uses the more precise expression in the subsection heading, referring to the expanded relative form of value. Marx points out how things have advanced compared with the simple relative form of value. Since the value of the linen is now expressed in all other physical commodities, it is thus that this value first shows itself as being, in reality, a congealed quantity of undifferentiated human labor, 155. In this form of value, the linen now stands in a social relation to the world of commodities, 155. For this reason, the endless series of expressions of its value implies that, from the point of view of the value of the commodity, the particular form of use value in which it appears is a matter of indifference. 155. Whereas Marx has now been dealing with the qualitative side of value, the next paragraph develops the new form further and deals with the quantitative side of value, its magnitude. In the simple form of value, the quantitative exchange relation could still be accidental. This is no longer the case with the expanded form of value. The value of the linen remains unaltered in magnitude, whether expressed in coats, coffee, or iron. 156. Strictly speaking, Marx had already reached this conclusion at the beginning of the first subsection of Chapter 1. On page 127, he noted that if a given commodity, a quarter of wheat, exchanges for X boot Polish or Y silk or Z gold, then each of these various exchange values of the same commodity must be mutually replaceable or of identical magnitude. What Marx was considering there was basically the expanded relative form of value of a quarter of wheat. In our commentary on that earlier passage, we explained why the same commodities' exchange values must be of identical magnitude. Now, in the current passage, Marx concludes. It becomes plain that it is not the exchange of commodities which regulates the magnitude of their values, but rather the reverse, the magnitude of the value of the commodities which regulates the proportion in which they exchange. 156. This sentence has often been understood to mean that the magnitudes of value had to be established chronologically prior to exchange. This kind of interpretation was then frequently linked to the notion discussed above that a commodity's value is already determined in the production process. However, the sentence quoted is not talking about a temporal sequence, but rather a relation of regulation. And the latter does not necessarily depend on what regulates and is regulated being in a chronological sequence. The magnitude of a commodity's value expresses a certain social relation between producers. The basis of this relation, what is produced and what is needed, does not simply emerge in exchange, it is mediated by exchange and only by exchange. This is precisely what is specific about a society based upon commodity production. We will return to this topic in the section on the fetish character of the commodity. Commodity producers produce privately, independently of one another. It is not through production that they enter in a social relationship but through the exchange of their products. Only then is it revealed what counts as socially necessary labor time. Exchange does not determine the amount of socially necessary labor time, it only exists in exchange, because only in exchange are the underlying average ratios formed, and, in exchange, such labor determines the quantitative exchange relations. In this sense, the commodity's magnitude of value regulates its exchange relations, but both the magnitude of value and the exchange relations always exist simultaneously. 2. The particular equivalent form. Marx speaks here not of the expanded equivalent form, but rather of the particular equivalent form. The expanded equivalent form is the endless range of commodities that can serve as equivalents. A single commodity picked out of this range is a particular equivalent, it then becomes the particular equivalent form. Marx asserts that the specific natural form of each of these commodities is a particular equivalent form and that the specific concrete labor that produces the physical commodity counts as a particular form of appearance of human labor in general. 156. Here, Marx shows how the first two peculiarities of the simple equivalent form are properties of the particular equivalent form. 3. Defects of the total or expanded form of value. Marx first lists 3 defects of the expanded relative form of value. The relative expression of value is endless. It's a mosaic of disparate and unconnected expressions of value. The expanded relative forms of value of different commodities vary. They vary because in the relative value expression of commodity A, commodity B appears, but in the relative value expression of commodity B, it's not commodity B that appears, but rather commodity A, which is missing in the relative value expression of commodity A. In addition, there are 2 defects of the equivalent form. Marx avoids using the term expanded equivalent form. There only exist particular equivalent forms, which mutually exclude each other. This is why Marx cannot speak of the expanded equivalent form. The concrete useful labor that creates the physical body of a particular equivalent commodity is only a particular expression of abstract human labor. Abstract human labor does not have a unified form of appearance. Why are these characteristics defects? Marx does not further discuss the issue. He obviously believes that his hints at the end of the discussion of the simple form of value suffice. There, the defects of the simple form of value are that they do not adequately express the value of commodity A. The same holds for the expanded form of value. Now, the single commodity A stands in a relationship to the entire world of commodities. That all commodities are qualitatively equal in terms of value, however, is obscured by the endless and diverse expressions of value that the expanded form of value provides. Instead of a unified expression of the value of commodity A, there are many particular expressions. In that respect, the expanded form of value insufficiently expresses the value of commodity A. Marx now turns to another form of value arising from the expanded form of value. The expanded form of value consists of a multitude of expressions of value. In A1, Marx showed how the simple form of value x commodity A is worth y commodity B is based on the value equation x commodity A equals y commodity B. This can be turned around, yielding the reverse expression of value, y commodity B is worth x commodity A. Marx now applies this reversal to each individual equation of the expanded form of value, thereby obtaining the general form of value. We can see here that the transition from the expanded form of value to the general form of value is not a historical development. Rather, it is a conceptual evolution belonging to the investigation. The transition comes from considering additional characteristics that are already part of the simple form of value. Marx stresses this once again in his final sentence, i.e., if we give expression to the converse relation already implied in the series, 157, emphasis mh. c. The general form of value, 157-162. 1. The changed character of the form of value. The commodities now present their values to us, 1. In a simple form, because in a single commodity, 2. In a unified form, because in the same commodity each time. Their form of value is simple and common to all, hence general. 157. In this way, Marx identifies the two ways the new form of value represents an advance, and he explains his choice of the term general form of value. The historical appearance of the forms of value. Marx briefly characterizes the first two forms of value in the second and third paragraphs. Then, on page 158, he comments briefly on the historical appearance of these forms. On the one hand, the simple form of value appears where labor products are only occasionally and coincidentally exchanged. On the other hand, the expanded form of value appears when labor products are exchanged with other commodities, not exceptionally, but as a rule. Marx makes these remarks only after analyzing the forms. Therefore his analysis of the forms is in no way based on a historical development. In fact, it's the other way around. Completing the form analysis serves to indicate what's important in the historical investigation. In commenting on the introductory passage, 138, I alluded to the historical interpretation of development in Capital. That interpretation alleges that the development of the value forms represents an abstract tracing of the historical development. The logic of the sequence of the forms of value reflects advances in a process of historical evolution. As we have seen, Marx does not justify the transition from the simple to the expanded, and then from the expanded to the general form of value, as historical transitions, not even in a completely abstract sense. Instead, he uses the properties already present in each respective form for the conceptual construction of a new form. In the first edition, Marx completely left out the historical remarks quoted here. Addendum: it is a consistent pattern throughout Capital that Marx makes a remark about the pre-capitalist existence of individual forms only after carrying out the form analysis. This applies to the examination of the so-called primitive accumulation, that is, the historical formation of the capital relation, which appears at the first volume's end, not its beginning. It also applies to the historical examination of commercial capital and interest-bearing capital, which comes after the presentation of the relevant category in the third volume. In this, Marx is following a methodological insight that he formulated as early as the introduction of 1857, which is the complete opposite of the way the historical interpretation understands his mode of presentation. Bourgeois society is the most developed and the most complex historic organization of production. The categories which express its relations, the comprehension of its structure, thereby also allows insights into the structure and the relations of production of all the vanished social formations out of whose ruins and elements it built itself up, whose partly still unconquered remnants are carried along within it, whose mere nuances have developed explicit significance within it, etc. Human anatomy contains a key to the anatomy of the ape. The intimations of higher development among the subordinate animal species, however, can be understood only after the higher development is already known. Grundriss, 105, emphasis mh. However, we should remember that the forms appearing in pre-capitalist modes of production that represent intimations of higher development are not identical with this higher development, that is, the forms in capitalism. Since Marx is examining the capitalistically produced commodity exchanged for money, but initially abstracted from capital and money, neither the simple nor the expanded form of value is identical with a simple or expanded exchange of products without the mediation of money. The simple and expanded forms of value are conceptual constructs formed by abstracting from exchange mediated by money. They are not pre-capitalist manifestations of non-monetary exchange. The changed character of the relative form of value. In comparing the forms of value, in the first three paragraphs on page 158, Marx emphasizes that the first two forms of value merely express the value of a commodity as something distinct from its own use value. In the fourth paragraph, he states how the general form of value represents a decisive advance. The value of every commodity is now not only differentiated from its own use value, but from all use values, and is, by that very fact, expressed as that which is common to all commodities. 158. As a consequence, by this form, commodities are, for the first time, really brought into relation with each other as values, or permitted to appear to each other as exchange values. 158. In what sense does Marx use the word really here? The first two forms of value already related commodities to each other as value. So why should this relationship only really occur in the general form of value? The first two forms represent a relationship that does not yet express everything that characterizes value. It is only achieved by the third form, which is no longer insufficient like the first two forms. It is in this sense that Marx says that it really relates commodities to each other as values, just as one might say that a task is only really solved if the solution is complete. On the basis of Marx's language in this passage and in similar ones, some commentators refer to Hegel's concept of reality. What is real is what corresponds to the concept of a thing, and allege that it continues in Marx's work. Further evidence is in the first edition's appendix, where the corresponding passage on the general form of value states, only through this general character does the value form correspond to the concept of value, capital and class 4, Spring 1978, 46. However, whether Marx actually relies on Hegel's concept of reality or to what extent he does so can only be meaningfully discussed when one knows somewhat more about Marx and Hegel. Still, insofar as such imprecise language can be clarified without referring to the history of philosophy, which appears to me possible here and in many other passages, I attempt to do so. In the fifth paragraph on page 158, Marx addresses an additional difference between the forms of value. In the first two forms of value, the expression of value is based on a single commodity. Marx writes that it is its private task to give itself a form of value, and it accomplishes this task without the aid of the others. 159. These other commodities only appear in the passive role of the equivalent. But the situation is fundamentally different with the general form of value. The general form of value, on the other hand, can only arise as the joint contribution of the whole world of commodities. 159. At this point, the obvious question is how this joint contribution of the whole world of commodities is possible at all. Does it not presuppose an effort of coordination, meaning that something must be doing the coordinating? Marx does not address this question. Why not? In Chapter 1, he only examines the form determinations of the commodity, but not the process of implementing and maintaining these form determinations through people's actions. This latter constitutes, as mentioned above, the object of Chapter 2. Marx proceeds. It thus becomes evident that because the objectivity of commodities as values is the purely social existence of these things, it can only be expressed through the whole range of their social relations, consequently the form of their value must possess social validity. 159. In the introduction to the subsection on the value form, it was taken for granted it follows self-evidently that the value objectivity of commodities, as something purely social, can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. 139. Now, instead of this rather general formulation, Marx writes that the value objectivity of commodities can only be expressed through the whole range, allseitig, of their social relationships. Why now the whole range? Let's recall that being value-creating labor cannot be the property of an individual labor process, but results instead from the diverse social processes that form the average. The substance of value is thus based on a whole range of social relationships, the various acts that contribute to the average, which are carried out in exchange, set all commodity-producing labor activities in relation to each other. Therefore the value objectivity of commodities is only adequately expressed by the whole range of social relationships, which is only present with the general form of value. In the next paragraph, Marx states that the commodities in this all-around relationship are no longer just qualitatively equal as values, but also the magnitudes of their value are quantitatively comparable through a specific quantity of linen that serves as the expression of value. The changed character of the equivalent form. In the first sentences of the next paragraph, Marx carries over his earlier findings to the general form of value, and thus refers explicitly now to the general relative form of value and the general equivalent. On the one hand, he emphasizes the active role of the commodities that occupy the relative form of value. The general relative form of value imposes the character of universal equivalent on the linen. 159. On the other hand, Marx addresses the three peculiarities of the equivalent form, although only the third peculiarity is addressed in any detail. Compared with their role in the simple form of value, these three peculiarities undergo a certain change in the general form of value. In the simple equivalent form, we saw that use value / concrete useful labor / private labor became the form of appearance of value / abstract human labor / labor in immediately social form. By contrast, with the general equivalent form, both the use value of the equivalent commodity and the useful / private labor that produced the physical equivalent commodity become values general form of appearance. 159. / abstract human labor / labor in immediately social form. That is, we are no longer dealing with an isolated form of appearance, but rather a general socially valid form of appearance. On the basis of this general character, Marx draws the following conclusion about the now evident positive nature of value-creating labor. In this manner the labor objectified in the values of commodities is not just presented negatively, as labor in which abstraction is made from all the concrete forms and useful properties of actual work. Its own positive nature is explicitly brought out, namely the fact that it is the reduction of all kinds of actual labor to their common character of being human labor in general, of being the expenditure of human labor power. 159. Why was the labor objectified in value presented negatively when it was without a general equivalent? In both the individual equivalent, in the simple form of value, and the special equivalent, in the expanded form of value, the concrete labor that produced the equivalent commodity was already a form of appearance of abstract labor. However, it was only the abstract human labor objectified in the value of a single commodity, the single commodity of the relative form of value. Accordingly, as value-creating labor, this labor was only characterized as an abstraction from its own concrete useful character and for that reason only negatively determined. For example, if in the simple form of value iron expresses the value of wheat, then iron is the form of appearance of value, whereas the concrete labor that produces iron is the form of appearance of value-creating labor. However, in the simple form of value, only the value of a single commodity is expressed, wheat in this case. If we consider the simple form of value that expresses the value of wheat, we can only discern that the concrete labor that produces wheat does not create value, only the labor producing iron counts as creating value. Therefore, the simple form of value only serves to make a negative statement about the value-creating labor represented in the value of the wheat. It is not concrete, wheat-producing labor. It's different with the general form of value. With the linen as the general equivalent, weaving becomes the form of appearance of all labor objectified in value. As concrete labor, none of the various labor activities creates value. But value is created, with the commodities expressing their value in the linen. Therefore weaving expresses what all these many concrete labor activities have in common, they are human labor. Only now that the value of many different commodities is being expressed can we perceive what the many different labor activities have in common. This is the positive nature of value-creating labor addressed by Marx, which first emerges with the general equivalent. One could object that this positive nature was evident from the very beginning. As early as page 128, when Marx was searching for exchanged commodities' common content, he argued that there occurs an abstraction from use value, in exchange, and there is also an abstraction from the useful character of labor activities. All the latter are reduced to equal human labor. Therefore, what's especially new with the general form of value? We are dealing here with the same difference, a difference between two levels of analysis, which Marx mentioned on pages 140–142. On 128–29, the exchange relation of two commodities was analyzed. The results of this analysis were an abstraction, value, 141, corrected translation, and the characterization of value-creating labor as abstract human labor. Now we are dealing with the analysis of the value relation of the commodities. Here, it is the relationship of the commodities itself, the world of commodities, that occupies the general relative form of value and relates to a single commodity as the general equivalent that expresses this positive nature. In the value relation, the result of the analysis of the exchange relation becomes a component of the relation being analyzed. With this in mind, the final paragraph of this subsection should be understood. The general value form, in which all the products of labor are presented as mere congealed quantities of undifferentiated human labor, shows by its very structure that it is the social expression of the world of commodities. 160. This very structure of the general form of value consists in the fact that all commodities relate to one commodity as their common expression of value. It sets all commodities into a social relationship. In that sense, the general form of value is the social expression of the world of commodities. And how does the general form of value place commodities into a social relationship? Not as use values, but as values, in that they are represented as congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor. Marx can therefore conclude. In this way it is made plain that within this world the general human character of labor forms its specific social character. 160. We have to read this sentence carefully. It makes reference to this world which, as the preceding sentence makes clear, refers to the world of commodities. Within the world of commodities, our aim is to determine the specific social character of labor, that is, what makes privately expended labor social, a component of the labor of society. Private labor only becomes social in the world of commodities if it produces a commodity, thereby representing itself not only in a use value, but as value. And only as homogeneous human labor does labor represent value. In that sense, the general human character of labor within the world of commodities is the specific social character of labor. Outside the world of commodities and other modes of production things are otherwise. Addendum: Marx addresses another important aspect of the general form of value in Chapter 1 of the first edition of Capital. What is general in commodities, common to all of them, their value and the labor represented in value, are represented in the general equivalent as an individual thing. In the first edition, Marx emphasized this property of the general equivalent form, and he also found a very instructive example for it. In Form 2, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat or equals U coffee, or VT or X iron, etc., the form in which the linen develops its relative value expression, it relates itself to each individual commodity, coat, coffee, etc., as a specific equivalent, and to all of them together as to the environment of its specific forms of the equivalent. No individual species of commodity counts any longer with respect to the linen as simple equivalent, as in the particular equivalent, but only as specific equivalent whereby the one equivalent excludes the other. In Form 3, which is the reciprocal second form, and is therefore contained in it, the linen appears on the other hand as the general form corrected translation, generic form, Gatting's form of the equivalent for all other commodities. It is as if alongside and external to lions, tigers, rabbits, and all other actual animals, which form when grouped together the various kinds, species, subspecies, families etc. of the animal kingdom, there existed also in addition the animal, the individual incarnation of the entire animal kingdom. Dragsted 1976, 27. The general equivalent is an individual incarnation of the generic feature of commodities. They are not only use values but values. The linen as an individual commodity stands alongside all the other individual commodities. As the general equivalent, however, the linen counts as a general and direct manifestation of value. In that way, the genus, value, stands here as an individual, in the shape of the linen, alongside all the other individuals, the other individual commodities, which in their totality constitute this genus. To the development of the relative and equivalent forms of value, their interdependence. In the first couple of sentences, Marx emphasizes that the development of the equivalent form is only the expression and the result of the development of the relative form. When presenting the simple form of value on page 139, Marx began by noting that the commodity in the relative form of value plays an active role, that is, it expresses its value, whereas the commodity in the equivalent form plays a passive role, serving as the material in which value is expressed. In the next paragraph, Marx briefly identifies the various equivalent forms that result from each respective form of value. The remaining 5 paragraphs of this subsection describe the evolution of the antagonism between each pole of the value form. The simple form of value contains this antagonism, without as yet fixing it. 160. Because the individual expression of value can be read forwards and backwards without any problem, either of the two commodities can take on the relative form of value or the equivalent form. In the expanded form of value, only one commodity is in the relative form of value, because all other commodities are not. If one reads the expression of value backwards, it changes character and transforms into the general form of value. Something similar applies to the general form of value. One commodity, because all other commodities are not there, is in the equivalent form, which Marx describes as the form of direct exchangeability. 161. The commodity that serves as the general equivalent is excluded from the general relative form of value, otherwise, we would have 20 yards of linen equals 20 yards of linen. The general equivalent can only express its value if we reverse the general form of value. Then the former, equivalent commodity is in the expanded relative form of value, and expresses its value in the infinite array of other types of commodities. After observing that the commodity serving as the general equivalent only has the form of direct exchangeability because all other commodities don't have it, Marx states in footnote 26. It is by no means self-evident that the form of direct and universal exchangeability is an antagonistic form, as inseparable from its opposite, the form of non-direct exchangeability, as the positivity of one pole of a magnet is from the negativity of the other pole. 161. In the foregoing analysis of the simple form of value, Marx noted that the commodity in the equivalent form only counts as the direct embodiment of value within the value relation. However, since the properties of things usually do not derive from their relationships to other things, as Marx notes, the commodity in the equivalent form also appears to have this form, and thus the form of direct exchangeability, by nature. 149. This is what causes the mysteriousness of the equivalent form. 149. The issue is that we do not see in the equivalent form that it is only the result of the relative form of value, that is, another commodity expressing its value through it. In the analysis of the simple form of value, this circumstance explained why the equivalent form, the form of direct exchangeability, becomes a material, dinglich, property of the commodity that occupies that role. The commodity that takes on the role of the simple equivalent appears to possess certain properties that allow it to become the equivalent. This appearance is also present in the general equivalent, and to an even greater degree than in the simple form of value. This is because in the simple form of value the antagonism between the relative form of value and the equivalent form was not yet fixed. 160, and the expression of value could be read backwards without a problem. By contrast, in the case of the general form of value, this antagonism is fixed. The expression of value can no longer be reversed without changing the form. In the rest of the footnote, Marx criticizes Proudhonian socialism. Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, 1809–1865, had been an influential socialist author in France since the 1840s. He tried to scientifically justify his notions of socialism with a combination of philosophical, economic, and above all moral arguments. In 1847, Marx responded to Proudhon's major work, The Philosophy of Poverty, 1846, with The Poverty of Philosophy, MECW 6. The latter, however, was still quite far from the critique of political economy that Marx first formulated in 1857, see Appendix 1. The debate with Proudhon was important in forming Marx's critique of economics. In Capital, Marx briefly criticizes Proudhon in a few footnotes, but the critique is frankly devastating. The debate with Proudhon clearly shows how abstract theoretical deliberations can have direct political consequences. Marx criticizes Proudhon's socialism as a false resolution of the general equivalence semblance of independence, due to the expression of value. Right after the sentences just quoted, he writes, "This has allowed the illusion to arise that all commodities can simultaneously be imprinted with the stamp of direct exchangeability, in the same way that it might be imagined that all Catholics can be popes." 161. Proudhon recognizes that the equivalent commodity itself does not have any special property that makes it the equivalent. Gold or silver, for example, which historically have been general equivalents, are ordinary commodities, just like linen or coffee. However, it is wrong to conclude from this that it's possible to simply take the equivalence privileged position away from it. Proudhon's socialism fails to recognize two things, as do all theories that presume one can retain commodity production while abolishing money. First, that the general equivalence privileged position is only the result of the rest of the world of commodities relating to this one commodity as the general equivalent, and second, that this relation is necessary so that all commodities relate to each other as values. Marx describes Proudhon's socialism as a Philistine utopia arising from the notions of the petty bourgeois who views the production of commodities as the absolute summit of human freedom and individual independence. 161 and 26. In Marx's time, the phrase petty bourgeois was understood to refer to small commodity producers, artisans, independent farmers, and self-employed professionals such as doctors or lawyers. They were themselves neither wage laborers nor real capitalists, even if they had 2 or 3 employees. They therefore operated within simple commodity production, that is, through purchase and sale that was not mediated capitalistically, which appeared to many of them as the natural order of things. With his disparaging remarks, which he followed with others, 178 and 280, 734 and 10, Marx makes it clear that he does not value commodity production and does not view any kind of reformed commodity production as an alternative to capitalism, see in particular 734 and 10. At the end of the footnote on page 161, Marx makes clear, through a literary allusion, that he not only regards Proudhon's position as wrong, but even regards all his deliberations as puffed up and unscientific. Marx does not provide a source for the lines of verse that appear there, which are a lightly modified quotation from Goethe's Faust. He could count on educated middle-class readers of his time being familiar with it, so they would understand his allusion. In the lines that Marx alludes to from Faust, Mephistopheles mocks the scientific pretensions of theology. 3. The transition from the general form of value to the money form. Marx points out that the general equivalent form could be assumed by any commodity, but claims that the form first obtains objective fixedness and general social validity when it is permanently restricted to one commodity. The specific kind of commodity with whose natural form the equivalent form is socially interwoven now becomes the money commodity, or serves as money. It becomes its specific social function, and consequently its social monopoly, to play the part of universal equivalent within the world of commodities. 162. If we place this money commodity, which historically was gold, in the position of the linen, we obtain the money form. D. The money form, 162-63. Here Marx addresses not only the money form but also the interrelation of the forms of value and will present his solution to the mystery of money. In the first 2 paragraphs, he deals with the differences between the forms of value. There were actual changes of form in the transition from the first form to the second, and from the second form to the third, but in terms of form, the money form is not at all different from the third form, the general form of value. The advance consists only in the equivalent form having fused with the natural form of a certain commodity. As emphasized above, the development of the first 3 forms of value does not represent a historical evolution, but rather a conceptual development of the content of the form. Since the money form does not have any difference in form compared to the general form of value, it cannot be developed conceptually out of the general form of value. As Marx emphasizes, it is only social custom, 162, that leads to the equivalent form permanently adhering to a specific commodity. That means that nothing more than the actions of commodity owners establish the transition from the general form of value to the money form. Addendum: Marx offers a systematic treatment of commodity owners and their actions only in Chapter 2. In that sense, his presentation of the money form here constitutes something of an anticipation. In Chapter 1 of the first edition of Capital, where Marx separates the different levels of presentation more consistently, the money form does not come after the general form of value. The concluding part of the original value form analysis is contained in Appendix 3. Marx first uses this sequence incorporating the anticipation of money in the schoolmasterly appendix of the first edition. In the third paragraph, Marx explains what the price form is about, the simple relative expression of value of a commodity using the commodity that functions as a money commodity. The price of a commodity is nothing other than its value expressed in the money commodity. In the course of the conceptual development, we now arrive for the first time at the price form of the commodity, which common sense always associates with commodities. Marx began his analysis with a non-empirical object, constructed by the power of abstraction, 90 the commodity without price form, c. 126-127. He has not simply taken up the price form as an empirical fact, but has developed it categorically. He has explained what the expression of price means and in what sense it is necessary for the commodity. The price form of a commodity is a specific simple relative form of value. In the section on the simple form of value, Marx already examined this quantitative determination, 144 ff, establishing that the change in a commodity's magnitude of value does not have to be reflected in its relative expression. The same is obviously true of the price form. For example, if productivity increases in specific sectors, the value of the respective commodity declines. If productivity increases just as strongly in the sector producing the money commodity, then we will have a general decline in value, but a constant price level. This corresponds to Scenario 3, 146. If productivity in producing the money commodity rises to an above-average level, then the money commodity's value declines faster than that of the other commodities. In this case, a general decline in magnitudes of value goes along with rising prices, corresponding to Scenarios 2 and 3 145f. Addendum: as will be demonstrated later in Capital's first volume, it is intrinsic to capital to develop the productivity of labor. That means there is an intrinsic tendency for values to decrease in magnitude. As the preceding commentary makes clear, such a decline in values is not necessarily reflected in declining prices. When reading the first and second volumes of Capital, keep in mind that Marx's arguments usually refer to value and not price. Our arriving at the money form raises the question of how up-to-date Marx's analysis is. In Marx's argument, the money form is linked to a commodity, the money commodity, gold, for Marx. However, the contemporary monetary system no longer bears any relationship to a money commodity, neither de jure, for example, with banknotes requiring complete or partial coverage by a commodity, as in the 19th century, nor de facto, which might express itself in commodity owners not accepting money that isn't covered by a money commodity, or accepting it only at a markdown. We can thus ask if Marx's analysis is obsolete, or if there is still some kind of indirect linkage to a money commodity today. Addendum: we have so far followed only the initial steps of Marx's account dealing with the relation between commodity and money, but in abstraction from capitalist production. However, we are not finished with these first steps. 2 more chapters remain before Marx begins analyzing capital in Chapter 4. Even so, further categories are required for the analysis of the modern capitalist monetary system. These include interest, credit, and credit money, which are first dealt with in the third volume of Capital. I provide a brief initial discussion of the problem of the money commodity in my introduction, Heinrich 2012, 69, 161. A more extensive discussion can be found in Heinrich 1999:233 ff, 302 ff, and in Stutzl, 2006. In the last paragraph of the money form section, Marx takes a brief retrospective look at his reasoning. The only difficulty in the concept of the money form is that of grasping the universal equivalent form, and hence the general form of value as such. Form C can be reduced by working backwards to Form B, the expanded form of value, and its constitutive element is Form A, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat or X commodity A equals Y commodity B. The simple commodity form is therefore the germ of the money form. 163. The simple commodity form Marx refers to here is synonymous with the simple form of value. Back on page 154 he stated that the simple form of value of the commodity is at the same time the simple form of value of the product of labor. He also asserted that the simple form of value is the embryonic form of the price form, which has now been explained. Several issues demand our attention. Marx emphasizes here that it is the inner logic of the forms of value, the way one form is already contained in another, that underlies their comprehension. It is not a question of any kind of historical interrelation of the forms of value. He is even more emphatic about this when concluding the presentation on the value form in the first edition's Chapter 1, see Appendix 3. This retrospective look at the conceptual development's inner logic takes us from the end result back to the simple form of value. It is the actual core of what has to be understood. Thus, at the end of his presentation of the forms of value, Marx is able to justify what he merely claimed to be true at the beginning of in the analysis of the simple form of value. The whole mystery of the form of value lies hidden in this simple form. 139. Now, as was said in the introductory passage to the value form section, the origin of the money form, 139, has been demonstrated. However, Marx makes no mention of the mystery of money that he earlier proposed to solve by demonstrating this origin. Still, it's not hard to see that Marx has solved the mystery of money, even if he doesn't explicitly say so. The mystery was how we can buy everything with money. The answer, because money has value, is obviously insufficient, since other commodities also have value. Nor can the explication rely on the material of money, for example, gold, since that has changed many times in history. The solution to the mystery resides in the money form. Nevertheless, since the money form exhibits no differences in form from the general form of value, then the mystery of money's solution must already be found there. Marx in fact emphasized that the general equivalent only has the form of direct exchangeability with all other commodities, that is, it can purchase anything, because all other commodities relate to it as their expression of value. It's only this act of relating within the world of commodities that makes a certain commodity into the general equivalent, thus endowing it with the ability to buy everything. Importantly, this relating is not at all accidental or arbitrary, it is necessary, for only by relating to a general equivalent can commodities relate to each other as values. The analysis of the simple form of value has already shown how this becomes a mystery. The commodity in the equivalent form only has its property of general exchangeability within the value relationship. However, since a thing's properties do not usually arise from its relationships, but rather independently of them, the equivalent commodity appears to have the form of direct exchangeability by nature. That is what accounts for the riddle of the equivalent form. 150. The result of a relationship appears to be the property of a thing, therefore becoming a mystery. For the fetishism of the commodity and its secret. 163-177. In the title of this subsection, Marx speaks for the first time of the fetish character of the commodity. He also refers to a secret. It remains to be seen what this fetishism consists of, and how it conceals a secret. Using the terms fetish and fetishism is widespread today. One speaks of brand fetishism if somebody only buys a particular brand, or speaking of certain sexual practices as fetishism. This general usage of fetish to mean something of exaggerated importance was not usual in Marx's time. Hence, we can't subsume his concept of fetish to the current usage. A German lexicon from 1840 states, fetishism is the divine worship of, usually lifeless, objects, powers, or natural phenomena. In fetishism, which is the lowest level of religious thought, the cult object is the sensuous object itself, not its hidden source, insofar as it expresses its power to people's best disadvantage or advantage. The characteristic of this form of religion is arbitrary choice and arbitrary rejection or variation. Allgemeines Deutsches Konversationslexikon für die gebildeten Eingedenstands in 10 Banden, Vol 4 Fg, Leipzig 1840, 79. This quotation demonstrates that fetishism was regarded as something primitive and irrational, from which bourgeois society, which understood itself to be completely rational, sorely wanted to take distance. For that reason, Marx is characterizing capitalist relations as fetishistic, thereby questioning their rationality, was a much greater provocation in the 19th century than it is today, when there is widespread talk of fetishism. Marx's reasoning is very dense, especially in the first few pages of the fetish section, 163-69. Every single sentence requires precise reading. That's why the commentary on these pages is very thorough. Whence, then, arises the enigmatic character of the product of labor, as soon as it assumes the form of a commodity. 163-65. A commodity appears at first sight an extremely obvious, trivial thing. But its analysis brings out that it is a very strange thing, abounding in metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. 163. Two important claims are implicit in these initial sentences of the section on fetishism. The first concerns the level of argumentation. It is linked to Capital's very first two sentences. 125. The analysis of the commodity announced there has now been carried out, including an examination of the substance of value, the magnitude of value and the value form. Now, Marx will draw certain conclusions from the analysis that has taken place. Its analysis brings out. The other implicit statement concerns the content of the arguments. The section title refers to the secret of fetishism, and we must carefully attempt to locate that secret. Marx says that the commodity is not at first sight something mysterious. We are all familiar with commodities, rather, it is the analysis that brings out the secret metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. Analysis hasn't solved a mystery, because there was no mystery calling for a solution. Rather, it has shown us that there is something mysterious. And that mystery is now the issue. Marx begins to track down the mystery by briefly reviewing the course of the analysis. In the first paragraph he notes two things. 1. There is nothing mysterious about the commodity as a use value, for example, a table, which remains an ordinary, sensuous thing. 163. 2. Things are different when we consider the table as a commodity. But as soon as it emerges as a commodity, it changes into a thing which transcends sensuousness. Corrected translation, it changes into a sensuous, extrasensory thing, ein sinnlich übersinnliches Ding. 163. How can Marx refer to the commodity as a sensuous, extrasensory thing? Inasmuch as the commodity is a use value, it is sensuous, that is, perceivable with our five senses. Yet as a commodity, it has a dual nature, of being use value and value, and Marx stated at the beginning of chapter 1 that the objectivity of value was a phantom-like objectivity. 128. It remained impossible to grasp in the case of the individual commodity. 138. This is why Marx could speak of value as not a natural but supernatural property of things. 149. Marx is obviously referring to these earlier characterizations and speaking now of extrasensory things and of the commodity's metaphysical subtleties and theological niceties. This demonstrates that Marx's earlier language involving terms such as phantom-like or spectral and supernatural was not merely a question of stylistic idiosyncrasy. Instead, it expressed a specific state of affairs that he will now address systematically. However, as the next paragraph shows, value objectivity's extrasensory dimension is not easily grasped. The mystical character of the commodity does not therefore arise from its use value. Just as little does it proceed from the nature correct, content, inhalt of the determinants of value. 164. The first sentence merely repeats one of the previous paragraph's findings. Marx will argue the second sentence's claim in the following. So far, there has been no mention of the determinants of value. Yet Marx is obviously referring to the three determinations of value that he has analyzed up to now: the substance of value, the magnitude of value, and the value form. Now he will discuss their content. Marx first speaks of the physiological fact, 164, that, regardless of how different the useful labor activities are, they are always the expenditure of brain, nerve, and muscles. He thus alludes to the second subsection of Chapter 1, where abstract human labor is determined as an expenditure of human labor power, in the physiological sense, 137. Next, Marx identifies the second determination's content as the quantity of labor, 164, which must interest people in all kinds of societies. Third, when people work for each other in some manner, their labor also acquires a social form, 164. Marx thereby alludes to an idea developed earlier in the value form section. In commodity production, the product is only social if it becomes a commodity, and it becomes a commodity when it acquires a value form and its value is expressed objectively. The appendix to the first edition of Capital states this more clearly. See the passage from that appendix quoted in the commentary on the third peculiarity of the equivalent form. Under the conditions of commodity production, labor is thus only social if its product acquires a value form. In that sense, we can say that the content of the value form is the social character of labor. It's certainly true that there's nothing mystical about the three contents Marx refers to. But is this really about the content of the determinants of value? The content of value, the substance of value, is not simply labor, but abstract human labor, a social reduction, through exchange, of the various acts of labor. In the commentary on the second subsection's last paragraph, we pointed out that it's problematic to equate abstract human labor with labor expenditure in the physiological sense. In a similar way, it's problematic to take simply the duration of labor time as a measure for the magnitude of value. What can be measured is no more than the individual labor time expended in a concrete type of labor. The duration of abstract labor is always bound to average social conditions, so it cannot be measured directly. And finally, the content of the value form is not simply the social form of labor, but rather the social form of labor that is expended as commodity-producing, private labor. The latter is socialized as equal human labor. What Marx calls the content of the determinants of value are in fact trans-historical determinations applying to every society. In all societies, in the first place, there is work and thus expenditure of brain, muscle, and nerves. Second, every society must also concern itself with the duration of labor expenditure. Third, in every society, individuals' labor activities must be related to each other somehow. These three trans-historical determinations, however, do not immediately become the content of the determinants of value, rather, they become that content only in historically determinate forms, the first as abstract human labor, the result of a social process of abstraction, the second as the duration not of concrete but abstract labor, based upon the formation of specific social averages, and the third as the social form of a specific type of labor, namely, commodity-producing, private labor. This means that the content of the determinants of value is itself socially generated in a specific manner and is not at all something trans-historical. Marx made that clear in the earlier analysis, but not in the language he uses here. So far, Marx has only identified what does not explain the mysterious character of the products of labor when they assume the commodity form. Now, in the third paragraph on page 164, comes the answer. Clearly, it arises from this form itself. Hence the secret of the commodity lies in the commodity form. Through the commodity form, the content of the determinants of value, that is, the properties of the acts of labor, their equality as human labor, their duration, and the relations of producers become, in turn, objective properties of the products of labor, value objectivity, the magnitude of value, and social relations among those products. The next paragraph explains what this means in detail, 164-65. Its first sentence calls for a close reading. The mysterious character of the commodity form consists therefore simply in the fact that the commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective Gegenstand-like characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties Gesellschaft-like Natureigenschaften of these things. Hence it also reflects the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor Gesamtarbeit as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart from and outside the producers. 164-65. If one simplifies this sentence somewhat, then it states that the mysterious character of the commodity form consists in the fact that the social character of labor is reflected as objective characteristics of the products of labor. Let's turn now to the various expressions that show up in this sentence. The reference to labor's social characteristics means that acts of labor are socially interrelated, that their products are useful for others, that as human labor, one's own labor counts as qualitatively equal to other acts of labor, and that it does so quantitatively in a specific measure. These social characteristics of labor are reflected as objective characteristics of the products of labor. Whether others recognize a product of labor as useful is demonstrated, under the conditions of commodity production, by it possessing value at all. The quantitative relation that the labor expended to produce it bears to other labor activities is demonstrated by its magnitude of value. Both value and magnitude of value appear to adhere to labor products objectively, that is, as an object, in a similar manner to its physical attributes. Marx specifies here that these objective characteristics are socio-natural properties. What does that mean? Natural properties are usually taken to be something independent of human beings and society, something existing in nature without society playing a role. In that sense, nature and society are often treated as opposites. Society is created by human beings, but nature is independent of them. Marx now joins the terms. Even without analyzing value scientifically, it's clearly not a natural property like weight or hardness, meaning that it's something social. Yet it is out of people's control just like a natural property such as a diamond's hardness. Value only exists in society, but it operates there like a natural property of labor products. A caveat, it's not Marx who claims as a result of his analysis that value is a socio-natural property, rather, Marx states that the commodity form reflects the social characteristics of labor as a socio-natural property. The verb reflex expresses, on the one hand, something objective, a process independent of human manipulation, and, on the other hand, suggests a degree of distortion. A real mirror always reproduces things as an inverted reflection and, depending on its construction, might enlarge, reduce, or warp them. We will come back to this when dealing with the next sentence. First, we have to deal with the remainder of this sentence, which states that the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor is reflected as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart from and outside the producers. Marx introduces the expression the sum total of labor, Gesamtarbeit, here, but does not further explain it. Only a few paragraphs later do we get more details about the aggregate labor of society, Gesellschaft like Gesamtarbeit. It is the same German term but differently translated. 165. For now, we can only say, individual producers expend their labor privately, independently from one another. Still, in a society characterized by a division of labor, they objectively depend on one another. See the commentary on the equivalent form's third peculiarity. Nevertheless, the relation of their private acts of labor to all the other private acts of labor, that is, the sum total of labor, confronts them only as an objective property of their labor products, as value and the magnitude of value. In that sense, the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor becomes a social relation between objects. The next sentence states, through this substitution, the products of labor become commodities, sensuous things which are at the same time suprasensible or social. Corrected translation, through this quid pro quo, the products of labor become commodities, sensuous, extrasensory, sinnlich übersinnlich, or social things. 165, 14. The reflection is a quid pro quo, social relationships turn into objective properties. In a quite literal sense, the fact that social relationships appear as objective properties of commodities is precisely what is extrasensory about commodities. Our senses cannot perceive this kind of objective property of commodities. But why does substitution of this kind come with the commodity form? Why does the commodity form reflect the social character of labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor? No answer is provided in this passage. It follows in the next few paragraphs, which point B of this commentary addresses. Instead, Marx merely says that it's so but without explaining why. Marx devotes the rest of the paragraph to the specific character of this quid pro quo. He relies on two comparisons. The first relates to how the optical nerve creates the image of an external object. Light stimulating the optic nerve presents itself to us those who are looking not as stimulation of the optic nerve, but as an object external to the eye. That means that seeing involves a substitution, since by no means do we have the sensation that the optic nerve is being stimulated, but instead perceive something at a certain distance from us. What is special about the commodity form, nevertheless, is not the quid pro quo itself that one thing stands for another but rather the kind of quid pro quo taking place. In seeing, light is transmitted from one object to another, the eye, therefore it's a physical relation between physical things. In the case of the commodity form, however, it is precisely not the case. It is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves which assumes here, for them, the fantastic correct, phantasmagoric form of a relation between things. 165. What does Marx mean by the relationship's phantasmagoric form? The editors of Mu23 explain phantasmagoric as meaning magical, illusory, zauberhaft, trugerisk, Mu23, 921. However, that doesn't entirely capture the word's significance in the 19th century. The expression arose around 1800 in Paris, where it referred to new, complex techniques used in theatre performances. Projections, reflections, enlargements, and so on, were used to generate spectacular visual effects such as the invocation of ghosts, which appeared quite real to the audience. See Albrecht Schoen's commentary on Faust in Goethe 1999, 483 ff. These effects were real to the extent that the audience didn't simply imagine them, though they did depend on technical equipment invisible to the audience. Because of the phantasmagoric relation residing in the commodity, the analogy to light's impression upon the optic nerve is inadequate. According to Marx, an adequate analogy is only to be found in the misty realm of religion. There the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures endowed with a life of their own, which enter into relations both with each other and with the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. 165. Marx picks up here on a central theme from the critique of religion as carried out by philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach. The definition of fetishism quoted above from the 19th century lexicon stressed that the sensuous object itself, a piece of wood, leather, etc., which is a man-made thing, becomes the cult object. Feuerbach emphasized that the great religions, including Christianity, do basically the same thing. These religions' gods are products of the human mind, the gods are idealizations of real human beings, and human beings in turn submit to their own products. Marx compares the human mind's products, the gods of the religions, which have become independent of their creators, with the human hand's products, commodities, which have taken on a life of their own. I call this the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor as soon as they are produced as commodities, and is therefore inseparable from the production of commodities. 165, emphasis MH. This last sentence clearly shows that Marx does not view commodity fetishism as merely a phenomenon of consciousness that can be dispelled by explanations. Instead, fetishism is the necessary consequence of a specific social practice, commodity production, which is then reflected in consciousness. Only when that social practice disappears will fetishism disappear. The first few pages of this subsection, 163-65, are just a sketch of what Marx means by commodity fetishism. They point out how social relationships among commodity producers are reflected back as labor products' objective properties. Many presentations of fetishism go no further than this observation. However, the subsection comprises 12 more pages of the book, which don't just provide additional information but are actually necessary to understanding commodity fetishism. b. The peculiar social character of the labor which produces commodities, retroactive socialization, second paragraph 165 to second paragraph 166. As the foregoing analysis has already demonstrated, this fetishism of the world of commodities arises from the peculiar social character of the labor which produces them. 165. The foregoing analysis obviously doesn't refer to the immediately preceding pages, devoted to Marx's understanding of commodity fetishism, but rather to the analysis in the first 3 subsections of Chapter 1. However, those sections do not mention the fetish character of commodities. Therefore, the foregoing analysis only implicitly demonstrated what is now made explicit. This means that no new analysis follows, but rather certain conclusions are drawn from the foregoing analysis. Labor activities occurring in a social context have a social character. However, this social character is not the same in all societies, but rather depends on the structuring of that social context. The next 2 paragraphs briefly summarize the peculiar social character of the labor which produces commodities. 165. The beginning of the next paragraph elucidates the meaning of the aggregate labor of society. Objects of utility become commodities only because they are the products of the labor of private individuals who work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of all these private individuals forms the aggregate labor of society gesellschaftliche Gesamtarbeit. Since the producers do not come into social contact until they exchange the products of their labor, the specific social characteristics of their private labors appear only within this exchange. In other words, the labor of the private individual manifests itself as an element of the total labor of society gesellschaftliche Gesamtarbeit only through the relations which the act of exchange establishes between the products, and, through their mediation, between the producers. 165. Marx does not use the term aggregate labor of society in a trans-historical sense to designate, for example, all the productive activity a society carries out. Instead, he is concerned with the aggregate labor in a commodity-producing society. There, the particular labor activities are not yet social when they are carried out. There is no prior coordination that would make the particular labor activities into components of the social fabric from the beginning. In fact, because of the social division of labor, the labor activities do stand in a relationship of objective interdependence, but they are undertaken privately, that is, independently of one another. In the second sentence, Marx refers to how these private labor activities constitute the aggregate labor of society. As the previous sentence made clear, that does not mean that all privately expended labor contributes to the aggregate labor of society, but only those labor activities whose products are actually exchanged. Only private labor activities of that kind manifest themselves as an element of the total labor of society. And they do so only through the relations which the act of exchange establishes between the products. Labor-creating products not intended for exchange or products that do not find buyers on the market do not enter into the aggregate labor of a commodity-producing society. In effect, Marx has already addressed this special summing up of private labor in the first subsection of Chapter 1, when he explained the concept of socially necessary labor time. There Marx observed that the total labor power of society, which is manifested in the values of the world of commodities, counts here as one homogeneous mass of human labor power. 129, emphasis MH. The activity of this one homogeneous mass of human labor power is precisely the historically specific aggregate social labor under discussion here. If Marx includes only those private labor activities whose products are exchanged in the aggregate social labor, he is not arbitrarily excluding other labor activities. Rather, the excluding of other types of labor reflects the specific kind of socialization, that is, the way social cohesion is created, under the conditions of commodity production, the social bond only takes place via exchange. Addendum: the question of what contributes to aggregate social labor is particularly important for the debate about reproductive labor in the household, which is still primarily done by women. Labor of that kind is crucially necessary for the maintenance and reproduction of human life. However, under the conditions of commodity production, labor activities only contribute to the aggregate labor of society when performed outside the household setting, since the products of labor, material goods such as meals, but also care and education, are consumed in the household without ever taking on the form of commodities. To be part of the aggregate social labor requires that the products and services be offered and sold as commodities. In the quote's third sentence, Marx addresses what is so peculiar about this form of socialization. Social contact between producers first occurs in exchange, and that's why the social characteristics of private acts of labor first show themselves here. How do these social characteristics of private acts of labor reveal themselves? Marx doesn't say so here, but we already know how. They show themselves as objective characteristics of the products of labor. On page 164, Marx claimed that the commodity form reflects the social characteristics of private labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor. He did not, however, explain how this reflecting happens. The third sentence of the quotation above implicitly provides the explanation. Under the conditions of commodity production, the social characteristics of labor first show themselves in exchange, because the producers do not come into social contact until they exchange the products of their labor. But in exchange, producers do not relate directly to one another. Instead, they relate the products of their labor to one another. For that reason, the social characteristics of private acts of labor can only show themselves as objective characteristics of the products of labor. Only retroactively, through the exchange of labor products, are the individual private acts of labor actually socialized. This has an important consequence that Marx addresses in the paragraph's last sentence. To the producers, therefore, the social relations between their private labors appear as what they are, i.e., they do not appear as direct social relations between persons in their work, but rather as material Dinglich 15 relations between persons and social relations between things. 166. Marx therefore does not consider commodity fetishism a question of false consciousness. The relationships among producers' private labor activities may appear to them as a social relationship between things, but these relationships appear to the producers as what they are. In a commodity-producing society, there are no direct social relationships among producers. People are private producers, independent of one another, who do not coordinate their labor. It is only things that stand in a social relation, which is mediated by the extrasensory quality of value. Commodity fetishism is not an illusion. It is a real phenomenon, if only within a commodity-producing society. The next paragraph elaborates on the last assertion, that the social relationships among producers' private labor activities appear to them as what they are, a social relation among things. It is only by being exchanged that the products of labor acquire a socially uniform objectivity as values, which is distinct from their sensuously varied objectivity as articles of utility. This division of the product of labor into a useful thing and a thing possessing value appears in practice only when exchange has already acquired a sufficient extension and importance to allow useful things to be produced for the purpose of being exchanged, so that their character as values has already to be taken into consideration during production. 166. Earlier in this commentary, I mentioned the debate about when products become commodities and acquire value objectivity, whether it first occurs within exchange or in the production process. Traditional Marxism usually holds that it occurs in the production process. Marx assumes a clear position in this passage, similar to that of the revision manuscript Ergensungen und Verandrungen for Capital, commented below in Appendix 4. Products acquire value objectivity only by being exchanged. Marx's claim here is not an arbitrary one. Rather, it expresses the specific social character of commodity-producing labor. Such labor is private labor, and its socialization first occurs retroactively, through the exchange of products. Although a society based upon commodity production produces goods with a view to exchanging them, this doesn't imply that those objects possess value objectivity before exchange. Marx expresses that very precisely when writing that their character as values has already to be taken into consideration during production. 166, emphasis MH. The character of these products as values is not already present, but rather taken into consideration. So far, nothing else has been said about the details of production. From the first sentence of Chapter 1, we know that Marx is dealing with capitalist production. That the character of commodities as values is taken into consideration, as Marx says, powerfully shapes the production process and working conditions, which are often destructive for workers. The first volume of Capital offers a thorough treatment of these working conditions. What Marx means by taking into consideration relates to the producers, who under capitalist conditions are not the workers actually producing things, but rather the capitalists commanding production. Based on their knowledge of the market and the production conditions, these producers expect that their products can be exchanged and that when they are exchanged, their value will have a specific magnitude. However, this isn't to say that their expectations are actually met. If, for example, there are surprisingly many products on the market that are produced under better technical conditions, it reduces socially necessary labor time, meaning that the products possess a much smaller value than projected. Precisely because a product's magnitude of value depends upon multiple average social conditions, it cannot be determined by a single product's conditions of production prior to exchange. Marx continues. From this moment on, the labor of the individual producer acquires a twofold social character. On the one hand, it must, as a definite useful kind of labor, satisfy a definite social need, and thus maintain its position as an element of the total labor, as a branch of the social division of labor, which originally sprang up spontaneously. On the other hand, it can satisfy the manifold needs of the individual producer himself only insofar as every particular kind of useful private labor can be exchanged with, i.e. counts as the equal of Gleichgeld, every other kind of useful private labor. 166. From this moment on refers to the point in time when exchange becomes developed enough to have things' value character be taken into consideration during production. From that time forward, we can speak not only of commodity exchange, but also of commodity production. This does not mean that the individual product automatically becomes a commodity, but rather that production takes place only for the purpose of exchange. The product is intended to be a commodity from the very beginning, and that aim also shapes the whole of production. What does the twofold social character of private labor refer to? When private labor is being carried out, it is not yet a component of the aggregate labor of society. It first becomes so when it acquires both characteristics mentioned above. The first characteristic, that as useful labor it satisfies some kind of social need, has to be fulfilled in every society based on the division of labor in production. The second characteristic is that every particular useful private labor activity is exchangeable with every other useful private labor activity and therefore counts equal of, Gleichgeld, it. The latter only exists in a society based upon commodity production. About this equal counting, Marx writes, equality in the full sense between different kinds of labor can be arrived at only if we abstract from their real inequality, if we reduce them to the characteristic they have in common, that of being the expenditure of human labor power, of human labor in the abstract. 166. This equal counting of the various types of labor is not something pre-existing. It must first be created through a reduction of the various labor activities to the characteristic of being expenditure of human labor power, a reduction that abstracts from real inequality. In that sense, equality is only present to the extent that an abstraction from the real differences and the reduction to abstract human labor actually take place. Addendum: in Marx's revision manuscript Ergensungen und Verandrungen for the second edition there is a sentence following this passage that was later incorporated into the French translation. The reduction of various concrete private acts of labor to this abstraction of equal human labor is only carried out through exchange, which in fact equates products of different acts of labor with each other. Mega 2/6, 41, French edition, Mega 2/7, 55. Here again Marx clearly states that it is only through exchange that the abstracting from real inequality takes place, creating the equality of labor activities. Therefore, the abstraction of equal human labor only exists in exchange. However, if commodities' values are crystals, 128, of this abstract human labor which only exist through the reduction occurring in exchange, then neither does value exist prior to exchange. It can at most be estimated, that is, taken into consideration. At the paragraph's end, Marx points out that private producers perceive the dual social character of commodity-producing labor. He says that their brains reflect it. They perceive it, however, only in the forms which appear in practical intercourse, in the exchange of products, 166. And there, the social characteristics of labor appear not as determinations of labor, but as material properties of labor's products. The social usefulness of private labor appears as the labor product's usefulness to others, while the equality of private labor activities appears as the value objectivity shared by labor products. The peculiar social character of commodity-producing labor mentioned on page 165 has thus been explained. It is a retroactive socialization of labor, in which the social determinations of labor become objective determinations of labor products. See point F in Appendix 2. In this way, the previous paragraph's concluding statement, that the relationships between private producers appear to them as what they are, 166, namely not as direct social relationships between people, but as social relationships between things, is now thoroughly clarified. See, Knowledge of Value and Objective Semblance, third paragraph 166. Marx now draws some conclusions about everyday knowledge of value. Men do not therefore bring the products of their labor into relation with each other as values because they see these objects merely as the material integuments of homogeneous human labor. The reverse is true. By equating their different products to each other in exchange as values, they equate their different kinds of labor as human labor. They do this without being aware of it. 166. In a commodity-producing society, people regard the products of their labor as values. They might have quite disparate ideas about what's behind these values, and labor may or may not enter the picture. However, the equating of different labor activities in consciousness is not a precondition for the act of exchange taking place, it is its objective result. In the original German version of the sentence, they do this without being aware of it. Sie wissen das nicht, aber sie tun es. Marx echoes a famous Bible passage. According to Luke, Jesus' last words on the cross were, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." Luke 23:34, which is a much quoted phrase even today. 16 Hence, Marx characterizes those engaged in exchange as ignorant, like those who mocked and tortured Jesus. This phrase depicts, at the most general level, the unconscious character of socialization, that is, the forming of the social bond in an economy based upon commodity production. Socialization takes place through individuals' conscious activity, but the individuals by no means have to be aware of the structures and forms of this socialization. They do it without really knowing what they're doing. Addendum: Marx's basic insight that people engaged in exchange don't know what they're doing marks a fundamental difference with classical political economy and neoclassical economics. The latter assume that economic actors know what they're doing, and that the economic fabric emerges from their conscious activity. Thus Adam Smith, who attributed commodities' value to the labor time used in making or acquiring them, but without distinguishing between abstract human labor and concrete useful labor, argued that, for example, a beaver exchanges for 2 deer, because people know that hunting beaver requires twice as much labor as deer. Smith 1776, 73. Friedrich Engels based his notion of a pre-capitalist simple commodity production developed in the supplement and addendum to the 3rd volume of Capital on a similar reflection. People make exchanges based on the labor times expended in commodity production, because they know what these times are. Capital 3, 1035. With this conception of simple commodity production, Engels wanted to present pure value relations, not yet capitalistically determined ones, in a clear way. However, the notion of simple commodity production is questionable in a historical sense, because there were no pre-capitalist societies in which commodity production without capital played a dominant role. Additionally, the idea is questionable in a theoretical sense if it's taken as the content of Marx's analysis of commodities, since Engels's simple commodity production assumes knowledge on the part of the people acting, instead of their lack of awareness. It does not capture Marx's object of investigation at the beginning of Capital. For more, see my introduction, Heinrich 2012, 81 ff. If people were aware of what they were doing in their economic activity, then the economy would be a transparent sphere in which nothing were hidden. Marx's frequent references to mysteries and enigmas and his emphasizing of concepts such as fetishism, inversion, and mystification are not simply questions of literary style. He uses this language quite consciously, to demonstrate that the capitalist economy's supposed transparency and rationality is merely a superficial appearance that conceals something in need of deciphering. Marx appends footnote 29 to the sentence just quoted. They do this without being aware of it, and indicates briefly there once more why this is so. A detailed explanation appears on 165-66. The note refers to the Italian economist Galliani, who wrote that value is a relation between people. Marx observes that he should have added a relation concealed beneath a material shell, 167 and 29. In this way, Marx points out the specificity of this kind of human relation. It is mediated by objects. Addendum: Marx repeatedly points out that the mediation of human relations by objects is characteristic of all economic relationships in capitalism. In the contribution to the critique of political economy, for example, he characterizes the difficulties economists have in grasping capital. The phenomenon that they have just ponderously described as a thing reappears as a social relation and, a moment later, having been defined as a social relation, teases them once more as a thing. MECW 29, 276. For many leftists, too, the core of Marx's analysis is that economic categories such as value, money, and capital are the expressions of certain relations between human beings. They emphasize that these relations, far from being peaceful and harmonic, represent a permanent struggle, ultimately a struggle between social classes. However, that perspective merely highlights what capitalist society has in common with all other class societies. Marx, by contrast, is concerned with the specificity of capitalist social relations, that is, how those relations differ from the relations of other societies. This specificity consists precisely in economic relationships between people being concealed beneath a material shell, as Marx has just pointed out in reference to Galliani. Addendum: in the Communist Manifesto, which was published in 1848, almost 20 years before the first volume of Capital, there is no evidence yet of this insight into capitalism's specificity. Whereas after the well-known prologue, "There is a spectre haunting Europe," Marx began his analysis with the famous sentence, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." In Capital, the chapter on classes was to form the conclusion of the third volume. In the manifesto, Marx assumed that classes and class struggles are the self-evident starting point, from which everything else can be explained. In Capital, by contrast, he has come to understand that, precisely because human relations are concealed beneath a material shell, classes and class struggle cannot be the starting point of his presentation, but are rather the results to be reached. If we take the essential feature of Marx's Capital to be the discovery that categories such as value and capital refer to economic structures that express social relations, then we reduce the analysis in Capital to the level of that of the Communist Manifesto. Since people equate the products of their labor as values without knowing what they're actually doing, namely, equating their diverse labor activities, Marx claims that value transforms labor products into a social hieroglyphic, 167, and that people then try to decipher the hieroglyphic. Eventually, the work of deciphering produces results. The belated scientific discovery that the products of labor, insofar as they are values, are merely the material expressions of the human labor expended to produce them, marks an epoch in the history of mankind's development. 167. With the phrase belated scientific discovery, Marx is by no means referring to his own work, but rather the labor theory of value as already formulated by economists such as William Petty, Adam Smith, and David Ricardo with varying degrees of clarity. However, Marx points out that this was not enough, because their discovery by no means banishes the semblance of objectivity. Corrected translation, objective semblance, Gegenstandlichkeit possessed by the social characteristics of labor. 167. What does it mean to say that the objective semblance does not disappear? Value is being traced back to labor, but without asking the question of why the labor expended is reflected as an objective property of a product. The economists deciphered the content of value, but took it to be natural that this content is expressed as value, an objective property of labor products. Marx continues. Something which is only valid for this particular form of production, the production of commodities, namely the fact that the specific social character of private labors carried on independently of each other consists in their equality as human labor, and, in the product, assumes the form of the existence of value, appears to those caught up in the relations of commodity production, and this is true both before and after the above-mentioned scientific discovery, to be just as ultimately valid as the fact that the scientific dissection of the air into its component parts left the atmosphere itself unaltered in its physical configuration. 167, emphasis MH. With this, we come to a central point of Marx's argumentation. Marx critiques a mix-up here. Something which is only valid under commodity production, the specific social character Marx mentions here is the second social characteristic of private labor he referred to on page 166, appears to those caught up in the relations of commodity production as ultimately valid. That is, for them, the products of labor appear to have the character of value in every society, as if value were, as Marx says above, a socio-natural property. Why do things appear this way? Because people immersed in capitalist relations do not grasp the objectivity of value as resulting from specific social relations, as something socially mediated. Instead, they take it to be something immediate, so that the objectivity exists independently of specific social relations. Whenever people work, they seemingly create value. When Marx speaks of an objective semblance, Gegenstandlichkeit, he does not mean that the objectivity of value does not exist. It exists and exercises a material force that functions as an objective compulsion, but only in a commodity-producing society. The semblance consists in regarding this specific social relation as a definitive and unchangeable relation, as if people could not relate to the products of their labor as anything other than values, as if the objective compulsions of commodity production were humanity's inevitable fate. D. The society's movement taking on a life of its own, and its content, second paragraph 167. This paragraph is still concerned with how the objective semblance consolidates itself, but it simultaneously addresses how the social fabric takes on a life of its own. Marx says that those engaging in exchange are initially interested in the quantitative proportions of exchange. Then he continues. As soon as these proportions have attained a certain customary stability, they appear to result from the nature of the products. The value character of the products of labor becomes firmly established only when they act as magnitudes of value. 167. Marx contends that it is a consequence of the stability of exchange proportions, that is, the relations among value quantities that the products exchanged acquire, alongside their use-value characteristics, a value character, meaning that the quality of value is attributed to them. About the magnitudes of value, the next sentence states. These magnitudes vary continually, independently of the will, foreknowledge, and actions of the exchangers. 167. Whereas Marx emphasizes the stability of value relations in the first sentence, he stresses their constant change in the second. How can both claims be true? Obviously, Marx is talking about two distinct levels of social development in these last two quotes. The first level is that of the emergence of commodity production. As long as the exchange of products is rather rare and accidental, then coincidence, luck, and differences in knowledge of exchange are all decisive. It is only when exchange attains a certain regularity that coincidence and luck fade into the background in determining exchange proportions. This occurs in markets, where not only individual exchangers of products but numerous exchangers, not just individuals, encounter one another. The exchange proportions now appear to result from the nature of the products. If this happens, then the production and circulation of commodities have come to dominate at least part of the society's production. Marx has emphasized this in the second paragraph on page 166. The second quote refers to this new level of development, which is that of widely established commodity production. Now, if value magnitudes change, it is not a return to the coincidental nature of exchange proportions. A change in the magnitude of value no longer means that one seller of wheat receives a lot while another receives little, but rather that wheat's magnitude of value changes for all buyers and sellers. Hence, Marx says about those involved in exchange, their own movement within society has for them the form of a movement made by things, and these things, far from being under their control, in fact control them. 167. The social bond is formed by the people living in society, their own movement within society. But under the conditions of commodity production, their interconnectedness is not only, as observed above, created unconsciously, those exchanging know not what they do. For those involved in exchange, it also takes on a life of its own, it controls the people, instead of them controlling it. But what is the exact nature of this societal movement that has taken on a life of its own? This is briefly outlined by Marx in the compound sentence that follows. The first part of the sentence lays out the conditions under which the nature of the movement can be recognized, namely that the production of commodities must be fully developed. Then comes a concise characterization of the nature of the movement. All the different kinds of private labor, which are carried on independently of each other, and yet, as spontaneously developed branches of the social division of labor, are in a situation of all-round dependence on each other, are continually being reduced to the quantitative proportions in which society requires them. 168. In commodity production, labor activities occur independently of one another as private labor. However, these diverse labor activities are objectively interdependent, since they are branches of the social division of labor. This interdependence entails a certain proportionality of the diverse labor activities. If, for example, a carpenter is to produce a certain number of tables, somebody must produce the necessary amount of wood and offer it on the market. Again, if the carpenter, after selling his tables, is to buy new clothes with his income, somebody must produce and offer this clothing, and so on. With the division of labor, the diverse labor activities must thus stand in a specific quantitative relation, quantitative proportions, as Marx describes it. However, under the regime of commodity production, this proportion is not known in the phase of production. To stick to our example, the wood producers don't know how much wood the carpenters will require, carpenters don't know how many tables will be required, and clothing makers don't know how much clothing the carpenters will need. Of course, every producer attempts to estimate, paying, demand, but in the last instance he doesn't know what that will be. His estimates may prove wrong, which has consequences both for those who supply his inputs and for those who produce the commodities he would have otherwise consumed. If the carpenter falsely estimates the need for tables, then he will buy less wood and less clothing in the future, dashing the expectations of other producers. It is precisely the proportions of individual types of labor, unknown during production, that asserts itself in this movement of things that has taken on a life of its own with regard to people. And how do these proportions assert themselves? They do it this way. In the midst of the accidental and ever-fluctuating exchange relations between the products, the labor time socially necessary to produce them violently asserts itself as a regulative law of nature. 168. Emphasis mh, the word violently or forcefully, German, gewaltsam, is omitted from the English translation transaction. The text says that socially necessary labor time asserts itself like a regulative law of nature. What does that mean? The first subsection of Chapter 1 characterized socially necessary labor time as the time needed to produce a use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. 129. This means that if more than the socially necessary labor time is used, it does not add to the amount of value creating abstract labor. The first subsection also stated that a product is only a commodity if it possesses both use value and use values for others, social use values. 131. As a result, if the use values produced exceed paying demand, then not all the labor time expended in producing these use values counts as value creating abstract labor. Marx draws this conclusion explicitly in Chapter 3, 201f. Hence, to see how the labor time socially necessary for production asserts itself, both aspects have to be considered: the necessary labor time as determined by the conditions of production and the labor time needed to cover the paying demand. Both magnitudes are unknown to producers in advance. Only on the market is the individual producer informed about whether his conditions of production correspond to the social average and whether his branch as a whole has produced too many products. The magnitude of value of his commodity conveys the information to him. The process by which socially necessary labor time asserts itself in exchange is the same process by which the individually spent private labor is reduced to its quantitative proportion, that is, its share, according to the conditions of production and demand, in the aggregate social labor expended under the division of labor. Still, in what sense does Marx speak here of a natural law? Addendum: in a letter to Ludwig Kugelmann on July 11, 1868, Marx likewise deals with the way that socially necessary labor time asserts itself. Usually, this passage from the letter is quoted in order to show that Marx was not concerned with a proof of value theory. But what interests us here is the way Marx speaks of natural laws. The chatter about the need to prove the concept of value arises only from complete ignorance both of the subject under discussion and of the method of science. Every child knows that any nation that stopped working, not for a year, but let us say, just for a few weeks, would perish. And every child knows, too, that the amounts of products corresponding to the differing amounts of needs demand differing and quantitatively determined amounts of society's aggregate labor. It is self-evident that this necessity of the distribution of social labor in specific proportions is certainly not abolished by the specific form of social production. It can only change its form of manifestation. Natural laws cannot be abolished at all. The only thing that can change, under historically differing conditions, is the form in which those laws assert themselves. And the form in which this proportional distribution of labor asserts itself in a state of society in which the interconnection of social labor expresses itself as the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. MECW 43, 68. What Marx describes as a natural law here are necessities that are valid for all societies, which cannot simply be abolished by human beings. Nevertheless, the form in which these natural laws assert themselves changes in diverse modes of production. In commodity production, the proportionality between various labor activities does not assert itself by means of a traditional division of labor or a conscious plan by the members of society, but rather through socially necessary labor time determining the commodity's magnitude of value. Marx uses natural law here in a somewhat different sense than in the preface. There the term referred to the objective character of social development. However, just as in our commentary on the preface, here too it should be remembered that natural laws had a different meaning in Marx's time than in today's social science. At the end of the compound sentence on page 168, Marx stresses that the proportions among private labor activities assert themselves violently, gewaltsam in the same way. The law of gravity asserts itself when a person's house collapses on top of him. Marx thus indicates how the process does not occur harmonically and gradually, but rather in a crisis-ridden and destructive way. However, until we have analyzed capitalist production relations, nothing more exact can be said about this. Talking of a law of nature asserting itself violently carries a critical undertone. Since producers do not arrive at the necessary proportions of their individual labor activities through a consciously coordinated process, but rather in a way that is mediated through the exchange of products, whereby those exchanging don't know what they're doing, it means that the entire process is just as strange and self-regulating to human beings as a natural process. As a result, the self-regulating way that the proportional distribution of labor asserts itself is not at all due to the natural law, since such a proportional distribution is necessary in every society, but rather due to the social conditions under which the law operates. What is key is the lack of awareness Bewusstlosigkeit or unconsciousness of the social process, which Marx emphasizes in footnote 30, where he cites Engels's first economic work. The lack of awareness of the social process does not refer to people not knowing the content or outcome of this process, the proportional distribution of labor. The point is that this distribution asserts itself unconsciously, not as a result of producers consciously cooperating but rather through the unconscious functioning of the market. Thus Marx writes at the end of this paragraph, echoing the last sentence of the first paragraph on page 167. The determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a secret hidden under the apparent movements in the relative values of commodities. Its discovery destroys the semblance of the merely accidental determination of the magnitude of the value of the products of labor, but by no means abolishes that determination's material form. 168. This material form, value objectivity, is not a mere phenomenon of consciousness, it is real and efficacious as long as people relate to the products of their labor as commodities. Objective forms of thought, objective Gedankenformen, second paragraph 168 to second paragraph 169. In the next two paragraphs, Marx focuses on the scientific knowledge of value. He observes that both reflection on the forms of human life and scientific analysis of these forms first begin post festum, retrospectively, which means the forms which stamp products as commodities and which are therefore the preliminary requirements for the circulation of commodities, already possess the fixed quality of natural forms of social life before man seeks to give an account, not of their historical character, for in his eyes they are immutable, but of their content and meaning. 168. What are the forms which stamp products as commodities? A product of labor becomes a commodity if it results from private labor and is exchanged on the market for other products. Then it attains the form of an object of value of a specific magnitude. Expending labor as private labor, behaving as if the products of private labor are private property, and exchanging them on the market, all of these forms appear, once established, as natural forms of social life. This means that the forms seem so self-evident that we no longer perceive them as specific social forms, but rather as forms in which life in every society must necessarily take place. Thus, according to Marx, when we contemplate social life, we do not discuss them as historical, mutable forms, we only examine what is expressed within these forms. Addendum: what Marx states here in rather general terms about the conception of historically specific forms as natural forms of social life applies very well to Adam Smith. At the beginning of Smith's main work, The Wealth of Nations, he maintains that the essential difference between human beings and animals is that humans engage in exchange, but animals don't. Humans have a propensity to truck, barter, and exchange which distinguishes them from animals. Smith 1776, 29 ff. But if it's characteristic for human beings to exchange, then this means that it is natural for human beings to regard their products as commodities. To the extent that people live in a society, the products of their labor automatically become commodities. Hence Smith regards the market economy based upon exchange as the natural order. Smith doesn't question the commodity form. What he's interested in is the content expressed in this form, that the labor time necessary to produce the commodity determines its value. This tendency to naturalize a historically specific mode of economy persists among today's economists. The group appointed by the German federal government called the German Council of Economic Experts, the press fondly refers to them as the economic wise men, stated in its annual report for 1999-2000, politicians can no more override the objective compulsions and human behavior arising from the laws of the market than they could override the law of gravity. 221. In other words, the laws of the market are just as immutable and natural as the laws of gravity. Marx next states that the analysis of the content of these forms begins with the finished form, the money form. The analysis of commodity prices leads to the determination of the magnitude of value, while the common expression of all commodities in money leads to the establishment of their character as values. 168. This implies that economic analysis's historical course of development differs considerably from Marx's presentation of the sequence of the categories. Historically, this development proceeds from money and finds the underlying determinations of the commodity. By contrast, Marx proceeds from the commodity's determinations and develops the money form as a necessary form of value. As the next sentence makes clear, this is not just a difference in the direction of the argument, since it is the finished form of the world of commodities, the money form, which conceals the social character of private labor and the social relations between the individual workers, by making those relations appear as relations between material objects, instead of revealing them plainly. 168f. What conceals refers to is how the social relations between private laborers are represented as relations between things. For this reason, it's no longer visible, hence concealed, that they are relations between private laborers. Because Marx does not begin his presentation from the finished form, but for him it is a result, he undoes this concealment. The rest of the paragraph deals with the absurdity, Verrücktheit, or madness, generated by this concealment. Here Marx essentially picks up on the second peculiarity of the equivalent form, that is, a specific concrete labor activity becomes the form of appearance of abstract labor, and connects it to the general form of value. A specific concrete labor activity becomes the general form of appearance of abstract labor. In itself, the linen is by no means the universal incarnation of abstract labor, just like a coat, boots, and so on, it is the embodiment of a specific concrete labor. Only in the expression of value, or more precisely as the general equivalent, does the linen count as the universal incarnation of abstract labor. What is absurd is that a thing counts as something it is not. Marx now points out that absurd forms Verrückt-Formen are widespread in bourgeois economics. The categories of bourgeois economics consist precisely of forms of this kind. They are forms of thought which are socially valid, and therefore objective Gedankenformen, for the relations of production belonging to this historically determined mode of social production, i.e. commodity production. 169. For the second time, the term bourgeois economics shows up here. It is not as passing a mention as on page 139, but there is still no explanation. Addendum: in the postface to the second edition of Capital, Marx provides an explanation for the term bourgeois economics. There he states that political economy qualifies as bourgeois insofar as it views the capitalist order as the absolute and ultimate form of social production, instead of as a historically transient stage of development. 96. Marx doesn't describe the discipline as bourgeois economics because it consciously sides with capital, but rather because it doesn't recognize capital's historicity. The term does not refer to the intentions of individual economists but to a certain type of theory. When Marx calls the categories of bourgeois economics absurd forms, he is conceiving bourgeois economics somewhat more broadly than in the postface just quoted. Economics is bourgeois if it cannot break through the appearance, mentioned at the beginning of the second paragraph on page 168, of viewing the social forms that stamp products as commodities as natural forms pertaining to all social life. Hence, Marx is characterizing any type of political economy that regards commodity production as permanent as bourgeois. Marx hints at the difficulty of breaking through this appearance when he makes reference to forms of thought which are socially valid, and therefore objective. In effect, commodity production's social forms structure our perception and thoughts. It appears to be a matter of course that people expend their labor as private labor, that they exchange their products, that these products have not only use value but also have value, that this value is expressed in money, etc. In effect, we can hardly imagine anything different. For people involved in commodity production, the forms themselves are not thematized but, as Marx states above, only the content expressed in those forms. The forms themselves are socially objective, but only in a society based upon commodity production. What is illusory is how they seem to be something valid in all societies. See the conclusion of the first paragraph on page 167. Precisely because this is a semblance that commodity production generates, Marx now turns briefly to other forms of production. F. Forms of production not based on commodity production, third paragraph 169 to last paragraph 173. In the following sketches, do not lose sight of their purpose, which is to illustrate the mysticism of the world of commodities. Marx describes other forms of production here only insofar as they contrast with the world of commodities. He begins with Robinson Crusoe on his island. Robinson undertakes diverse useful labor activities that are different modes of human labor. 169. He must decide how much time to spend on each activity, and this will depend upon how much time is needed to achieve a specific outcome. Marx summarizes. All the relations between Robinson and these objects that form his self-created wealth are here so simple and transparent. And yet those relations contain all the essential determinants of value. 170. This requires close reading. Marx does not claim that value relations exist on Robinson's Island. Because of the absence of exchange, this would be pure nonsense. Instead, he says that the essential determinants of value are present. These essential determinants obviously refer to the circumstances just listed in the text. This is the trans-historical content of value determination that is referred to at the very beginning of the section, 163 ff. The Robinson Crusoe example shows that this content is by no means indissolubly bound to the form of value. In particular, the example demonstrates that the proportional distribution of society's total labor among the particular branches of production can assume different forms. If that distribution asserts itself under commodity production as a movement made by things, 167, independently of the knowledge and will of those engaging in exchange, in Robinson's case it is a result of conscious decisions. 17. Next, Marx considers social relations of the Middle Ages, characterized by a generalized personal dependence. In relations of personal dependence, we find obligations that are not based on contracts cancelable by either side, as in the wage-labor relation. Instead, such dependence is part of the person in question's status and is usually immutable. A serf is obligated to his lord for his whole life, and the lord in turn must also protect and legally represent his serf during a lifetime. In the Middle Ages, besides such relations of personal dependence, there was also some commodity production. At first it was limited but then gradually expanded. Also, serfs' payments in kind were slowly converted to money payments in the late Middle Ages, forcing dependent peasants to engage in commodity production. However, Marx leaves all this aside. He is only interested in the Middle Ages insofar as they contrast with commodity production. Hence his simplified picture of serfs producing only use values for their own subsistence, together with their duties to lords and church, but without commodity production. In that spirit, Marx says that there is no need for labor and its products to assume a fantastic form, that is, as abstract human labor and as value respectively, different from their reality, that is, their sensually perceivable natural existence as concrete useful labor or a specific product. Why don't they have to take on this fantastic form? Marx's answer. The natural form of labor, its particularity, and not, as in a society based on commodity production, its universality is here its immediate social form. 170. In commodity production, too, labor is always carried out as a particular useful labor activity, but it is done so privately. Private labor of this kind first becomes a component of the aggregate social labor retroactively through the exchange of products, by recognizing the product in exchange as an object of value, the labor that created this product is also recognized as abstract human labor. It is not in its initial particularity as a specific concrete useful labor but only in its universality as abstract human labor that the labor of commodity producers becomes social. Because a serf delivers part of his product as a tribute or performs specific concrete labor activities as payment in kind without further mediation, his particular labor is already a component of the aggregate labor of medieval society. For this reason, Marx observed that in these simplified medieval relations, the social relations between individuals in the performance of their labor appear at all events as their own personal relations, and are not disguised as social relations between things, between the products of labor. 170, 18. In these, convention-based, medieval relations the natural form of labor is simultaneously its immediately social form. This contrasts with commodity-producing labor, where the only labor that has an immediate social form is that which produces the body of the general equivalent, e.g. gold. However, that a serf's labor possesses an immediate social form by no means implies that it is labor in common, i.e. directly associated labor. 171. Marx refers here to labor that is also carried out in common. His example of the latter is a peasant family that produces food, clothing, and so on for its own need. Here again, Marx simplifies by disregarding the petty trade that is typically present in these circumstances to offer the clearest possible contrast with commodity production. The peasant family's diverse products confront the family as so many products of its collective labor, but they do not confront each other as commodities. 171. The various kinds of labor are already in their natural form social functions, for they are functions of the family, which, just as much as a society based on commodity production, possesses its own spontaneously developed division of labor. 171. Finally, Marx considers an association of free people 19 working with the means of production held in common, and expending their many different forms of labor power in full self-awareness as one single social labor force. 171. Evidently, this association of free people refers to a communist society. 20 Still, Marx does not further describe the society, limiting himself to remarking on its differences from commodity production. In this society, there is clearly neither private property of the means of production nor private labor. Individual acts of labor are coordinated from the get-go, and thereby also form part of the aggregate labor of society from the outset. Thus the total product of the society is a social product. 171. Individual products of labor do not have to first be recognized as values. A part of the total product is used as means of production while another part is consumed by the society's members and has to be distributed among them. Marx doesn't say anything about how the society makes decisions about which part of the product is to be used as means of production and which new products to produce. Nevertheless, regarding distribution for consumption, he assumes only for the sake of a parallel with the production of commodities that the share of each individual producer in the means of subsistence is determined by his labor time. 172. Marx does not claim that things must actually be done this way in a communist society. On the contrary, the immediately preceding sentence points out that the manner of distribution will change as the society develops. Here, Marx is concerned merely with maintaining the greatest possible parallel with commodity production. The parallel resides in the dual function of individual labor times. On the one hand, they must be allotted among the various branches of production, on the other hand, they measure the individual producer's share in the product that is to be consumed. Under commodity production, the distribution of labor among branches of production is a process playing out independently of the will, foreknowledge, and actions of the producers. 167. Labor's non-proportional distribution among the different branches of production can lead to the affected producers not having their products recognized in exchange as values or recognized as values of lesser magnitude. This affects their share in the total product, allowing them to purchase fewer means of production and subsistence than needed. It is otherwise in the association of free people, where the distribution of individual labor activities among the diverse branches of production occurs in accordance with a definite social plan. Additionally, the share of the product destined for consumption is distributed according to a specific social rule, such as distributing it proportionally to working hours. In commodity production, value mediates both processes. The social relationships among the private labor activities therefore present themselves as social relationships among things. By contrast, in the association of free people, the social relations of the individual producers, both towards their labor and the products of their labor, are here transparent in their simplicity. 172. In summary, we may say that in all the forms of production under consideration, various types of labor are performed, in proportions determined by the social division of labor. Labor time plays an essential role in all, but in none must the different types of labor be reduced to equal human labor. That only happens in commodity production. Only there do individual acts of labor need to have the twofold social character mentioned on page 166, both satisfying a social need and being equal to other acts of labor. In all other forms of production, individually expended labor time in its particularity is already part of the aggregate labor of society, it merely has to satisfy a social need. In commodity production, however, labor is expended as private labor. Only retroactively, insofar as it is reduced to equal human labor in exchange, and this means in its universality does it become a component of society's aggregate labor, which will be discussed in Appendix 2. G. Religion and mode of production, second paragraph 172 to first paragraph 173. After this quick review of forms of production not based on commodity production, Marx addresses the connection between religion and relations of production. According to Marx, Christianity with its religious cult of man in the abstract is the most fitting form of religion for a society of commodity producers who relate their private labor to each other as homogeneous human labor. 172. Marx does not claim that commodity production brought about Christianity. He merely points to a correspondence. In commodity production, diverse types of labor are equated to one another. However, these are only equal in abstraction from their differences, as abstract human labor. The same is the case for commodity owners. If we consider people as commodity owners, we abstract from every concrete determination, and their differences become mere coincidence. The situation is similar with Christianity. Differences between people are merely coincidental, all being equal before God as His creations. In that sense, Marx perceives a correspondence. Fundamental religious ideas match fundamental social structures. He sees the greatest correspondence between Protestantism and deism, which conceives a divine creator who does not intervene in the world, since there the Christian God is stripped of medieval imagery and becomes a largely abstract principle. The ancient social organisms of production, those that are not based upon commodity production, are much more simple and transparent than those of bourgeois society based upon commodity production. But Marx continues. They are conditioned by a low stage of development of the productive powers of labor and correspondingly limited relations between men within the process of creating and reproducing their material life, hence also limited relations between man and nature. These real limitations are reflected in the ancient worship of nature, and in other elements of tribal religions. 173. Addendum. In this paragraph, Marx posits an unspecified connection between the level of the forces of production, the relations of production among people, and their conceptual world. In doing so, Marx picks up on claims from the preface to his contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. There Marx presented the following as a general conclusion of his research. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. MECW 29, 263. Traditional Marxism used the brief sketch in this preface and a few other texts as the basis of historical materialism, a term not found in Marx's work, which was frequently understood as a comprehensive explanation of history. Typically, the way the base was supposed to condition the superstructure was understood as determination. Nevertheless, Marx primarily emphasizes the idea of correspondence. Not every superstructure is compatible with a given base. The superstructure must correspond to the base in a certain sense, but is not completely determined by it. Incidentally, Marx rarely used the terms base and superstructure in contrast to the spokespeople of traditional Marxism. It is precisely this idea of correspondence that Marx attempts to make clear in the passage of Capital just discussed. Depending on the economic relations and material conditions of life, certain ideas become more plausible. For example, some religious notions, but also legal, ethical, and political ones, appear to people to be particularly insightful. The point, then, is not to explain the emergence or even conscious conceptualization of such ideas, but rather the social conditions for their assertion. In the last part of the paragraph, Marx says that religious reflections of the real world can only vanish when relations between people and toward nature become transparent and rational. He does not claim that religion would automatically vanish in a communist society. Marx merely notes that there would no longer be any social grounds for its plausibility. We cannot assume that religion would actually vanish, since human beings may also use such beliefs to process personal suffering that cannot be excluded from any form of society. At the end of the paragraph, Marx emphasizes that these transparent and rational relations will only emerge when the process of production becomes production by freely associated men, and stands under their conscious and planned control. 173 That is, in the association of free people mentioned above, or communist society. Such a societal condition, however, requires a series of material conditions of existence which are themselves the natural and spontaneous product of a long and tormented historical development. 173. Addendum: Marx picks up here on an idea from the preface to the contribution to the critique of political economy. There he wrote, "At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. No social formation is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society." MECW 29, 263. The first half of the second sentence is problematic. It's not clear what determines the extent of the forces of production for which a given social formation is sufficient. On the one hand, capitalism has proven extraordinarily flexible in this sense. On the other hand, people have frequently revolted against capitalism's impositions despite its being far from exhausting all possible development of its productive forces. Nevertheless, what is decisive is the second half of the sentence, the material conditions of existence, also mentioned in the passage from Capital, of a new mode of production must emerge within the framework of the old society. A new mode of production cannot simply be dreamed up and then implemented. It must always base itself on something already existing. The question that must be discussed again and again, however, is what exactly this something is. Commodity and value in political economy, the analysis of fetishism as a precondition for a critique of political economy, second paragraph 173 to 177. This part's first paragraph is of central importance to understanding why Marx subtitled his work, Critique of Political Economy. For the first time, he explicitly criticizes political economy as a whole, not just individual authors. This paragraph stretches from page 173 to page 175 and has three long footnotes, 33-35, that elaborate some of the claims. For reasons of clarity, my commentary focuses first on the paragraph, then on the three footnotes. In the first sentence, Marx credits political economy with having both analyzed value and its magnitude and uncovered the content concealed within these forms. The next sentence makes clear that the content mentioned is labor. The analysis is incomplete, however, and footnote 33 explains how Marx understands its incompleteness. In the next sentence, Marx makes a fundamental critique of political economy. But it has never once asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form, that is to say, why labor is expressed in value, and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of the value of the product. 174. Marx does not accuse political economy's analysis of yielding an incorrect result. On the contrary, he concedes that its result is largely correct but rather of missing a question. This amounts to a much deeper critique. Having to rectify incorrect results through scholarly debate is a matter of course in the scientific process. However, if we observe the absence of certain questions, not as the isolated error of a few scholars, but as a systematic problem within an entire science, this is very different. It puts on trial the foundations of the science, that is, the hitherto unquestioned system of conceptual coordinates of that science. On pages 165 and 166, Marx already answered, in a brief way, the question of why labor assumes the form of value. There he pointed out that only the products of individual private labor become commodities, and because producers only enter into contact through exchange, the specific social character of their labor first appears there as an objective property of their labor products. See my commentary under point B. Therefore it is a specific sort of social interconnectedness that causes labor to be represented as value, causing this content to take on that form. In footnote 34, Marx goes on to identify the reason that political economy was unable to pose the question of why. That political economy did not pose this question means that these forms appeared to it as completely self-evident. Formulas, which bear the unmistakable stamp of belonging to a social formation in which the process of production has mastery over man, instead of the opposite, appear to the political economist's bourgeois consciousness to be as much a self-evident and nature-imposed necessity as productive labor itself. 174f. Addendum: the word formulas, Formeln, here is probably a printing error in the second and subsequent German editions. In the preceding sentence, only forms, formen, are mentioned. In the first edition and in the French translation, corrected by Marx, forms is used instead of formulas, see Mega 2/5, 49, Mega 2/7, 61. The phrase used to characterize these forms, the process of production has mastery over man, instead of the opposite, 175, alludes to the state of affairs described on page 167. That is, under the conditions of commodity production, our own movement within society has the form of a movement made by things. It controls people, rather than people controlling it, see the commentary under point D. These historically specific, and therefore mutable, forms, which bourgeois consciousness sees as a self-evident and nature-imposed necessity, are the fetishistic forms of the world of commodities. In other words, Marx criticizes political economy for remaining caught up in the fetishism of the world of commodities, that it is unable to penetrate. This also illustrates Marx's claim in the letter to Lassalle that was quoted in commenting on Capital's subtitle, A Critique of Political Economy. In that letter, Marx emphasized the need to formulate a critique by means of an expose, MECW 40, 270. The exposition of the commodity fetish serves at the same time as a critique of the category of value within bourgeois economics. Now, the question emerges as to whether bourgeois economics recognized any pre-bourgeois forms of production, that is, not based upon commodity production, whose existence would call into question the self-evident and nature-imposed necessity of bourgeois forms. Political economy knew of such forms, but according to Marx it treated them in much the same way as the fathers of the Church treated pre-Christian religions. 175. The fathers of the Church doctors from the first decades after Christ, felt competition from the pre-Christian religions. They treated each as a cluster of absurdities, to be contrasted with the one true religion, Christianity. This is further explained in footnote 35. Footnote 33. This footnote deals with political economy's incomplete analysis of value. Marx states that classical political economy, footnote 34, has information on this term, failed to recognize the dual character of the labor that produces commodities. Nowhere did it explicitly distinguish between concrete useful labor, which generates use values, and abstract human labor as the substance of value. This was a distinction that Marx described as crucial to an understanding of political economy in the second subsection, 132. However, Marx does concede that classical political economy made the distinction in practice insofar as it spoke, on the one hand, of labor in a qualitative sense and, on the other hand, in a purely quantitative sense, since merely quantitative differences presuppose a qualitative equality. Failure to make explicit the difference between the two characteristics of commodity-producing labor leads to a number of misunderstandings and problems. The rest of the footnote is dedicated to an example of this, Ricardo's debate with Destutt de Tracy, a French economist. Actually, the example contains another misunderstanding. Tracy regarded the value of labor as responsible for the value of the commodities it creates. According to Marx, Ricardo understands Tracy to mean that labor is represented in value and not the value of labor. Marx describes Tracy's conception as the commonplace error of the vulgar economists, who assume the value of one commodity, here labor, in order to use it in turn to determine the values of other commodities. The notion of the value of labor has been discussed above. See my commentary on page 137, footnote 16, and it plays a central role in Capital's chapter 19. Smith sometimes confused the determination of value by labor with the value of labor. Ricardo doesn't recognize that Tracy fell into the same mix-up. Footnote 34. This note explains the reasons economic science failed to pose the question of why this content has assumed that particular form. Marx contends, one of the chief failings of classical political economy is that it has never succeeded, by means of its analysis of commodities, and in particular of their value, in discovering the form of value which in fact turns value into exchange value. 174. Classical political economy's main deficiency is that it failed to do what Marx proposed with his analysis of the value form, to demonstrate that value requires an independent value form. Still, the question arises as to why classical political economy failed here. Additionally, there is the question of why it did not even attempt to do so, as Marx indicated in the introduction to the value form section, 139. It is not only because of political economy's interest in the magnitude of value, a reason Marx has given before, see footnote 17 on Bailey, 141. Rather it is primarily due to the following. The value form of the product of labor is the most abstract, but also the most universal form of the bourgeois mode of production. By that fact it stamps the bourgeois mode of production as a particular kind of social production of a historical and transitory character. If then we make the mistake of treating it as the eternal natural form of social production, we necessarily overlook the specificity of the value form, and consequently of the commodity form together with its further developments, the money form, the capital form, etc. 174. Marx speaks here of the value form of the product of labor, although to be precise Marx should say the value form of the commodity, since it is only when the product of labor exists as a commodity that it makes sense to talk about the value form. He calls it the most abstract and most universal form of the bourgeois mode of production. It is the most abstract form, since the value form does not presuppose any further relations, as, for example, capital does. It is the most universal form of the bourgeois mode of production, since production for exchange, which means that labor products become commodities and the commodity's value obtains an independent form, is the most typical feature of this mode of production. Now if production for exchange is not seen as a specific mode of production but rather as the most eternal natural form of social production, then the specificity of the value form and all the form determinations of key economic categories that build upon it are overlooked. Marx used the expression bourgeois economics on page 169. In commenting on that passage, I pointed out that Marx considered political economy to be bourgeois because it conceives of the specific social forms that make labor products into commodities as natural forms of social life. What Marx is pointing to in this footnote is precisely this bourgeois character of economics, which prevents it from adequately grasping the value form. Addendum: in the late 1840s, Marx was already criticizing political economy for regarding capitalism as eternally valid, rather than a historically transitory mode of production. At that time, he was unable to explain how bourgeois economists arrived at this ahistorical conception. Additionally, he was still convinced that Ricardo, among the political economists, had on the whole correctly explained the capitalist mode of production's way of functioning. In the late 1840s, Marx therefore relied on Ricardo's theory in both his critique of capitalism, for example in his lecture series Wage, Labor and Capital, and in his debate with Proudhon. At this time, Marx was critically applying bourgeois economics, but he did not yet have a critique of its categories. The critique of its categories first began in the early 1850s. Hence, Marx criticized Ricardo's theory of money for the first time in 1851, see Marx's letter to Engels, February 3, 1851, MECW 38, p. 273-278. Marx developed this critique of categories comprehensively in subsequent years. However, he first recognized the importance of fetishism in the late 1850s. Understanding fetishism allows Marx to explain how political economy is prone to an ahistorical approach. It is the bourgeois mode of production itself that makes social relationships into objective properties of things, and that, in turn, generates the illusion that what is valid for this mode of production applies to every type of social production. The unhistorical conception of the bourgeois mode of production also affects how economic relations are analyzed. If we conceive the bourgeois mode of production as the eternal natural form of social production, then we may examine its content, such as the determination of value by labor, but we can no longer see the historically specific features of its forms, that is, why labor is expressed as value, why the value of the commodity requires an independent manifestation in the value form, etc. We miss the specificity of both the value form and the categories that build upon it, the money form, the capital form. Addendum: for a long time, the value form failed to enter into the Marxist discourse. That discourse emphasized the historical character of the capitalist mode of production, concentrating on the content but neglecting the forms and their characteristics. This is exactly what Marx criticized in bourgeois economics. That Marxists had a restricted conception of Marx's analysis was partly fostered by the paradigm shift, a change in fundamental conceptions, that occurred in bourgeois economics. In the last third of the 19th century, classical political economy, which still held value to be determined by labor, gave way to marginalism, which in the end based value on marginal utility. See my commentary on Capital's title. Marx could concede to classical political economy that it more or less correctly grasped the content that determined value, but this was no longer true for marginalism. In debating with marginalism, Marxists therefore insisted upon this content, meaning that the debate between Marxists and bourgeois economists fundamentally turned on the question of whether value was determined only by labor or by marginal utility. The value form disappeared from the debates. Earlier, in footnote 33, Marx uses the expressions vulgar economists and classical political economy. Now, at the end of footnote 34, he clarifies his use of these expressions. According to Marx, classical political economy investigated the real internal framework Zusammenhang of bourgeois relations of production, 174f. By contrast, the vulgar economists only flounder around within the apparent framework scheinbaren Zusammenhang of those relations, ceaselessly ruminate on the materials long since provided by scientific political economy, and seek their plausible explanations of the crudest phenomena for the domestic purposes of the bourgeoisie, 175. There are two important points here. First, Marx does not dispute the scientific character of classical political economy, in contrast to vulgar economics. Second, Marx distinguishes between the internal framework and the mere apparent framework in capitalist reality. He distinguishes between classical political economy and vulgar economics not on the basis of the economists' intentions, but rather their focus, that is, their object of study. Addendum: with regard to the second point, there's a slightly different emphasis than in the second edition's postface. There, Marx relates the development of political economy to the level of class struggle, contending that political economy can only remain a science while the class struggle remains latent or manifests itself only in isolated and sporadic phenomena. 96. He says that in England and France class struggle assumed threatening forms from 1830 onward, with the consequence. It sounded the knell of scientific bourgeois economics. It was thenceforth no longer a question whether this or that theorem was true, but whether it was useful to capital or harmful, expedient or inexpedient, in accordance with police regulations or contrary to them. In place of disinterested inquirers there stepped hired prize fighters, in place of genuine scientific research, the bad conscience and evil intent of apologetic. 97. This is a highly simplified perspective. In the first place, Marx observed in Theories of Surplus Value that there were also forms of vulgar economics in the period before 1830 and scientific approaches afterward. Moreover, here he reduces the difference between science and apologetic, that is, the justification of existing conditions, to an author's intentions, disinterested inquiry, on the one hand, and hired prize fighters, on the other. The pointed language of the postface aims to present the critique of political economy as the sole legitimate heir to classical political economy. 98. This grossly simplifies Marx's reasoning in the fetishism section, which differentiates projects within bourgeois economics on the basis of their object and not the economist's intentions. This simplified view has influenced many Marxists, who frequently regard all bourgeois economists after Marx as embodying the vulgar economics of hired prize fighters. Contemporary talk shows and newspapers' business sections may be full of such figures, but the whole of bourgeois economics cannot be reduced to apologetic. Footnote 35. This footnote appears in a paragraph on pages 173–75 dealing with bourgeois economics' treatment of pre-bourgeois modes of production. This question arises because Marx said that bourgeois economics conceives of the capitalist mode of production as eternally valid. Marx describes their approach to pre-bourgeois modes of production by quoting from his earlier text, The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847. For bourgeois economics, pre-bourgeois institutions are artificial, in the sense of not being appropriate to human beings, but bourgeois institutions are natural, corresponding to human beings' nature. Even today, there are similar justifications of the market economy. And what Marx intended here as parity, thus there has been history, but there is no longer any, would take on a new life at the beginning of the 1990s. At that time, when capitalism seemed to have finally asserted itself worldwide, Francis Fukuyama would advance the idea explicitly and uncritically in his much-quoted essay on the End of History. At the end of the footnote, Marx addresses a critique of his general statements about society and history in the preface to Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy, discussed above briefly in the commentary on pages 172–73. As a kind of introduction to the subsequent discussion, Marx refers first to the French economist Frédéric Bastiat, 1801–1850, about whom he wrote in the second edition's postface that he was the most superficial and therefore the most successful representative of apologetic vulgar economics. 98. Bastiat stressed the capitalist market's beneficial effects and the fundamental harmony among the interests of social classes, which is why he is still esteemed today. Marx liked to poke fun at the superficiality of Bastiat's arguments, as he does here, even if one accepts Bastiat's claim that the Greeks and Romans lived primarily from plunder, something still had to be produced that could be plundered. Production is an indispensable precondition for all human life and therefore also of social life. Marx next mentions an anonymous critic's objection, launched against the preface to the Contribution, which he does not dispute, that in the Middle Ages and Antiquity, Catholicism and politics respectively dominated each society. However, he confronts that objection with the thesis that it's the relations of production among people, the manner in which they gained their livelihood, that explains the dominant roles of politics and Catholicism in each of those societies. The reference to Don Quixote shows that Marx's claim in the preface to the contribution that there is a certain correspondence between base and superstructure is not an especially profound truth. This is because it is obvious to all readers that the non-correspondence of Don Quixote's imagined superstructure with Spain's economic base at the time is what makes the novel comic. Returning to the main text, the rest of the chapter deals with fetishism's consequences for bourgeois economics, 176-77. Marx sees the debate about nature's role in the formation of exchange value 21 as due to the illusion generated by fetishism, value's subjective semblance, Gegenstandlichkeit, which Fawkes translates as objective appearance, deceives some economists into seeking even a physical cause of value. The next paragraph makes it clear that fetishism is not limited to the commodity, there are also fetishes of money and capital. Addendum: some Marxist literature trades rather liberally on the term fetishism, we read of the wage fetish and sometimes even of the state fetish. In fact, Marx speaks of mystifications and inversions in a variety of contexts, but he uses the term fetish only in reference to the commodity, money, and capital. At the end of the commentary on Chapter 2, I briefly address what these three fetishisms have in common. This paragraph also indicates that there are different degrees of difficulty in seeing through the various forms of fetishism. About commodity fetishism, Marx says that it's still relatively easy to penetrate, 176. The case of money fetishism is not so simple, but Marx concedes that modern political economy seems free from the illusions of the monetary system, the idea that gold and silver naturally possess value. By contrast, the fetishism of modern economics becomes quite palpable when it deals with capital. Since we have not yet dealt with money and capital, the reflections above are no more than an anticipation and thus not further elaborated here. However, it should be recognized that Marx concedes that at least part of bourgeois economics partially sees through fetishism. Based on Marx's earlier statements, 167, 169, and 174, one might get the impression that he sees bourgeois economics as completely caught up in fetishism. However, that's not the case. Fetishism is not a universal web of delusion that nobody can escape, but more like universal background lighting. Still, even though bourgeois economics managed to partially escape the effects of fetishism, it never perceived fetishism for what it is. That's why it was unable to ask what characterizes fetishism. The question with which Marx introduced the fetish section, what is the secret of the commodity form, is not posed by bourgeois economics, since for it the commodity form never assumes the status of a problem. That the commodity fetish is easier to penetrate than the other fetish forms does not mean that the entirety of bourgeois economics has actually seen through it. In the remainder of Chapter 1, Marx provides two striking examples of how one can be misled by fetishism, 176-177. He quotes an anonymous author and Samuel Bailey, already known to us from the subsection on the value form. Both see use value as a relation between humans and things, but see value as a property inhering in things themselves which becomes apparent when commodities relate to each other in exchange. Marx counters this notion of value's materiality with a simple observation: so far no chemist has ever discovered exchange value either in a pearl or a diamond, 177. Again, Marx should have used value instead of exchange value. His parting shot picks up the words of a figure from Shakespeare's comedy, Much Ado About Nothing. This is Dogberry, a somewhat dim, overeager constable whose statements are unintentionally comic. By comparing Bailey and the anonymous author to a figure like Dogberry, Marx makes a subtle but scathing criticism. In a similar way, he earlier used a literary allusion to mock Proudhon, see the commentary on footnote 26. In footnote 38, appended here, Marx observes that the Ricardians were unable to provide a compelling answer to Bailey's critique of Ricardo, because they are unable to find in Ricardo's own works any elucidation of the interconnection between value and the form of value, or exchange value. 177, emphasis MH. Here Marx emphasizes that the non-comprehension of the interconnection between value and the form of value is Ricardo's key deficiency. In Capital, this connection is the theme of the third subsection on the value form. In the first edition of Capital, Marx also stressed at the end of the value form analysis that what was decisively important was to discover the inner, necessary connection between value form, value substance, and value amount. Dragstet 1976, 34. In effect, Marx claims to have accomplished exactly what he accuses Ricardo of essentially failing to do. Footnote 38 seems to suggest, as footnote 34 did, that the decisive difference between classical political economy's labor theory of value and Marx's value theory is to be found in the analysis of the value form. However, this difference is a qualitative one. The analysis of the value form is a precondition for decoding the fetishism of the world of commodities. This, in turn, allows the categories of bourgeois economics to be grasped as expressions of the objective forms of thought, objective Gedankenformen, 169, caught up in this fetishism. That is, analysis of the value form is what makes possible Marx's critique of political economy. 3. Lenin misunderstands this when he writes, in his Capital, Marx first analyzes the simplest, most ordinary and fundamental, most common and everyday relation of bourgeois, commodity, society, a relation encountered billions of times, viz. The exchange of commodities. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 38, 358. But commodity exchange that is not mediated by money fails to be an everyday occurrence in bourgeois society. Wolfgang Fritz Haag takes Lenin's brief remark and turns it into the basis of an interpretation of Capital's beginning section, Haag 2005, 48 ff. Haag conceives of the commodity with which Marx begins his analysis as a price-bearing commodity as might appear from the perspective of a shopping trip, 49. He then immediately makes observations about money, 50 f. This has nothing to do with Marx's argument at the beginning of Capital. Haag unintentionally reveals this by supporting his view with Marx quotations that aren't found at the beginning of the account in Capital, but rather in a later stage. What Marx really analyzes in the first pages of Capital is not, as Haag thinks, that which we all know, but a construction based on an abstraction from what is universally familiar. For Baumgartner, 1949, 74 ff., who was the first to attempt a comprehensive critique of Marx's reasoning shortly after the publication of the third volume of Capital, made this very criticism of Marx. The classic refutation comes from Rudolf Hilferding, 1904. However, parts of his defense of Marx were problematic. After reading Capital, a reader would do well to engage with this controversy for two reasons. On the one hand, it provides a way to check your own understanding of Marx's text. On the other hand, it is an entry point into contemporary controversies, since a good part of today's criticisms of Marx still rests on Baumgartner's arguments. 5. In Heinrich, 1999, I attempt to make clear that Marx's critique of political economy constitutes a rupture with classical political economy's theoretical field. Marx's critique of economics breaks with the fundamental assumptions about the economy and society that many quite different economic schools regard as self-evident. One of the implicit assumptions of political economy's theoretical field is that society and the economy are composed of individuals, or individual units, which then become the most fundamental units of analysis. 6. This kind of abstraction, which is not based on a mental process but rather on a certain relation, here, the exchange relation of commodities, may be referred to as a real abstraction in contrast to a mental abstraction. Sohnrethal, 1973, was the first to make this distinction, which is very useful for interpreting Marx's value theory. 7. This interpretation was dominant not just in traditional Marxism. It is also found among authors who appear to be critics of that tradition, such as Robert Kurz or Norbert Trenkel. See my debate with Trenkel in the journal Streifzug, 1998-99. 8. See Chapter 3.3 of my introduction for a discussion of the three reductions occurring in exchange: individually expended labor time to socially necessary labor, complex labor to simple labor, and the labor actually expended in a branch to the labor that is in fact required to satisfy paying demand in the society. Heinrich 2012, 4852. 9. In the 1920s, Russian author I. Rubin pointed out the difference in a book that is still worth reading between social and physiological characterizations of abstract labor. He saw this as primarily a problem of Marx's presentation, Rubin 1973, 134 ff. However, I have shown that Marx's critique of political economy exhibits not just problems of presentation but also fundamental ambiguities. See Heinrich 1999. 10. Dame quickly suddenly appears in the text 2 sentences prior to this quote. Marx is referring to a character from Shakespeare's Henry IV. In the play, Falstaff says to the innkeeper named Quickly that she is neither fish nor fowl, a man knows not where to have her, whereupon she replies, somewhat suggestively, any man knows where to have me. Henry IV Part 1, 3.3. About Marx's enthusiasm for Shakespeare, his son-in-law Paul Lafargue wrote, his respect for Shakespeare was boundless, he made a detailed study of his works and knew even the least important of his characters. His whole family had a real cult for the great English dramatist, his 3 daughters knew many of his works by heart. From 1961, 173. 11. The Penguin edition subordinates 3, the equivalent form to 2. The relative value form. However, in the German original this is not a subsection of 2, but at the same hierarchical level as 2. 12. This doesn't mean that similar nonsense about Marx can be written without harming one's academic reputation in Germany. Thus Jürgen Habermas, considered one of the most important contemporary German social philosophers, writes, Marx analyzes the double form of the commodity as a use value and an exchange value, as well as the transformation of its natural form into the value form. For this purpose he draws upon Hegel's concept of abstraction and treats the relation between use value and exchange value like that between essence and appearance. Today this presents us with difficulties. We cannot employ unreconstructed basic concepts from Hegel's logic just like that. The extended discussion on the relation of Marx's Capital to Hegel's logic has illuminated these difficulties rather than resolved them. I shall therefore not go any deeper into the analysis of the commodity form. Habermas 1984, 357. First of all, Habermas overlooks that Marx completely avoids Hegel's concept of essence in his analysis of the commodity in Capital. Leaving that aside, there is no passage in Marx's work that speaks of exchange value as a form of appearance of use value, as Habermas insinuates. 13. The Penguin edition subordinates this section to 2. The relative value form, but in the German original this section is at the same hierarchical level as 2 and 3. The equivalent form. 14. Marx uses the term quid pro quo, originally from the legal context, several times in Capital. It means that one thing stands for another, which is not the same as one thing being substituted for another. Additionally, Fuchs's translation obscures Marx's using exactly the same wording here as on page 163, sensuous, extrasensory, sinnlich übersinnlich. 15. Fuchs wrongly inserted the German word dinglich here. Marx did not use dinglich but rather sachlich in this sentence, which is more general than dinglich. 16. However, these are not the only last words attributed to Jesus. Instead of the serene sentence from Luke, Matthew, and Mark have handed down the despairing my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Finally, in John there is just the sententious phrase, it is finished. 17. The Herr M. Wirth mentioned in the text is German economist and journalist Max Wirth, 1822–1900, whose works were rather well known in Germany during the second half of the 19th century. As can be gleaned from the second edition's postface, 95, Marx insisted that the German economists of his time were completely unoriginal. 18. The original German of this sentence begins with Marx speaking for the first time of character masks poorly translated in the Penguin edition as roles without further comment. Marx will return to this term at the beginning of chapter 2. 19. Here the Penguin Edition's translation uses a somewhat sexist phrase, an association of free men. By contrast, the original German phrase, Ihnen verein freier Menschen, is gender-neutral trans. 20. Marx did not develop a detailed conception of communist society. On the contrary, his isolated statements about it were usually offered in the course of criticizing capitalist relations. In the last chapter of my introduction, 2012, I summarize what one can glean from Marx's dispersed comments regarding his conception of communism. For another discussion of Marx's various suggestions in this regard, especially those found in Capital's section on fetishism, see Iber 2005, 74 ff. 21. Marx should say formation of value. He copied the paragraph where this phrase occurs directly from Capital's first edition. There, Marx did not always maintain the terminological distinction between exchange value and value, even if he grasped the distinction conceptually. Chapter 2, The Process of Exchange, 178-187. A. The new level of abstraction in Chapter 2. In every new chapter of Capital, one should try to comprehend the argument's level of abstraction, and its relation to the level of abstraction in previous chapters. This chapter's title identifies the process of exchange as the object of investigation. Capital's first chapter made frequent mention of the exchange relation of commodities, but never the exchange process. A clue to the difference between the exchange relation and the process of exchange appears in the introductory sentences. Commodities cannot themselves go to market and perform exchanges in their own right. We must, therefore, have recourse to their guardians, who are the possessors of commodities. 178. Marx now wants to examine the possessors of commodities, making it even clearer that commodity owners so far have not been the object of investigation. As the title of Chapter 1 indicates, this object was the commodity. The exchange process consists in the following: commodity owner U exchanges his commodity XA with the commodity YB of commodity owner V. By contrast, we obtain the exchange relation of the commodities by abstracting from commodity owners U and V, leaving only X commodity A equals Y commodity B, or X commodity A is worth Y commodity B. Chapter 1 focused on the commodity within the framework of the exchange relation, and, building upon that, within the framework of the value relation. Although the exchange relation does not exist in reality without the exchange process, Marx's analysis of the commodity initially abstracted from commodity owners and therefore from the process of exchange. On abstracting from commodity owners, see page 62 of this commentary. The section on fetishism was the first to mention people engaged in exchange. However, it was not concerned with their actions, but rather with the way commodity exchange affects the representation of their social relationships. It is Chapter 2, then, that addresses the actions of commodity owners in the exchange process for the first time. B. The process of exchange in commodity owners, private owners, 178 to first paragraph 179. After two introductory sentences, Marx begins his investigation. The next two sentences indicate that the commodity owner's relation to the commodity includes a relation of force. The second sentence echoes a line from Goethe's famous poem Der Erlkönig, Ich lieb dich, mich ris den schon Gestalt /UNDBIST du nicht willig, so brauch ich Gewalt, I love you, your beautiful form tempts me, and if you are not willing, I'll need force. Marx's mentioning force here might seem banal, but it becomes less so if we recognize that not only things and services become commodities, but even labor power itself. That is, the capitalist purchases labor power, a worker's capacity to labor, and this purchase implies the power of command over the sellers of labor power. Marx initially claims that the commodity as a thing is subordinated to the will of the commodity owner, but that's not all there is to the relation between the commodity and its owner. In order that these objects may enter into relation with each other as commodities, their guardians must place themselves in relation to one another as persons whose will resides in those objects, and must behave in such a way that each does not appropriate the commodity of the other, and alienate his own, except through an act to which both parties consent. The guardians must therefore recognize each other as owners of private property. 178. Marx's use of the term property here does not refer simply to retaining a thing to use it, but rather to an exclusive right of retaining it that excludes all others from doing so. In the former case, I might lie on a sunny beach, excluding others to the extent that I partly make their use of it impossible. They can't lie down on the same stretch of beach that I'm occupying. In the latter case, I'm the owner of the beach and can exclude all others from using it, regardless of whether I'm using the beach or not. Moreover, the exclusion extends as far as my property, not being limited to the small surface I need to lie down. One can indeed speak of private property, state property, and so forth, depending upon who the owner is. However, the essential feature of property is not the kind of owner, but rather the exclusion of non-owners. It's not a new insight that people engaging in exchange are private property owners. It formed the foundation of bourgeois social philosophy from John Locke to Hegel. What is new, however, is Marx's way of connecting exchange and private property. In order that these objects may enter into relation with each other as commodities, the guardians must therefore recognize each other as owners of private property. That is the core of the statement quoted above. It means that human beings are by no means naturally owners of private property who then start to exchange. On the contrary, only in a society based on exchange must they mutually recognize one another as private property owners, that is, accept their mutual exclusion from the disposition of a thing. There is a striking parallel here with the first paragraph of Chapter 1. The object of that chapter was the commodity, and the first paragraph made clear that the commodity form assumed by the product of labor is not transhistorical, but rather a specific social form of wealth. In a similar manner, the first paragraph of Chapter 2 points out that ownership of private property, exclusively retaining a thing so as to exclude others, is not a transhistorical or quasi-natural property of human beings, but rather a historical construction that is bound to specific social conditions. Addendum: Marx's historicization of private property implies a radical critique of bourgeois social philosophy. Locke, Smith, and Ricardo took for granted an isolated human being who relates to things in his environment as an owner. If people come into contact with one another, they already do so as private property owners, and their natural form of intercourse is exchange. In the introduction from 1857, Marx argues, the individual and isolated hunter and fisherman, with whom Smith and Ricardo begin, belongs among the unimaginative conceits of the 18th century Robinsonades, which in no way express merely a reaction against over-sophistication and a return to a misunderstood natural life, as cultural historians imagine. It is, rather, the anticipation of civil society, in preparation since the 16th century and making giant strides towards maturity in the 18th. In this society of free competition, the individual appears detached from the natural bonds etc. which in earlier historical periods make him the accessory of a definite and limited human conglomerate. Only in the 18th century, in civil society, do the various forms of social connectedness confront the individual as a mere means towards his private purposes, as external necessity. But the epoch which produces this standpoint, that of the isolated individual, is also precisely that of the hitherto most developed social, from this standpoint, general, relations. Marx 1973, 83f. Bourgeois social philosophy's seemingly natural starting point, the isolated individual also understood as a private property owner, is nothing other than an idea arising in bourgeois society that is based on the commodity owner. Marx doesn't take the existence of private property as something self-evident, and then identify what owners can do with their property, such as make exchanges. Rather, he begins with exchange and determines what exchange requires. The guardians of commodities must both acknowledge each other as owners of private property and accept exchange as a common act of will. This juridical relation, whose form is the contract, whether as part of a developed legal system or not, is a relation between two wills which mirrors the economic relation. The content of this juridical relation, or relation of two wills, is itself determined by the economic relation. 179. Exchange is based on the exchanger's willed action. The commodities are subjugated to them, yet what the exchangers want, the content of this relation of two wills, is not coincidental or arbitrary, but rather based on the economic relation. The commodities' determinations condition the actions of those possessing commodities. In footnote 2, Marx uses this insight to continue the critique of Proudhon that he began in footnote 26 of chapter 1. Marx makes a double accusation against Proudhon. First, that Proudhon takes his ideal of justice from the juridical relations that correspond to the production of commodities, thereby transforming something historical into something ideal and eternal. Second, that he wishes to reform the actual production of commodities and the corresponding legal system according to that ideal. Marx criticizes a certain mode of critique here. It consists in measuring actually existing relations against an ideal, against ideas of how these relations should be. Marx is frequently accused of this mode of critique as well. However, the footnote clearly shows that Marx is criticizing not only Proudhon's specific ideal, but rejecting an entire mode of critique. If Marx had wanted only to criticize Proudhon's ideal, he would have offered his own ideal. Instead, using chemistry as an example, he asks the rhetorical question of what one would think of a chemist if, rather than examining the laws governing molecular interactions in order to solve certain problems, he proposed to remake molecular interaction according to eternal ideas. Marx obviously thinks that the critique of political economy does not require ideals of that kind any more than chemistry does.